Loopy nuts, are we? Fantastic. Lovely to see you all. It's amazing that there's folks are here, and great to see you. Anybody want to come on? Hello, Davey Melton. Nice to see you. 2605. Hello, Lazy Daisy. This is the link if anybody wants to come on and talk about. I know it is like a parallel universe. I only kind of do these things as an impromptu thing, and I don't know why it happens, but I just think it just hits a certain critical level, all the stuff going on, and I think, oh God, I gotta jump on, but it's usually like about midnight or something. And I just made quite a strong cup of coffee, which is probably not a good idea for sleeping, is it? But yeah, it's a bit of a parallel universe, isn't it? I don't know if you've got snacks, everybody, or what. I'm just having a coffee. Hi, Deborah. Hi, Zana Councils. I've always wanted to ask what Zana Councils are. Is it from a book or a film? Zana Councils, but you don't have to say, obviously, it could be private. But have you heard of bedtime? No, I haven't. No. What's this now? I'm in my pajamas in bed, just about to go. But oh, I'm sorry, I don't want to. I don't want to interrupt anyone's sleep. But it's just got to. I was just trying to go. I was just going through different comments on the video I did as a response video to. It's all about the videos as a response video to the brilliant conversation that Chris had with Dr. Alan Storm, which I thought was really. I watched it over two days really, because it was quite intense. I found, and it was just very. It was amazing clarity that. For me, as a non-medical person, that Dr. Storm brought to bear on as she was going through the notes, wasn't it? It was just fantastic, and it was just high sword of reason. Chaz and Dave, yeah. Dr. Storm was amazing, actually, yeah, and I've always found her videos incredible. Met Alan, Dr. Storm very briefly in Liverpool. Didn't get the chance to talk very much, but I've watched a number of her videos, and she did videos about other subjects before, so I looked at those, but they're no longer on there. I don't know if you can see my name. I'm Mr. Vexatious. It's a bit like Mr. Bombastic, but with more vexatiousness, because that's what I've been deemed, vexatious. And we're all part of a campaign, all of us here, you see. We're all in a campaign, and we're all vexatious. Well, I'm spreading it, you see, because it's not just me, is it? We're all vexatious about that. We're vexed to the max about this injustice and probably other things in life. But so what's up? What should we talk about? I've got a couple of tabs open here, not just Chaz and Dave. I've got the statement from the CCRC spokesperson. They're always anonymous, aren't they? They're always anonymous. You could write a song, Mr. Vexatious. Yeah. It's like that. Who was that guy? Was his name Shaggy? It was like he did Mr. Bombastic. But it's kind of like mixed Mr. Vexatious, whatever. I have to think of the rhymes. No, I haven't written the lyrics yet. No, I should do. I should do, yeah. It's just, I'm in a weird mood today, and it's almost like, I think it's that level of absurdity, and it's horrific. We know that, and we've been talking about it for years now, haven't we? But it's horrific. And it kind of, now and again, it just gets you thinking how mad it all is, and it's not laughter that it's a light thing or it's inconsequential. It's the kind of some kind of safety valve of thinking this is mad. If somebody has said, "Hi Maz, lovely to see you. You hit the wrong button before finishing." Oh, what was that then? To do with the comment or Chaz and Dave? I was going to say, if any one of us in comments or in a video or whatever, Twitter, whatever, would have said, "Oh, I know what they're doing. I bet they've got somebody in at the CCRC looking at this. They're looking at this, and it's a mate of Paul Hughes, and it's someone. I know. They've got the person that handed him the award at the ceremony, and that's who they've got looking at it. And people would have said, "No, that's just ridiculous. That's just ridiculous. Don't even go there. I mean, it's not even funny." But that's exactly what they did. That's exactly what they did. Hi, Deborah. Sorry, you're saying it's not anything particular, like the idea of the name with an X and sounding like Sana. Oh, Sana, because I've been saying Zana, but I thought it was like with a S or a Z. Meant to be a tiny bit presumptuous, calling saner councils. Oh, I see, like councils that are saner than the average bear, you know. Well, my councils are less sane than the norm, I think. Hi, Mervyn. Did he actually I think he might have done, actually. There's been some pictures up. Hi, Rock Dodger. Nice to see you. Hi, Mervyn. Hi, Sort of Reason. Sorry if I missed anybody. I'm trying to remember to click. Somebody put some pictures up. I think he handed him the award. Yeah, I think so. I don't want to add that in if it's not true. But what's Maz saying? Did it again. The send button where the return button should be. Oh, right. I see what you mean. Asymmetric fight for Lucy. It's been a long and winding road. Yeah, it's been extraordinary. Hi, Astrid Jones. Nice to see you as well. Sorry about that. I just kind of got I made this coffee. I do this coffee out of milk and everything. I'm going to have some water now. That was horrific. I shouldn't do it. It's like it's milk. It kind of creates this anyway, whatever. But we were talking about, did Sean Edwards actually hand? He goes, Paul, Paul, mate, you've done it again. You've done it again. You've cracked it again, Paul. Open the port. I haven't got a port. There's no port in a storm here. No port in a storm. I've had one bottle of wine since October the 7th, and it actually made me really ill. I think I bored on about this before, but no, I'm professional now. It's all very professional. As you can tell, you know, I've got the lighting right. I've got the coffee. I've got a musical introduction. But this is all by way of sort of coming into what's been going on and everything. But as I was saying, if anybody would have said like, oh God, yeah, that's who they got looking into it at the CCRC, one of Paul's mates, it would have been like saying, oh, well, it's like Evans's long lost brother's doing it, or Brear's cousin. It's just, you couldn't make it up. You couldn't make it up, could you? And what do they say? I'm reading this thing. So, statement from the CCRC spokesperson. Anything said in 2024, so that's November 2024, when that shindig was, where they all got rat-assed probably, by Mr. Edwards about a conference before he joined the CCRC has no bearing on our review. Now, isn't that interesting? I'll read the comment in a minute, sorry. I was just going to say, they just call it a conference. Well, what is it about? Is it about train spotting? Is it about tractors in another country, production of tractors? No, it's not a conference. It's the conference in which the guy running Hummingbird was given an award. That's what it's about. And what is it? Let me check it again, what it says. Oh, about a conference, yeah. But he was there, you see. Let me catch up, sorry. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I've made that up, sort of reason, but I kind of want it to be true. I mean, if they're going to go all the way with this, it might as well be true, mightn't it? I saw some pictures. I thought it looked a bit like him. Mervyn's coming onto the stage now, enter stage left, pursued by a bear. And that's a Shakespeare reference, I think, something like that. I'll catch up with comments now as well. Did he hand in the award? Can you put us out of our misery, Mervyn?
No, he didn't.
Oh shit! Because I thought that would have been better, wouldn't it? Not better, but it would have been like the most ridiculous thing. But I just can't get over that.
I don't know. The thing is, a year ago, wasn't everyone just piling in praising Paul Hughes? Though, I mean, wasn't everyone doing it?
Yeah, well, not us.
But, yeah, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, I suppose so. But as people have said, he obviously doesn't know anything. He didn't know. Well, they've all just. Is that port? Are you on the port?
Rioja.
Oh, Rioja. It's one of those nights. So very sensual. But yeah, I suppose in that world they were all over him, you know, and they were loving him and what he'd done and everything, like they were with Dewey Evans in that world, you know, for a time. He had his moment in the sun as well. But you know.
Well, I don't want to be that guy who always plays devil's advocate, but I mean, does it really mean that he is going to be that he can't be impartial? You know, they are professionals, aren't they?
Well, they.
You know, think about civil servants.
Yeah.
Nobody is really completely non-political. Everyone's got their views, but they still have to, when they go to work, they've still got to be professional and do their job for whatever party is in charge, even if they completely disagree with that party and that sentiment. Obviously it doesn't look good.
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't look good, but they're grown, you know, they're adults, aren't they?
Well, I mean, you know, I know what you're saying. I mean, you know, on paper, you should be able to do it. On paper, you should be able to have former high-ranking police officers. But I just think I responded to your tweet about it as well. I think that on principle it could work, but the reality of it is that there's so much in-group preference once you've been a police officer for a long amount of time. It's not that it. I think the example I wanted to give is that there's no serving police officer in the country who's going to say anything negative about Cheshire Police or Operation Hummingbird at all, isn't it? They just can't, and they don't, can they?
No, but he's not serving now, is he? If he's working for the CCRC,
he's not. And I know you brought up Dr. Watts and everything, and obviously he's made a really excellent contribution to things, and hopefully will be really helpful, and has been helpful already. And it's possible once you retire to really be critical. I think with someone like Sean Edwards, isn't it? I think some part of the problem is that, you know, I think he could well know all these people, literally know them socially still, and they're still part of his network as well. You know, I think that's.
Well, I think he attended that evening, didn't he?
But he didn't do the handing over.
No, but he did attend. He did attend the evening, so I think he knows them.
Yes, so I think he probably does know them. I mean, West Midlands isn't that far away from. Well, it's a bit of a way, but Cheshire. But there's probably been conferences and stuff like that they know each other from. I'll just read a couple of comments if I may. So, Lazy Daisy says, "I honestly can't begin to fathom why this has come to light. if not to blow the credibility of Cheshire Police to smithereens and prepare us for Lucy's release. Well, I mean, the engine behind it was initially Debbie Kennett, who found the comments on LinkedIn, but at the time when she originally found it, Sean Edwards's job title was working for West Midlands Police, and then Neil Wilby, journalist on Twitter, then saw that there'd been a job change to working for the CCRC. You know, so
I mean, you could argue if that was his former job title, you would sort of expect that he should have praised him. You know, it was just the thing to do. Someone's got, you know, one of your colleagues has got an award. It's just professional. I'm just playing devil's advocate.
No, that's fine.
Just professional. It's just professional courtesy to say, "Well done, congratulations." You know, odds are he didn't know anything about the miscarriage.
Would you? I don't know what question to ask about it. I was going to ask something like, if you were in Lucy Letby's position, or you were very directly connected to her, like a family, would you want this guy looking into it at this point in time? Would you want that? I wouldn't.
The optics doesn't look good, but I mean, what else do we know about him?
Well, I looked at a number of his other comments on LinkedIn, and he does do that. They are pretty much a list of congratulations of this guy, that guy. You know, I stopped doing it in the end because that's all it was. You know, somebody retiring, somebody getting a promotion, somebody getting this, and he's just congratulating everybody as he goes through. Which I don't use LinkedIn. I don't really know what it's for, but I assume it's kind of networking, is it? Is that what it's for?
Yes, it's like a sort of works network.
Yes,
for professionals. I don't use it either. But
no, let me just see what else is being said as well. What's going on now then? There's an idea for a parody. Dewey's long lost brother, Louis. Oh, Dewey and Louis, yeah. Wasn't there was a science fiction film with Huey and Dewey, these robots? Does anyone remember that, with that actor Bruce Dern in it, where he's on this spacecraft and he's got all these things growing like plants, but he's the only one left on it with
Lost
Huey
in Space.
Is it Lost in Space? Is that it? It was a good film from, I think it was 70s or 80s, I think. Huey and Dewey, but this is Dewey and Louie. That's crazy, but that's a good idea, though, Astrid. No, I think that's got legs. That has.
I liked your tweet, Mark, about Dame Vera Bird having an appearance at John Gibbs' birthday party or something.
What was that? I can't remember doing that. What was that? Oh yes, sorry. Yeah, no, she was a stripper. Yeah, it turns out. This is what program for John Gibbs' 60th party. Yeah, she was moonlighting. Yeah. But if it came out, like, would you be surprised? I wouldn't personally. It was the result of a journalist and a campaigner doing a bit of deep dive research. Absolutely, Zainab counsels Deborah. It was homegrown stuff, and then the Sun go and nick it and don't credit the people that actually did it all, you know, like it was the Sun that won it with their exclusive. They keep on saying it's their exclusive, which is a bit rich, isn't it?
Well, you know, if it were me, I'd be saying, you know, let them have it, you know, as long as it gets out there. But
no,
I mean, but they should really be crediting. Was it Neil and Debbie?
Neil and Debbie, and also. Northern Lass as well.
Yeah, they should be crediting
possibly other people, you know,
as long as it gets, you know.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I think that's right. Do you think, I don't know what anyone thinks in the chat as well, that had it not been taken up by the Sun, do you think just it being on Twitter would have made the CCRC take the action they have, or is it the fact it's gone out into the Sun that swung it, as it were?
I don't know. Someone's obviously made a complaint, and it must have been brought to their attention, but I'm not sure. I mean, it was only in one paper, wasn't it? So
it was in the Sun, and well, there's two articles now, isn't there? There's the first one mentioning it, and there's today's one which is saying
saying that they've axed him or whatever, or taken him off. But no, I just wanted to pop on. I'll let other people come on, but I just wanted to pop on and say and play a bit of devil's advocate and say, look, it doesn't necessarily mean that. It doesn't necessarily mean that he is biased. He could have just been, that was his job before, and he was just praising them as a professional courtesy. I mean, I just feel like people are piling on without really knowing enough. Really, there's not. I don't think there's enough information there.
I do take your point. I mean, I think I come from the sort of perspective that I wouldn't have any. I think we probably disagree about this, but I wouldn't have any former police officers in the CCRC at all with the way the police are these days, personally. But that's my thing. But maybe that sounds a bit prejudicial, but it probably is a bit prejudicial. But how do you feel about that, Mervyn?
I think it's fine to have former police officers. They're normally, in my experience, they're good, honest people. In my experience.
Yeah, I suppose we've all got different experiences, haven't we? And I'm not saying some aren't, but also at that November shindig thing, party, whatever they were doing, conference, it was a lady, I can't remember, her name's Caroline something, but she was the guy in Sean Edwards's role, and also for everyone in the chat and anyone who listens, the forerunner of this guy was also at that thing and giving a presentation there as well, and she was doing that also knowing that an application was due to be coming to the CCRC in due course, wasn't it?
But was she working for the CCRC at the time?
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she gave an actual presentation there, I believe. Yeah, that's what I remember reading. I might be wrong.
Yeah, that's a little bit concerning then.
Yeah, it's like it's the sense that they're all kind of in bed with each other, shall we say? Not. Well, I was going to say not literally, but you don't know. Wesley says, midnight oil barrels of pure joy, corn, maize, Hughes lays bone. Oh, it's brilliant emoticoning there. A nonsensical eyepiece. Yeah.
I'm going to disappear and just listen. All right.
Okay. Good to see you. Thanks for coming on. Cheers.
All right. Cheers.
Take care. Bye. Save some wine for me. I need a drink. I'm on my own again. Look, I'm on my own again. Well, no, I'm not on my own because all the lovely, wonderful chat, the beautiful people, you beautiful people are with me. I'm feeling a bit tipsy, even though I haven't drunk anything. Where's my Merlot? That's what they were calling me, Merlot Mark, but I haven't even got any Merlot. Anyway, sorry, enough rambling. E-Symmetry said, didn't Paul Hughes lose the benefit of the doubt by now? Well, God, yeah, you'd hope so, wouldn't you? I would have hoped so, really. Wesley says, performative, word of the week. Yeah, that's a good word, performative. I like saying performative. It feels good saying it. Sean Edwards has been booted off the Lucy case, according to the Sun. Absolutely, yeah. But he's still in the organisation, though, isn't he? I know there's a difference of opinion with what Mervyn's saying, but it's how I feel about it personally, is that I wouldn't have any police officers in there at all. Sorry well, I'm not sorry, it's just how I feel about it. But I appreciate not everybody will feel that way. And I know that Professor Gill made the point on Twitter, it was that with when Lucia de Burke was the kind of team they had to get Lucia de Burke's convictions overturned included a very strong voice from a former police officer, Dutch police officer, obviously. It wasn't Hughes or anything. Maybe his Dutch cousin. No, it was meant to be good. That's what Professor Gill was saying. They used a guy as part of the turning it around, getting Lucia de Burke exonerated, and this man was very good, according to Professor Gill, who was obviously also part of that process. So there we are. So there's that. I should challenge my prejudices. I realise that, but I don't always want to. Anyway, E-Symmetry says Hughes is surely either corrupt or dangerously stupid. That's interesting, isn't it? Can you be both? If you were dangerously stupid, would you be too stupid to be corrupt, or if you were? No, I can't work it out. But yeah, one of those. I'm going to put the link on again if anybody wants to come on and talk about anything as well. Actually, anything you want to. It doesn't have to be about. I'm just going to have a wet me whistle in a minute. A bit paranoid about the milk now. A nice whiskey would have gone well in there. 29 people. I can't believe it. I just pop on and there's 29 people. Wonderful to see you all. Beautiful people. Topsy Turvy says, does Paul Hughes still think he and Cheshire Police did a good job, or is he having sleepless nights? I just don't know. We don't know these people, do we? We don't know their psychology, really. I've always, not always, but for a long time, I felt that they know it's all wrong, that everyone knows it's all wrong. I could be wrong in thinking that, but that's what I think. But it's the idea that it's more important to them to avoid the embarrassment, the shame of it, the guilt of it, what they've done to an innocent person. More important to double down, triple down, quadruple down than it would be to acknowledge what they've done. And that applies to the consultants, and it certainly applies to Evans, but Evans is almost like an ultra version of that. So Jim has entered the stage now. I'm going to add Jim to the stage now, and also try and keep up with the comments. Hi, Jim. Nice to see you. Hi, how are you?
Very well, Mark. I've never done this before, but I decided to take you up on your offer.
Oh, fantastic! That's brilliant. It's good to see you. Are you Jim? Are you Jim Boken, or are you?
Yeah, I'm in Australia. Yeah.
Oh, you're in Australia. Fantastic. Yeah.
But I'm Irish.
Oh, but you're Irish. Yeah, fantastic. So
I've worked in the NHS, as you know. I think I've told you before. But
yes, you have. Yeah. Were you?
So
but
I just want to sort of say about LinkedIn. Like, it's a really weird. In my experience, it's a really weird social media thing, and it's basically for people who are unhappy at work and want to jump ship and get a job somewhere else.
Yes.
And you just sort of wave the flag, if you know what I mean, and you busy, people who network. I'm not one of them, but I've been looking for a job, so I've actually using the lowest profile, just looking, and it's actually, I find it sort of hopeless in terms of finding jobs to apply for. There are ones there, but it really is people just sort of waving the flag, from what I can see, and reading between the lines. And this guy Edwards, I haven't examined his profile on LinkedIn, but you have, and it sounds like a guy he's not happy at West Midlands and he wants out. And then lo and behold, what is it? 4 months was it April? I think 4 or 5 months later, he then gets the job at the CCRC.
Yes, yes, that's right.
I don't know. He may well have known, policeman Plod from Cheshire, who is just like mind-bogglingly stupid. He's a stupid. I don't mean stupid, but he's a midwit, you know.
Yes.
Hughes is a midwit. And,
Yes.
and I don't know if Sean Edwards knew him, but I think he's just a guy looking out, and he's there going, "Oh yeah, well done, Paul Hughes. What a worthy awardee,
Yes.
and he just knew nothing. Now I might be completely wrong. It's not like any of us know, but I'm sort of with Mervyn on this. I think it's just sort of there's a completely naive explanation for it, and I think it works very much in Lucy's favor, because it's another nail, it's another public pressure, because if you are the person deciding at the CCRC, how are you going to, there's no way that in my view, this is just me imagining being in their position, there is no way in the world that they're going to knock this back. They can't. Just imagine if you were the head of the CCRC. Would you do it? Because you know what's going to happen.
I know.
And it's another pressure. It's like another. I can't. You've got a million reasons to not knock this application back. You bought some time by pointing out that Lucy's barrister didn't finish the application till October, November last year. You've bought yourself some time.
Yes.
So the application wasn't complete, so we didn't.
Yes, that's right. Yes.
And so on and so forth. Although it started in April, so the first he started the application in April.
Yeah.
So, but basically the complete application, I think, was November or October. I can't remember the thing. But so basically we're into it 4 months now.
Yes.
And I think they have to refer it back to the Court of Appeal. And I think this helps. And the other thing I would sort of say is, if there is a role, and I'd imagine there has to be a role for an investigator for the CCRC. I mean, obviously that's his title. So there has to be an investigator. I don't know how everything works, but I can imagine that an investigator would be necessary. Where else are you going to get an investigator if not from the police?
Well, that's a good question. I mean, they make a distinction in the statement that they made between the idea of, they say that it's the role of the commissioner, the commissioners that have been applied to this particular case. They acknowledge that he's had something to do with it, but they're effectively calling him a staff member, and implicitly saying, I don't know if it means the commissioners aren't staff members. Someone raised that as a question. I mean, are they not staff members, or are they a freelance? I don't know what they are then in that case, but I would say they're all staff members. So I'm not really sure what they're doing there with those kind of definitions, really. But I just want to make what you're saying earlier, Jim, is that I saw a number of comments on Twitter that definitely chime in with what you're saying. Particularly, Richard Horrocks has been very involved with things all the way through. He absolutely took a very similar line to yourself, saying this is likely to help. Actually, in a strange way, it's likely to help. Yeah.
I mean, from the perspective of an establishment set up, dealing, that has to have a window to the public at large, because it's got a function, right?
Yeah.
So they have to present to the public in a certain way. If they're explaining, they're losing. Yes. And so we've already got them going, oh no, he's not going to be deciding. Oh no, it's the commissioner who decides.
Yes,
he's
it's
just
the commissioner.
helping the commissioner, or whatever it happens to be. And I just sort of think, it's not like I would discourage anybody from. I think this is really important that this is publicized. Everyone should know that the investigator at the CCRC is the very guy that was applauding Paul Hughes from Cheshire Police, and he got his award because he nobbled Lucy Letby. I want the world to know that.
No, I know that's really good.
It works in Lucy's favor.
Yes. Yes, it does.
But I think they're already. I think there's no way out for them. They have to refer it. Like if they don't refer it, can you imagine what's going to happen?
Yes, that's right. There's a comment made when I put it on posts by Operation Merlin Falcon that he suggested, because it's sort of tainted, as it were, by this guy's presence, should the whole team that have looked at it, should they be replaced? And I mean, there's good argument for that. I suppose the downside of that might be, and everyone in chat, what you think about this, is that could it give them an excuse for the CCRC to kick the can down the road? I don't know what you think about that, Jim. You know, could it extend the time that they've got in a way to?
Yes, I mean, if you were an establishment figure, like it's a bit dark talking like this, like as if they're not human beings, but they are human beings. But
yeah.
If you were an establishment figure, it would be in your interest to slow everything down. Like, because they've lost control. Everyone knows now.
They have.
And doctors in particular around the world, and nurses, anybody who's been in ICUs, who's sort of heard the story now and have actually heard Dowie Evans talk.
Yeah.
There's nothing more damaging than listening to Dowie Evans explain himself.
It's
and
terrible.
If you're a doctor or a nurse, you know exactly what that is. He's just not credible. He's not a credible person.
It's so suddenly, isn't it?
Yeah. So suddenly, I just sort of think it's hard for me to. Again, it's not like I know anything. I don't, but I just can't imagine that they don't already know that she's innocent. I know she's innocent. That's what I think. And so
I agree. Yeah.
And I think maybe I'm giving them too much credit. I may be giving them too much credit. But if I was, a mastermind, an evil mastermind of the establishment, if there's no such thing. But if you were, I'd be trying to work out how can I minimize the damage.
Well, that's right, and that's something I know other people have thought as well. Is that they're trying to figure out how do they manage what's inevitable, and what is inevitable is Lucy Letby's exoneration. Yeah. When is that going to happen? What do they have to put in place? How are they going to manage the fallout that affecting a number of institutions, including the NHS, obviously, but also the police, criminal justice, the CPS is another big aspect of it.
It's almost everything important.
It is.
The standards of specialists practicing, particularly. We're talking about pediatricians.
Yes.
Then and this was after the whole fiasco of COVID, where the respect for the establishment, including the medical and doctors and medicine, has dropped precipitously. If you've gone through COVID and you've realized to some extent you've been had by it all, again, it's not that there's a scheming evil genius, but never ascribe to a scheming evil genius what stupidity will comfortably explain, and that's, but there is this sort of like it got it silly. The whole thing got silly. Everything got silly, and but it works. Like in the end, for example, I resisted getting the shot, and then it came down to dollars, and I was like, they wouldn't even let me go into the clinic to see patients unless I had the shot, and so I took the shot. But that was a year. Like it was, the first shot was in December, and my second shot was in January. So January 22 and December 21. And I'm deeply ashamed of myself, but I was 59. I was there going, well, I'm not a spring chicken anymore. But let's say I was 45 or 40.
Yeah.
Would I resist it? And but you lose your appointment in a public hospital. You won't be allowed work. It's like, it's unbelievable, what happened.
And it was very strict. It was very strict in Australia and New Zealand, wasn't it? Probably more so than in the UK.
Yeah, and and it varied with the states. So the most infamous was the state of Victoria, where I am now. But I wasn't at that time. And
was that guy called Sorry, Jim. Was that guy called Dan Andrews? Was that? Was he the?
We call him Chairman Dan here.
Chairman Dan. Yeah, yeah. No, I remember that, and
because of his communist Chinese party associations.
Chairman Dan's good. Yeah. I mean, it wasn't funny at the time. Obviously, it was terrible. I mean, it's still the effects of it.
And Victoria as a state, since he was premier for, I don't know, 11, 12 years or something. Victoria as a state now owes more than Queensland, New South Wales, Tasmania, South Australia combined.
It owes more, did you say? Oh, it's just to do with
this state owes
the furlough aspect of it and all that sort of thing.
Well, just the mad spending. It was a very left wing.
Oh, just the spending per se.
Yeah, just massive spending. Yeah.
Did it affect a lot of small and medium sized businesses as well in the state?
Yeah, and Melbourne is a very lovely city. It's organized. It's a square. And it's a very livable city, and to work there and walk in there and walk around Melbourne, it's dynamic. There's restaurants, there's cafes. You could go there at night for restaurants and meals into the city. Just this block.
Yes.
This organized block and so on. And now it's just dead. It's
dead now. It hasn't recovered. It hasn't really recovered.
It's got a lot better, but it's still nowhere near what it was. Yeah.
Gosh, I wonder. Well, I know this is going off the original topic a bit, but what's happening in the Middle East and the potentials for them to use that as another way of kind of like a kind of a lockdown thing based on energy and fuel shortages.
Petrol prices have doubled here.
Yeah. I haven't looked here for a while, but I think they've probably gone up a bit here as well. There's a lot of problems with diesel. I think I've heard.
Yeah, even
worse. It's hard to get hold of.
The point being that I think people's confidence in the establishment, and this case is almost like it encapsulates everything. Sort of the NHS, hospitals, your local hospital, specialist doctors. People are already angry with the GPs because they didn't see people during COVID.
Yes.
And then you got problems with the courts. How this court case was managed by this judge.
Oh God!
Appalling. I'm not a lawyer, but I understand how things work lawyer-wise, and it was so badly directed. And what he allowed and what he didn't allow, really, and every single decision he made was against the interests of Lucy Letby, every single one.
Yes.
And I think again, it was just a guy who actually believed she really was guilty, and they were afraid they weren't going to get her because it was a circumstantial case. I think that was, if I was to imagine how to explain it, I think it's that good people thought genuinely, they bought into Dowie Evans. They genuinely believed she was a killer. It's not like they had any doubt, but what they had doubt about was that if I run this case the way I'm supposed to, she might get off. The serial killer might get away. I can't explain his behavior any other way.
And when you
so you got and then you've got prosecutors, who is the role of a prosecutor, a public prosecutor, is completely different from the role of a defense lawyer.
Yeah,
a public prosecutor has to be. Like a defense lawyer can do anything as long as it's not illegal to help his client.
Yeah.
A prosecutor can't. A prosecutor has a duty to the truth.
Yes, he does. Yeah,
It's different. And this prosecutor really was. He just, his number one goal was to make sure this girl was put away. And again, you have to ask yourself, why? Why would a perfectly well brought up person who went to university and so on and so forth, why did this judge who's been around a long time, why do they behave that way? And I think they decided she was guilty, and they had to make sure that they got her.
So you would go for that as opposed to the judge in particular being kind of chosen for the job, as it were, in some sort of overarching way, that somebody said, well, we need the right pair of hands for this to make sure that nothing goes wrong? Do you think he had a personal feeling about it?
Yeah, again, it's sort of like, I just sort of think if there's a sort of perfectly obvious human explanation for it, that's probably the correct one. And the one that comes to mind is that I think he was afraid she was going to get off.
Well, I mean, it's
with the
just,
assumption that she was guilty. Like, he knew she was guilty, and he was afraid that if he played it with a straight bat, which is what he's obliged to do, if he played the jury and how the court was run with a straight bat, fair to both sides, she might get off. And he'd already decided she was guilty. You see, that's what it seems like to me. It's not like I know. I don't.
We're all in the same boat. Yeah, we're speculating, and it's nothing wrong with that. And I it makes me wonder, though, is there a precedent anywhere else in time where someone's been brought to a court charged with 7 murders and 7 attempted murders, and they've got off, ever in history? I'm not sure. Maybe there is an example of it, but it's almost as though, because I'm of the mind that once Lucy Letby's there, it's all over. It's all over. Whatever happens, almost.
Well, it comes back to the old thing in law, habeas corpus. Show me the body, right?
Yeah.
They didn't show where's the murder.
Well,
babies died, and babies had, in inverted commas, events. Surprise, surprise. Babies in an intensive care unit, in a NICU, have little events where their sugars go low, or their blood pressure goes low, or their oxygenation drops off, or which is like the norm. If you're in a NICU for a day, you're going to see several events. It's sort of like you have to intervene at various points in time.
Yes.
Like if you have let's say you have a 6-bed, it's considerably bigger than that, but let's say you do a 6-bed NICU, right, neonatal intensive care unit.
Yeah.
There's no way in the world that you just sort of set up the drips at 9 o'clock in the morning and just distantly watch the monitors, and nothing happens until the 9 o'clock the next morning. That doesn't happen. That's not real. You have to intervene because things happen. You sort of go, oh, yeah, and you start. So, and what do you call it? An event.
Well, yeah, that's very interesting.
Lucy Letby is called an event, right?
Yeah.
What do you call it? What do you call an unexplained death? A death that happened when Lucy Letby. It's not like Lucy Letby had to be taking care of that particular baby. Lucy Letby just had to be on the unit.
She had to be on the unit, and even that they kind of finessed in some ways, because she was on the next shift, or she was on the prior shift. And
well, the classical one was because they thought the only solid thing they had, which was much later in the investigation, and it was not recognized at the time, the only solid piece of scientific evidence they had was that they sent bloods for blood sugar and insulin levels, and they also, I don't think they expected to get C-reactive protein, not C-reactive, C-peptide protein levels, and the ratios of the C-peptide to the insulin suggested that the insulin was exogenous.
Suggested it, but but it's not a forensic.
But they thought it definitely showed it, and they did that, and it was just one single test, right?
Yeah.
Now, as a doctor, if you just work on a ward in a hospital, and you send right off, the night before, or the other doctor the day before will have written down all the blood request forms, and at 8 o'clock the next morning, the lady comes around and takes all the bloods and sends it off to the laboratory, and at 4 o'clock that afternoon, all the blood results come back. And you're reading through them, it's going, what do I have to do with this? What do I have to do with that? When you get an unexpected result, sometimes you can check certain things immediately, but your first assumption is the test is wrong. So you reorder the test.
You reorder the test, yeah.
You reorder, if you have to make sure it's safe. You go, well, if this is dangerous, you act on it. But if it's weird, like it's just like out of the blue weird, which is what they say this is, you never accept that, ever. That's not, you have to repeat it.
Yes.
They didn't repeat it. They didn't repeat it.
And they didn't repeat it. And just if I understood you correctly, and the way I've understood it is that at the time it was sent for, and this is Dr. ZA we're talking about, who's got another actual name that we know, we're not meant to say it, but Dr. ZA isn't sending the test, as far as I'm aware, with a view to thinking, oh, this is another example of Lucy Letby doing something. She's just sending the test as a matter of course. It comes back, the baby's gone home in the case of baby F, and she just files it in the notes. And it's only much, much later she's said to have rung up Stephen Breary while she's on maternity leave and says, oh, Steve, I've just remembered something. There was this strange test result, which I couldn't work it out at the time. So it was all kind of backfilled. I don't believe it was at the time that she was thinking, oh, well, here's another example of something, because she, as you kind of precisely said, they did no follow-up on it whatsoever at the time, you know.
Yes. And it's not, and I think it wasn't that she just suddenly, you know, she was drifting off to sleep and this memory returned to her, this blood test that she did months before. What happened was they were trying to get this girl nailed.
Yes, that's right.
And Breary had his list of suspicious cases.
Yes.
And so they were reading through the notes, including her, reading through the notes of patients that were particular to her, reading through the notes, looking for more evidence to give to the Cheshire police to nail her. That's what happened. I mean, I don't know that, right, but I know it. You know what I mean? I know how the world works. Yeah.
Well, it was reported in terms of the timeline. It was that Dr. ZA, and this is 2017 now. So in relation to baby F, that would be in 20. So it's like 2 years ago almost, or a bit under 2 years. And then baby L obviously is slightly later. I can't remember exactly the month now, but yeah, she's thinking back. But in 2017, a lot has happened. Obviously, Lucy Letby's been taken off the unit. She's won the grievance. She's due to come back. There's a collegiate kind of group effect that Dr. ZA is obviously part of, with Breary, Jayaram. She's part of the gang essentially, really. So yeah.
Well, they all became the gang.
Yeah, they all became the gang, and I think Bill Yoxall's part of the gang as well. You know, personally.
Yes, I suspect. Again, we don't know, but again, I suspect that's exactly right. And it's you know, the thing is that the other aspect of the insulin test is that it's 2 tests. You know, 3 really, because they measured the glucose, but that's like so common, it's not worth mentioning. So
yeah.
What they were looking for was the insulin level. That's what the doctor sent the blood test for. But I think now, again, I don't know, but just reading between the lines, because if I did this in a hospital for an adult, I would just get the insulin. I wouldn't get a C protein, right?
Yeah.
Because you know the insulin is secreted as proinsulin, and then a little string of protein cleaves off in the serum, and then you've got active insulin, and then you've got the C peptide, right?
Yes.
And so in theory there should be 1-to-1. There should be a 1-to-1 ratio.
I'm going to have to
steady down there.
I'm just going to have to take that person out. How do I do that? Are they gone? I think I've done it. Sorry about that. I'll have to be careful that with names I don't know, I guess. Yeah. Oh dear. Anyway, sorry about that.
My point being that I think they just ordered the insulin level, but because it's babies, I think the laboratory just does C-reactive protein. I keep calling it C-reactive protein. C-peptide. They do a C-peptide level because they're babies, and because they assume you're giving insulin, particularly if you're giving them TPN, you often have to give insulin with the TPN that's going intravenous. Yeah. So so they measure. They must. I think it just came as a sort of you know. I don't think they asked for C peptide. I think they just got it because it went to the laboratory, and it's a pediatric case, so the laboratory does C-peptide. But the point is, if you're thinking, like, there is a real phenomena where you have insulin-dependent diabetics, and the mothers, you know, give insulin and create an event and take the kid to the hospital, and, you know, it's Munchausen by proxy is one of the terms they use. And one of the ways you can differentiate is it an insulinoma, which is a tumor producing insulin, versus exogenous insulin, or where you're giving exogenous insulin inappropriate to the sugar. You can measure is there any native insulin at all? If there's no C-peptide, there's no native insulin, right? Again, the C-peptide, the test for that is not the radioimmunoassay or IA test.
That's right.
You send it to a different lab. And when you've got two, so if they'd repeated the blood test the next morning and it had a roughly similar abnormal ratio, the laboratory itself would probably then send that specimen or both specimens to the reference laboratory to check.
Yes, they should have done, shouldn't they? Yeah.
But well, no, they did. It was just one-off result.
It was a one-off thing, but there was
the laboratory doesn't know what they should write in the thing on insulin or blah blah. But the laboratory doesn't really, you know, they don't know what's happening in the ward. They just got a blood result, and it'd be completely, you know, acceptable blood result. You don't know. If you don't know the background, they might have been giving the patient insulin, in which case it wouldn't be weird. Do you follow?
Yes.
And the point is that there's no documentation of having giving exogenous insulin, but their expert, I've forgotten his name. He's in trouble. He was fired, I think. Their expert said, Hindmarsh. He said, "Oh no, it's definitely." And again, that's a really bad expert opinion. It's just.
It's very bad. Yeah, it's really bad.
So it's not just Dowie that sort of, and you've got to understand that's the one solid piece that I think the jury were hugely, and you can see it because you can see the directions of the judge on this. I think the jury were heavily influenced by that because they thought, okay, that's real. Okay, that's real. We're being told without a shadow of a doubt that means the patient was poisoned with insulin, because there's no insulin medically directed to have been given, but obviously insulin was given. So they thought that was real.
Yes.
Now we know now it probably wasn't. You know, there's lots of other explanations for it. But that's what the jury were told. And then consequently, everything else sort of fits in. Do you understand? You're there looking, you're going, well, somebody was up to no good there. And this is the girl who did it. You know, everything else is circumstantial. So, but it's lumped onto that. That's the real piece of evidence. That's science there. You know, the doctor said that's science. The baby had to have been poisoned. And the defense agreed that the baby had to have. So the defense said, yes, well, if you say they were poisoned, they were poisoned, but she didn't do it.
That's right. Just going to welcome Jenny to the screen here.
Hi, Jenny. Can you hear me?
Yeah, perfectly clear and everything. I don't know if
you've Mark, long time no see. Hi, Jim. You would have been I'm an old retired nurse. You would have been fun to work with.
I think we exchanged emails at one stage. I can't remember, but was it you or maybe it was somebody else?
We may have. Who knows?
I think it was you, but anyway, somebody was. It was a nurse, and you were asking me all about the pediatric cardiac.
Oh, that was me. That was me. And thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was the Epstein's anomaly, baby.
Epstein anomaly,
yeah.
I've seen two. I've operated on two cases. Assisted.
And that baby had a strep A. And that's what did the baby in. It wasn't the Epstein's anomaly, it was strep A. I'm shocked it was septic. I know it's real hard to imagine a baby being septic.
Anyway, I'll jump off.
Oh no, you can
No,
please
stay on.
please stay. We can have six people in one go. You know, I keep putting the link out as well, and we can have up to 6, and I can duck out as well. I can have 6 all people. But Jenny, have you been you've been following things? I can see.
Yeah,
And
pretty much. Been busy with the brother. He's doing fine with his.
Yes, I hope he's doing all right.
So
yeah.
no, we just I got to be Nurse Ratchet and on him. So
Yeah.
or not to be Nurse Ratchet. He knows if he behaves, I don't become Nurse Ratchet. So.
No, there's no need then, is there? Only if you, And how's the Empress, the cat?
She's always the Empress. So
she's always the Empress. Yeah.
Well, we're doing a lot of we just redid our kitchen, so she's now checking out all the new cabinets and going through it, leaving her scent and everything. So
she needs to know where all the tuna treats are going to be kept now.
I've been sending tuna treats to you, Mark, because you've been such a good boy. You've been keeping us up. So actually, she's a little bit upset with you. Although you still haven't told us where to send the coronet because you're Duke of Foya. Remember?
That's right. Yeah, I need that coronet. Yeah, that's right. So, but it's but not for much longer because they've deemed me vexatious. So
no, now you're Duke of Vexatious, right?
Duke of Vexatious. Yeah. But I've asked them to reflect on their decision and review it.
Sure they will.
Yeah, hopefully they will. But if they don't, the next option is to go to the ICO, because one of the principal things I wanted to ask, and this, I think I put it on the post or maybe in the video, was that currently we don't have data from one single FOI result. We got this split thing between 2018 and 2024-25. I know we got the stuff that's come out through Thirlwall, but we're relying on 2018 data for stillbirths when the Countess of Chester have told us that whole FOIA was massively incorrect, and that's why they had to update it when Peter Elston sent for another FOI several years later. So it's not reliable. So one of the things was to get them to commit to a whole set of data. That's what I was trying to do. Anyway, they didn't like it. Good luck. Yeah.
And you know what? And the sad thing is probably someone, an office worker that has nothing to do with all this crap, that's being forced to skirt the truth. You know what I mean? To cover for the big guys. That's what the sad part is. It's some grunt. That's the sad part.
Well, in their letter, so I don't want it to make it about me, but in their letter to me, I didn't actually read it myself, but apparently they actually mentioned the YouTube thing, and it's like, and they say other people are telling you to do FOIs, and it's a campaign, and so that's their kind of shtick with it. Is it almost like you're not meant to do this as a campaign, in quotes?
I guess you're not. There's no freedom of association or freedom to.
Not anymore.
I guess you can only campaign if you're running for parliament. Is that what they mean? You know what I mean? It's what the boss told her to write, and it probably is a woman, and it's she has to be forced to cover for, kind of situation.
I don't know what it's like in America or in Australia, Jim and Jenny, in terms of FOIs. Do you get the sense that it's you're more likely to get information over there from public bodies and organizations?
It would depend on the public body.
Yeah, it depends.
We're so big. We're so huge that what is going on in this city, even in cities and towns are so different. Even in individual state, you can't say this one state is corrupt. It just whoever is the head of that area, or that city council or town or whatever, So.
And there's so many differences to the system that when you did that plan that you told us about the different levels of the hospital, and they're all kind of looking for each other's territory and all that kind of thing.
Oh yeah, they're all out to get each other. They won't say it publicly. They all say we're, and to some degree they have to be a little bit joined a little bit so far as like community programs or like trauma centers or something like that. But otherwise than that, they just as soon eat each other up. So
Yes, and I don't know what it's like in Australia, Jim. Is it comparable to the UK? I don't know what the situation is there.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know. I know that. So if an organization, for example, I worked in public health in Victoria. I was a consultant or whatever, and if they got an FOI, it really has. They don't send it to me if it was my patient. It gets sent to the computer services guys, and that they just look for particular words. And they do searches through the computer for those words, and then it's reviewed by I think the head of human services to make sure there's nothing that shouldn't, that would impact different people.
Yeah,
and to be blocked out, and then it's sent off, and the actual primary doctor wouldn't even be aware that it's happening.
Oh, I see. I mean, there's a bit of a restriction over here in terms of when there's a group of patients, in this case babies, of 5 or less, they will just put this 5 with a less sign, fewer sign is probably a name for that sign, but that's all they'll do. They won't stipulate the number. And so that can be frustrating if you're trying to compare years and months in terms of like mini spikes of things like transfers, but that's another restriction we have over here.
I mean, it's like if you're following what happened in the United States where they do FOIs, there's this whole it's a bit like war, where the communications they use ciphers and they use words, different words for. So, and it won't be picked up on an because again, it's just a computer search. So, you could sort of say like Trump might be, Daffy Duck or something, and as long as you write Daffy Duck, we need to get Daffy Duck. It won't come up in, did you seek to do in Donald Trump or something like that. They'll do a search and there won't be any, the only Trumps will be innocent, where it would be, where it would uncover things. They won't use the name Trump, they'll use the name Daffy Duck or, whatever. I mean, I'm being silly, but you understand that they'd actually use cipher words because these guys all know that things can be picked up by FOIs. Now, having said that, in a public hospital, I can't get over the level of stupidity of people who used to write me emails. And I'm just there going, my God, if this ever gets searched, you realize you've just done yourself in.
I see that too. Revelatory.
I will go and talk to somebody rather than respond to the email they sent, which was just would get me into trouble if I got involved in it. So I might even write a completely innocent response. Just because, and this was a long time ago. This was 10 years ago. But even 10 years ago, I was perfectly aware that what you write on email can be lethal. So you have to be aware when you're doing FO. I don't think you get what you think you get. Like, I don't think it's definitive. The flip side is, if they hid something that was there on a search, it's really, if you find out about it, retrospect, you find, and again, how would they find out? But if you get found out for not giving over what was available to you on an FOI, you go to prison for that.
Right. Yes, but you have to prove it.
Serious.
And Jenny, so do you ever feel in your work that you were pulled into things that you thought, we shouldn't be talking about this on email because people are being too revealing about what they're saying?
Oh yeah, no, I would never I'd go to the person. No, I would never put it in an email. I would just go and talk to them. Absolutely, because God only knows, and I was just the grunt, I was the floater. I'd float from here to there or whatever, kind of a thing. But what's good about being as the grunt is that you see everything. You know everything that's going on, so you can see. It's best to see from the the back of the room per se than it is from the front of the room, what's kind of going on. So you really I got a good feel of what's going on in the hospital, because, one day I'd be here, the next day I'd be there. And I got to see the whole picture kind of a thing.
But you were also doing that job, and I can't remember the name of it now, to do with that was linked to the insurance aspect as well, wasn't it?
I was a case manager or care coordinator. I wore a lot of hats. I'd have to do chart auditing. I'd have to act kind of like a social worker, make sure discharge planning. I'd be the one that the doctors they see me walking down the hallway, they literally would go out of the way, because I was the one that had to kind of tell them we got to move the patient on, we got to get them discharged quicker, kind of a thing. And then chart auditing and I'd have to be the insurance liaison to make sure that we would get paid. So it was a lot of stuff that I did, kind of stuff.
Oh, sure. Yeah, no, that's interesting. It's these, somebody left a comment on I can't remember, Trevor Chappell. I don't know if he's listening, but he mentioned how did Dowie Evans, how and why and from whom did Dowie Evans get Lucy Letby's rota and when? And and I know we've been wondering about that. And I did just ask the Cheshire Police in an email this evening. I thought, well, I might as well ask them. I don't think they're going to tell me, but they can only say, no, we can't tell you or whatever. But I've asked them that. And if it isn't them, who do they know who did send that information?
Didn't he ask, like, some of the stuff in that leaked document? Didn't he say who was on? He was asking those questions. You could see where the detective was writing down. Remember when, he would say, well, who was there? Or can you tell me who was there? Who was in the room and stuff?
Yeah.
So there was a way to get him. They may not have shown him the rota, but they could say, okay, at the collapse, it was this, and this person. So I'm sure there was a way to backhand it back.
Well, he has actually gone on record, and I can't remember exactly where it is, where he states, I don't know if it's one of the Dr. Phil Hammond articles, where it's in some place, it's been printed, where he said, I've actually got the rotas, I've been looking at the rota, of her rota. So he's been sent that, and he's probably still got it, probably looking at it right now and trying to figure out some more crimes,
Well, he's a hater of women.
To go back to the FOI thing, if the 7 consultants were having discussions with one another about, looking for evidence to nobble, because they already were suspicious, that was raised. A lot of them weren't, but if you're like the head of the unit is Breary, and he's the one who's talking about Lucy Letby in this fashion early, and the others were going, well, hold on, whoa, if you're serious about that, you need to go to the police. So they didn't buy into it. But you can't be rude like, he's the head of the unit, and he's there saying it, and then there's more deaths, and they think, you can almost begin to think, oh, maybe she is, maybe we have a serial killer, literally. And of course it's comforting for them, because they're one of 7 looking after this unit where babies are dying left, right, and center. And we know that 2 sets of parents were already beginning to initiate proceedings, and if that gets in, and what I think one of the consultants was named for, intubating the causing the death of a baby, a couple of years earlier.
In 2014, that's Dr. B.
Yeah, and
baby Noah, isn't it?
I think that was I was listening. I haven't listened to it all, but that interview with what's that lady's name, the pediatrician.
Dr. Ellen Storm. Yeah,
Ellen was being interviewed.
Ellen Storm.
I think she made that. So this was actually, and I think it was another interview with that senior nurse who used to work there.
Oh, Michelle.
Michelle, I think Michelle was interviewed as well. Just the last day or two, it came up on, I've forgotten his name, but
on Stuart's channel.
And she made that point that everybody knew, like, her name was in the newspaper. There was no hidden names then,
No. I have heard her name, but I can't remember it. I can't remember.
When I was when I was I've got to be careful, but when I started as a consultant, the fifth case that I operated on, right, died in the intensive care unit of a major teaching hospital in Victoria. And the reason the patient died was the patient was coming to, coughed up his tube. The registrar put the tube back, put him asleep, so paralyzed him. So the patient was tugging the tube out, coughing it up, trying to pull it out, you know.
Yeah.
So they paralyzed him and re-intubated him, and he intubated his gullet.
Oh,
and again,
yeah.
And didn't recognize the problem. And he was like, he was 49, this man or something, and died.
Gosh,
right?
yeah.
And that was you can imagine where I was. I thought, if I've done something wrong, I get called as an emergency and I go in. I don't know anything. And then somebody does a chest x-ray just before he collapsed and, you know, lost it. And they did an x-ray and his stomach was blown out. Like the machine was ventilating his stomach.
Gosh, yes. Gosh.
And so, you know, his diaphragm was up here, almost blacking out his heart.
And that must have hurt. I mean, that must have gotten to you because that is your art.
Yeah.
That is your art. That is your craft.
That's an adult, you know, and these little tiny babies, you know, and you know, the warden, she was sort of saying this consultant was shattered, like just never the same, completely paranoid, which became part of a problem further in when we're talking about some of the cases to do with Lucy Letby.
Yes, that's right. Yes, yeah.
And so you can almost sort of like, they're all feeling uncomfortable. How much better is it if it's got nothing to do with their management of the unit? It's this weird 1 in a million, we've got a serial killer knocking off our babies, you know. And I think it's like the weirdest confluence of things where I don't think there was an evil genius. The closest to evil in this is Brewery, I think. And then the combination of Brewery and Dowie Evans was lethal. And then this pediatric endocrinologist, I've forgotten his, you mentioned Hindmarsh, then sort of like it's the icing on the cake. He makes it real. This is real. Somebody was poisoning 2 of these babies. So there was a malevolent force in that NICU. And then we have all these other deaths. And then the common denominator is Lucy Letby. And I think the judge, everyone fell for it. They all just believed she's guilty and we can't let her off. And so they became perverse. So they weren't professional. The judge in particular, I'm thinking about, wasn't professional. In other words, he allowed his certainty, his emotional certainty that this girl must be the serial killer. He allowed that dictate every decision he made, which is the opposite of professionalism. Professional means you do the same thing no matter who the person you're dealing with is. You know what I mean? So whether you're operating on a mafia boss or, you know, a saint, you give the same service. And it's the same with lawyers. So you represent an evil person and you represent a good person, and you can't knock them back just because you think, oh, well, he's evil, I'm not going to represent him. You know, that's the theory. You know, the theory is your profession now. You know, but still, it's. I think like it's. I think like it's just hard to believe that Dowie Evans was taken seriously. But I think I suspect that if it wasn't for Hindmarsh, I think the jury would have been a lot less likely to convict. The other thing is to sort of say, just on a human level, there's no possibility that we have that you can have justice if you're on trial for between 10 and 11 months.
No,
that's not natural. That breaks natural justice. There's no way in the world that, you know, and remember after the trial, I remember, you see, I was there going, why did I get suspicious so quickly? And one of them was the way, because I was listening for something real, and all I heard was, that she was cold during the trial, and she was, there was just nonsense given by the various.
Yeah.
And then I found out this went on for 11 months, 10 and a half months or something. And I'm there going, oh, that's not good. Like I knew immediately, 10 and a half month trial, I knew, and it's not like I'm a lawyer or something, but I knew there's no way possible that you can have a fair trial if it runs for 11 months. I mean, that's ridiculous.
How do you feel about that? How do you feel about that, Jenny? The length
no,
of the
agreed.
trial?
And I don't know if Jim knew this, but I found several babies, at least 5 babies, that either had pancuronium or succinylcholine given to them by the registrars as ordered by the consultants prior to intubating. So how could they have seen chest movement? That's a paralytic agent, Mark. And that is stuff like pancuronium is what we use in the United States. The states that have lethal injection, that's part of the 3-drug cocktail. They were doing dangerous drugs.
Jenny, can I ask you, in relation to that, and off the back of watching Dr. Ellen Storm talking with Chris today, I watched the last part of it. Was Baby A one of those?
I don't think so, because it happened so quickly.
That was very quick, wasn't it? It was just a matter of minutes, wasn't it? Yeah.
If you really want to get into the real meat of the thing and what happened so far as, especially Brewery afterwards with how we changed all these reports, follow Rosie Burton on either Facebook and it's Frank and Rosie on Twitter. Oh my God, she's got it. And she's already put down that they actually took out, Harkness had to re-intubate that baby. So it was intubated twice. I mean, the man couldn't intubate a garden hose with a straw. I mean, he was that inept as a registrar. And I think he was a 4th year too. I mean, he was just hopeless.
Well, what I thought was very fascinating about what Dr. Storm was saying is that the proper procedure would have been to leave the what's it called, the tube again? Sorry, I've forgotten it. It's gone out of my head. The endotracheal tube. Sorry, to leave it in situ when the baby has sadly passed away, so that in the post-mortem they would have had an opportunity to do, from memory now, what Dr. Storm was saying, and a frontal X-ray, but also a lateral one. Is it an AC? Do they call it AC?
Frontal is AP, and then
AP. Sorry, AP. And she was saying that
the side one's lateral.
The side one's lateral, and Dr. Storm says that would have been absolutely essential, because with the frontal, solely the AP X-ray, you couldn't have told whether it was in which part of whether it was in through the esophagus or the trachea.
Yeah, and another baby.
You would have needed the side one in order to establish that.
And there was another baby that they.
That's what she's saying.
I think it might have been baby H with all the chest tubes, with the needles in the chest tube. I think they only did anterior, posterior chest X-rays, not lateral, so they couldn't see that the chest tubes. I mean, there was just so many screw-ups. Even me, a nurse that was never a neonatal nurse, could figure it out. They didn't even know to order the correct chest X-rays. It's just how inept they were.
Yeah.
So, Mark, if you go in to the operating theater, they generally, I don't know if it's still the drug use, but succinylcholine is the drug that lasts a short amount of time, that paralyzes you just for a couple of minutes. Yeah. So let's say, particularly if you're somebody like me who doesn't intubate every day. I've intubated lots, but I'm not an anesthetist. I don't do it I don't do it as a daily basis. But let's say I'm a doctor in an emergency department or something. I will use succinylcholine, and the reason is, and it's got a higher complication rate than pancuronium, as a drug, as an abnormal reaction. But it's safe for an inexperienced doctor to use, because you paralyze, and if you have trouble seeing, because you're supposed to see the airway and see the vocal cords, and you pass
through the cords,
and it's not easy to see. Sometimes it's impossible. Like sometimes it's impossible to see, and and particularly if there's secretions and, you know, if the stone's coming up from the stomach and you're
swelling and
suctioning,
everything.
you're trying to see. And so if you don't manage to intubate the patient, you can just put a mask on, hold the chin forward, and you've got the mask on, and you're blowing a bag. So air's, and if you open up the chin forward, the air will go down. Some of it might go down the gullet, but most of it will just go down the trachea. So you can ventilate the patient by hand without an endotracheal tube, right?
Yes.
You don't need you can do so, and then the succinylcholine will wear off within a couple of minutes, and the baby will be able to breathe himself. Once you give pancuronium, I can't remember the half-life of pancuronium, but it'd be something like an hour, right?
And Brewery likes to order that. Brewery ordered it on several of the babies. It was Brewery that did that.
So like and very often, once you got the tube down, you don't even need to paralyze them, because what you're afraid of is they'll kick the tube out. But like if they're sort of cool, you know what I mean? The tube's already down, and the machine's helping them breathe. And you can have settings on the machine. So if the baby starts to take a breath in, the machine senses it and then gives it an extra little puff. So just a little bit of extra pressure. So the baby's being ventilated, but he's initiating the ventilation.
Yes,
and you can be an adult, and this is a comfortable setting. So once the tube's down, it can be reasonably comfortable, and then you don't need to paralyze the patient. So you don't need to be paralyzed, but when you're putting the tube down, you have to be, you know, unless you're already deeply unconscious, you have to be paralyzed. Now, I don't know about little neonates. They're so flaccid and everything. I don't know how necessary it is. But if you're on pancuronium, they're flat, they can't move. And then if you're giving pancuronium, it means you're planning to ventilate for hours.
Right.
And it would be all machine. It wouldn't be the baby wouldn't be able to. It's literally paralyzed. So if you and now the other thing to mention, just from what you said, like if you're an intensive care doctor, you're managing a patient who's intubated and ventilated, who dies, you call up the coroner and you give them the story and you say, what you want me to do, and the coroner will say, well, the patient's only this amount of age. You're not 100% sure what the cause of death is. You'll have to send them to me for an autopsy, right? You do not take the tube out. You're not allowed to.
No.
So you disconnect the tube. The patient's dead. You disconnect the tube from the breathing machine, and you know the nurses look after them. They're wonderful, and they, you know, the patient is treated with great dignity, and then is wheeled on the trolley, you know, to the coroner's.
I remember when we had a code, we had to leave all the tubes in.
The tube is still sticking out, and my God, if somebody takes that out, you're going to get a phone call. You're going to be chewed out. You're not allowed to do it. You're not allowed to take all, and if they've got a chest tube in, you're not allowed to take that out.
That's right. You got to leave all tubes in.
Yeah,
that's right.
In light of this, can I ask a question then? Would it be, in your view, but both of you, incumbent upon the person, the pathologist, to take X-rays to ensure where that tube is sited?
Well, I don't know how useful. I have to be frank with you. I don't know how useful. You can see the tube on an X-ray, but particularly in a baby and a child, you can't sort of differentiate the gullet from the trachea. So it's not like you take an X-ray and you go, oh, the tube's in the trachea. I mean, you'll have, like, if it's in the gullet, you'll be ventilating the stomach. The stomach will be blown out.
Right.
And the lungs will be crushed up, and, sometimes, one of the ways you can see the trachea is if there's air in the trachea, it shows the lining of the trachea, which is slightly crinkly, and you go, well, that's the trachea. And then you can see the tube is lying in it. And then you can say, oh, the tube's in the trachea, but you can't rely on it, So the reason you can see the trachea is because of the air contrasted with the lining, whereas there's bugger all air in the esophagus, but you can't really comfortably you can't reliably differentiate gullet from trachea. You know,
just going back to what Dr. Storm was saying. So what I took from that was she's saying that the lateral X-ray would be able to make that distinction between the trachea.
Not absolute. I mean,
not absolutely.
The trachea is a more anterior position than the gullet.
Yeah, it's behind the,
And if the trachea is full of air, and you can see the tip, particularly on a lateral, you can see the tube, and it's an air canal, and the lining of the trachea contrast is the air is black, and and soft tissue is slightly white. You know, being simplistic on an X-ray, right?
Yes.
So you can sometimes see there's a particular shape to the trachea tube. There are rings, cartilaginous rings, so the trachea doesn't collapse the way the gullet collapses. You know, it collapses, there's no air in it, but there's little cartilaginous rings. In a neonate, those rings don't really hold. They can be very flabby indeed. So you can lose, you know, you might not see a nice outline of the trachea. And so you may not be able to tell that the tube is in the trachea on chest X-ray.
And plus, I mean, you're moving the baby and stuff like that, and this thing could kind of just move. The tubes could move.
It could move out.
To some degree, it's, you know, you're going to handle that. The parents may want to hold the baby after.
That's true.
And everything. So
I just want to cover the second thing that Dr. Storm says would be the second way that the pathologist would be able to check where it was sited was using is it a laryngoscope to then actually fundamentally look to see where it's sited from through the mouth.
The reason you send the deceased with the tube in isn't because the pathologist is going to do an X-ray.
Right, it's not.
The pathologist will just look and see where it is.
And to see if there's any, damage or anything.
They can even cut. He can even cut through the trachea, to make sure the tube's in the trachea. If he has any doubt.
Yeah.
So
it's not the X-ray that tells you.
Is it possible?
Rely on it. But let me put it that way: you wouldn't rely on the X-ray to tell you.
No. So the premise of what I understood Dr. Storm was saying that that information might be potentially out there or it was missed or it was seen and not noted in the post-mortem. But the potential was there to establish one way or another whether that where that tube was sited.
So putting an endotracheal tube down the gullet is so common, it's not funny.
Yeah,
and I would imagine it's a million times more difficult. I mean, I've never put an endotracheal down a neonate, but I've put them down through kids and certainly lots of adults, and I put them down to dogs and sheep.
Gosh, yeah.
Just because when we do research, we anesthetize our own animals, so dogs are the easiest. You don't even have to look with the dog. You just lift up and they just shove it down. It doesn't go down the gullet. It just goes down the trachea every single time.
Yeah, I mean,
but the point being that, like I sort of say, it's not easy. Like nobody should sort of think it's easy and that a good doctor is going to get it down the trachea every single time. Because I think the chance of being able to see everything clearly in a little neonate's hard. Like it's hard enough in some adults. But the real problem is they didn't recognize. Like again, with my patient, literally one of the earliest patients I operated on as an independent consultant, they killed him in ICU in essence.
Yeah.
And it was the registrar knew what he'd done. He just was again shattered. He never worked again. He never worked again in ICU. He just left. Couldn't face it.
Yeah, didn't Hartman have to take
it's a
time
very
off?
human. Yeah, we all make mistakes.
Yeah.
The problem is not recognizing it.
Yes, that's right.
Like and you sort of if you put the tube down and the patient's deteriorating rather than improving, you've done something wrong. Like if the reason you're intubating is to improve the situation and it actually makes it worse, like what you think is is it the underlying problem that's making the patient worse, or is it because I've got the tube in the wrong way? Well, it's the tube. It's within a minute or two of you putting down a tube and the patient's going off, you haven't got the tube right. That's all.
That's right.
And I think that I think of Shu Lee or Dr. Lee, in that press conference, like that was a killer comment.
The garden hose
with regard, I think it was about JRAM. He didn't name him, but the consultant not recognizing that he hadn't got a seal.
Yeah.
The consultant kept on thinking, I've got it in the wrong place. He had it in the right place. It's just that there was no seal.
Yeah, he said it was a garden hose. Put a straw in a garden hose.
Yeah, if he's bagging, it all just comes back out, right? It doesn't go down into the lungs.
Oh, he was aiming right for JRM. I could tell in that press conference. Yeah. He wasn't going for brewery. He was going for JRM.
That was a devastating comment.
Yeah, and no one
as a doctor, let me tell you, that was a devastating comment. And it's because they basically had too small a tube.
Yeah.
And too big a hole.
The size 2, wasn't it? The size.
Yes.
But in light of that, then, so when he's talking about Dr. Jairam, there, he's talking about a obviously a consultant at that time, but someone who's been a doctor for the best part of 30 years. So, what can you conclude from that? That if he's saying he doesn't know the basics of resuscitation, essentially.
Well, I think this comes back to the thing is that it was a neonatal intensive care level 2 at that stage, and the consultants, there's huge variability in their neonatal intensive care experience, and you can pass your pediatric exams, and where Brewery had an interest in neonatal intensive care, we don't know if JRAM did. I mean, maybe he just, I don't know, maybe he became a consultant without very much NICU experience, without much in the way of intensive care experience.
Yes, because he's the
of neonates, So he's just used to older children.
He was the pediatric lead, wasn't he? He was the pediatric lead.
But his specialty was pulmonary. He was a pulmonary. He ran the cystic fibrosis clinics.
Right.
Yeah.
And he obviously had an interest in, or does have an interest still in, behaviours in children. That's what led to that TV series that he did called Born Naughty. So it does seem like his focus was more on older children, and his speciality wasn't to do with babies, really, was it?
No, it was singing in a rock band. Instead of spending the time to learn, because they were getting, infants. You think they could have spent a little time instead of on his rock band or his TV thing, learning, up in his skills. I know doctors I know of would have done that. So
it's always struck me as odd that he can be a pediatric lead in this hospital, and yet they're kind of allowing him, or probably maybe they think it reflects well on the hospital, that he's kind of a celebrity and he's on these shows. He's obviously taking a lot of time off, certainly in the first part of 2015, leading up to the beginning of the indictment period. Does it strike both of you and everyone in the chat that it's extraordinary that he can kind of straddle this highly responsible position, but be constantly doing this media work? Does it sound viable to you that it should be that way?
No,
not when you got kids like that. No.
I just sort of think, there's certain people who, just looking for the next thing. So we were talking right at the beginning about this West Midlands policeman who applied and got the CCRC investigate. What was his name again?
Sean Edwards, yeah.
Yeah, so, and he's advertising himself and being involved and being a good old boy, and going, well, rah, well done, and he's on LinkedIn and he's all over it like a rash, congratulating everybody who needs congratulating, a hail fellow well met on social media, LinkedIn, I'm looking for a job, by the way, think of it, whatever.
Yes.
And then you have, I think Hughes was basically in awe. I'd love to have been at that interview. My God, I'd love to have been at the interview which changes everything, where they were not interested before, and then they meet
the 15th of May.
Brewery. They meet Brewery and J-Ram, and I don't know if that
Holt,
that lady Holt,
Dr. Susie
Susie
Holt.
Holt.
Who's the lady? Who's the lady who remembered? I think the insulin.
No, that's
another
different
one.
One, yeah. Which we're not allowed to say her name.
So they have this meeting, and then 2 days. Just think about this again, just in terms of how unprofessional they are. I'm not being nasty. They're not evil people. They're not evilly intentioned people, I don't think. But Hughes is there thinking, oh wow, these are heavy hitter consultants, and they're sure something funny is going on, and he just buys into it. 2 days later, they're advising journalists at the Guardian newspaper and other newspapers that they're launching an investigation into deaths at Cheshire. Just think of that. Why would you say it? Why would you say it? Like, you don't know what's happened, right? And you've got some doctors sort of saying, we're not sure, but we're worried that there might be some malfeasance going on. We have a higher rate than normal of deaths, right? That's, to our knowledge, they couldn't have said more than that at this interview. And then, but this is the first time that the detectives talk to the consultants versus the administrators.
Yeah.
And it's the consultant one-to-one looking him in the eye, and they're overawed. They just think these guys are really highly intelligent, highly caring doctors, and they've got sort of white coat syndrome. They're in awe of them or something. I don't know. I can't explain it. But 2 days later, to notify national newspapers that they're launching an investigation into baby deaths at Countess of Chester Hospital. Just think of that leap. Why would you do it? Let's say you are Paul Hughes. I don't know if it was him who did it. We shouldn't be unfair, but somebody did it. Why would they do that? Like are people going to go, oh my God, I've always suspected Lucy Letby of knocking off or a nurse killing my baby, and then they see the thing in the chest, the thing in the national newspaper. What are they going to suddenly get? What was the purpose of publicizing that? And it puts them in a hole. How can they back out of it? They'd have to say, oh well, we looked at these deaths, but it was all because Countess of Chester Hospital is a poisonous it's a poisonous heap with sewage leaking from the ceiling onto the babies. So nobody, there was no malfeasance. How do they? There's no way out of that. And once they sort of say they're investigating a series of deaths at the local hospital, what has to be the result?
They can't. They don't know how to save face.
There's no. Yeah. How do you reverse out of that?
You don't.
No, the train has left the station then, and the consultants, they can't stop the train once that started either. I mean, they could reflect on their own practices and everything. I just want to go back to that meeting. Is that it's Nigel Wenham that is the key person that at least has explicitly said how that meeting and meeting those three consultants moved him. That's the kind of language he was using, that he was so moved by meeting them. And some people suspect that he didn't start from zero. He was a kind of already of the mind thinking there's something here, but meeting those three consultants on the 15th of May 2017 what was tipped it over. And then probably Detective Hughes was just pulled along in that he might have been of the same mind, but Nigel Wenham has gone on record of saying that he was incredibly impressed by the presentation that was given to them. But if you look at the I'll shut up in a minute, but if you look at the notes of that meeting, they're relatively thin, but I don't think the minutes of that meeting are everything that was said at that meeting. If you see what I mean, a lot more was said at that meeting.
And you don't see the verbal, you don't see the non-verbal.
Talking about FOI,
Yeah. Oh, absolutely.
you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and obviously, even the fact that he used that word, that tells you that he was emotionally persuaded.
Emotionally persuaded. That's exactly
not rationally persuaded. I was emotionally persuaded.
Yeah.
Really bad sign in a detective.
Yes,
Very bad sign.
That's exactly it.
Yeah.
And there's a kind of an emotionality that runs all the way through the Operation Hummingbird puff piece, their own video, slapping themselves on the back, in which you know they're kind of dramatizing their roles in it, and that runs all the way through it. And Evans's language to cover up the fact that he's clearly not a scientist, he's not a scientific mind there. He gets into that emotional language very, very quickly and, you know, very easily, doesn't he? You know, if he's pressed, he begins to become very emotional about it. And he ends up telling you, you've just got to get it through your head that this is what's happened. And that's what you've got to do.
It's sort of, you know, I mean, I don't know how we start on this, but like, it's sort of mind-boggling. I can't explain how on earth this guy was taken seriously. You know, I'm not saying that to denigrate him. I'm saying it to how on earth could this have happened? You know, and it's you know, you talk about like, for example, you know, with plane crashes and awful accidents, and they talk about this Swiss cheese model.
Yeah,
of how, you know, one event follows another.
Yeah.
And we have these really weird detectives who get starstruck and emotionally involved. 2 days later, they involve the national press, saying they're investigating a series of deaths in their local hospital.
Yeah.
How do you, let's say they investigate and they find, you know, nothing untoward happened. How's that going to sound? And, you know, if they're actually told the truth, that they're, you know, substandard consultants, substandard medical care, substandard, you know, there's feces leaking from the roof, you know, if they actually told the truth, you can imagine there would be, they can't do it. Like, they've sort of boxed themselves in. And then, you know, so then you have these oafish, oafs, utter idiots, midwit guys like Hughes investigating, who actually, he intellectually knows what he's supposed to say and how he's supposed to investigate, that they're supposed to be open-minded, open to possibilities, but proves he was anything but. So it, like, intellectually, he knows what to say to suggest that he's being professional, but we know he wasn't professional. And then it gets to prosecutors, and I think at that stage that everyone gets convinced this girl is guilty, and then they act unprofessionally, the judge, the prosecutor, and then you know, it's like the icing on the cake. The other specialists sort of seem to support the sort of, and that they're just wild imaginations of Dowie, you know, and because you see some air and some blood vessels on a post-mortem chest x-ray, which is completely unexceptional, means nothing, they all get convinced that air was injected in the stomach, air was injected into the intravenously, and this killed the patient. And, you know, which none of us believe. If you worked on an intensive care unit, none of us believe that you inject air into an intravenous line, you're going to kill the patient. But if you had a central line and really got a syringe and really whooshed it in, you might be able to stop the right heart. It would pump, but there would be no fluid in it. There would only be gas. So the heart's beating, right?
Yeah.
But it's just compressing air, so nothing goes forward. And so you got an airlock. So you can airlock the right ventricle on a theoretical basis. But to do it, like, I've never seen it. I've never seen anything like it. And you know, and you know, we see air bubbles going in all the time. Nobody cares. You know what I mean? Like, if you've worked in an intensive care unit, like, nobody cares. Like, you know, we sort of flick the line trying to get bubbles to move up because we know we're supposed to, but nobody cares. You see air going in.
As a 40-year nurse, we all were taught, you know, you got to make sure there's no air in it, but no one's ever known anyone that ever saw an air embolism. You know, it's one of these mystical things. Yeah, we know theoretically can happen, but unless you get, I'm assuming it's arterial lines and stuff like that too, or during surgery, obviously.
If it's an LA line, what's called an LA line, so you can put a catheter through a vein into your right heart, through the foramen ovale into the left heart, right? So we do this in cardiac surgery or various things, and you've got a direct measurement of the left atrial pressure. That's called an LA line. Now, if you introduce a bubble there, that goes to the left ventricle, pumps into the aorta, and goes straight up to your brain. That will cause a stroke.
Right.
Now, but that's like, so a direct arterial line, you know, it's not actually arterial, it's left atrial.
Right,
but we absolutely become paranoid about bubbles in that case. But like that might happen in a busy neonatal, not even a neonatal, a busy pediatric intensive care unit where managing cardiac surgical patients. You might see a patient with an LA line, you know, in a really busy unit, maybe 6 times in an entire year, and they're just kept in till the next morning, and then you take them out. But that's where you get paranoid. But people don't get paranoid about an air bubble in a venous line. We flick the line and try and avoid it, but nobody gets worked up. Sometimes you see the bubble go in, nothing's going to happen. But the fear is that it's not so much that you get an airlock of the ventricle. The fear is that you get what's called a patent foramen ovale. So you've got a valve between the two atrium, which are the two receiving chambers of the heart, and you've got a valve, flap valve. And when you're in utero, right, when you're a little babe in utero, all the blood that you get back from the placenta, which is in inverted commas oxygenated, it won't go into the lungs. There's no point. Your lungs aren't doing the job. So it bypasses the lungs. It goes through this what's called foramen ovale, and the blood goes into the left heart and then it's pumped to the rest of the baby's body, right?
Yes.
And then there's also another connection between the pulmonary artery, which is the main artery coming out of the right heart, going to the lungs, and it goes into the aorta. So it goes into the systemic, and that's called a ductus arteriosus, right? And that way, all the blood that comes from the mother, from the placenta, that the mother's oxygenated with the placenta, all that blood bypasses the lungs because the lungs aren't being ventilated, right?
Yeah.
When you're in utero. Now, when you take the first breath, the pressure changes are such that this flap valve closes.
Yeah.
And in an adult, when you're 21 years of age, about 85% of them are stuck closed. They're sealed. Like, just think of it, it's Velcro. Just once it's closed, it stays closed. So the vast majority of people, it's closed. And about 10 or 15% of people, it still can open. It can still flutter. And depending on where you are in the cycle, there can be a slight pressure differential, and then blood from the right side, usually the blood from the left side would be higher, but blood from the right side can then go through. But you're talking about tiny amounts. But you can see it on ultrasound. It's quite dramatic. So we didn't realize the extent of it. But if you shake up a big 50 ml syringe, and you've got a venous line, you've got an ultrasound probe. It's called an echocardiogram, and you shoot in saline, which is salt water, but you've shaken it up. There are millions of tiny bubbles. Like, you can't see them. They're just tiny. You just shake it up. It's not like they're big bubbles. You wouldn't do that. But if you you just shake it up, there's no bubbles, and then you inject it. You can see it's like a snowstorm, and you can see a few of them trickle out from the right atrium into the left atrium and then go off. So what we're afraid of with a bubble is that it might, in a patient with a patent foramen ovale, what's called, it's sealed, but it flaps open at various points in time, and tiny amounts of blood cross from one side to the other. And it's about 10 or 15%. Now, probably in a baby up to 6 months, it might be 20 or 30 or 40%. But the point being that we're terrified that it's not so much that it's going to cause you to die, but just tiny amounts will get in, and you might cause a small stroke or something like that. But I've never ever seen it. So I've been in, I can't tell you, I've done years and years and years and years in intensive care units. I've never ever seen a case, ever.
And Jim, in the percentages you're giving, you're saying it's higher in babies, but if you've got premature neonates, is it higher still? Is it the majority of the cases?
It's not that, it's just a flap, so it closes as soon as you take your first breath. It's wide open. Then you take your first breath, the pressure changes, and then suddenly it's closed. But it will flutter at various pressure differentials between the left age. They're very similar pressures, but generally the pressure on the left is higher than the right.
It's higher, yes.
It'll flutter a little bit, and some blood from the right can go into the left. And so and once it opposes, over time it will just seal. So it gets stuck and it will never open again.
Yes, because this issue came up with Dr. Shuley's riposte to Professor Paul Clark's interview with Liz Hull, in which he was making the point that Dr. Shuley said it was impossible to cross this to the left, but he didn't say that. That was precisely it.
Correct.
That's the likelihood.
But it's just. It happens, and we didn't actually really believe, because when I qualified, we didn't have ultrasound, we didn't have echocardiograms, we didn't have CT scans. When I qualified, we just started CT scanning, and it was a big deal, to order a patient. There was no way you could get one if you were in which is when you wanted them in the emergency department. That just didn't happen. It was a big deal, to book weeks in advance and all this sort of stuff. But when you do these echoes, you can sort of see it. So it does happen, but you're talking about, it's hard to explain to you. It's not even a bubble you'd see. It's just, they're infinitesimally small, but they do cross. And again, so if you've ever seen that as a practicing doctor, you see it and you go, wow, and you're actually surprised. But having said that, I've seen people who have had a clot in their leg, and the clot moves up. They're tiny bits of clot, and they cross through this. We assume they did. We do echo, and we see that they got a patent foramen, and we know that tiny amounts do cross, and then they get a stroke, and they're too young. You can't explain it. And then you look at the carotid arteries, and there's no evidence of disease. So then I've seen, I can sort of think of one case where we go, it must have been that, and it's called, I've forgotten even the term, but it's basically a stroke from it doesn't make sense type stroke. There's a name for it, where the clot comes from the right side, but ends up in the left circulation, in other words, the circulation to your brain. And we assume it has to have been through a patent foramen. But otherwise, in terms of gas bubbles or anything, I've never ever seen a case ever. I've never seen a case. But the point being that Shuley is absolutely, of course, he's delightful. I mean, I could listen to him for hours. I mean, I just there going, wow, what a great guy. He's not, obviously he's a top-notch, one of the top guys there. But the way his mind works, and I'm just there going, wow, he just explains things beautifully for the average person. So a lot of doctors can't. I'm better than average, but I'm nowhere near.
Oh, you're great. You're great to explain it, and Dr. Storm is as well.
I was just there going, my God, he's really good.
I just like the fact that he always wore, and when he did the most recent interview with the Sun, he always wears his red lumberjack thing, and then you see Evans picking daffodils. I just love it. He's chopping wood and wearing his red lumberjack thing.
That's right. I'm just there going, well, if I was wealthy enough, I'd offer Lee £1 million to do, I'm a lumberjack. And I
was thinking that song too, but although Evan's the one that's wearing the women's clothes. And
just to go back to the foramen ovale, is that what it's called? Foramen ovale. And the point that Dr. Shuley makes, that even if hypothetically the air had crossed into the left, into the arterial system, that there wasn't any Lee's sign visible, and there wasn't any Lee's sign. There wasn't that pink veins appearing on a cyanose background, either noted at any point either, was there? So there's no evidence of any air embolism at all.
I mean, if you see Lee's sign, it's terminal.
Yeah.
So and Lee's paper was all. How did the air get into the venous circulation or the arterial circulation in Lee's paper? How did the air get there?
To the lungs. They blew it out. It was.
Oh yes, it was through. It was through.
The vent.
Yeah,
the high
absolutely
vent.
nothing to do with
it was through ventilation. Yeah,
it had nothing to do with IVs.
High pressure ventilation.
Yeah,
exactly.
Back then, the babies died because we couldn't. The pressure required to ventilate them was so high. We didn't have these drugs, which made the lungs much more compliant.
Yeah,
we didn't have surfactant-like medication, and which you can put in down the airway. And moreover, we didn't know to treat the babies with steroids before they were born, just get them to produce their own surfactant. So if you had a significant, when I qualified, no baby under 30 weeks survived. That never happened. It would have been probably 34. Anybody under 34 weeks was a miracle survival. And if they did survive, you had them on maximal oxygen, and they're all blind. They got
that's right.
They got these diseases from the oxygen, so they'd survive, but they'd retro, or whatever it was called, retrolental fibroplasia, I think it was called, or something like that. And so they were blind, a lot of these kids, if they managed to survive. But these episodes where everything's fine, and then suddenly something bursts, and then it's sustained high pressure in the airways, and something bursts, and the little alveoli, something, either small bronchiolar air sac. They're little air sacs off the bronchioles, rather than at the end of the bronchioles, if you know what I mean. If you can remember biology, that there can be tiny little air sacs off the bronchioles, and if there's blood vessels close to them, then it bursts, and the air just goes straight into these small blood vessels, which can go backwards towards the right heart or forwards into the left atrium and left heart. And if you do a chest x-ray, there's an incredible chest x-ray from Lee's paper. I got Lee's, but you can download it. I read the paper, and I'm there going, how on earth did they ever think that they could quote this as evidence of? Because the paper is all about high pressure ventilation causing this problem. It had absolutely nothing to do with the introduction of venous.
Well, it's because the paper was so old, they thought they could get by with it. Because
but when you read the paper, I'm there going, how on earth, did he not read the paper? I couldn't believe that he would use this. And it was just like he just thought he could say anything. I think he thought
no one would check him.
Thought that anybody would check. Yeah.
Paper,
there's a wonderful graph. There's a wonderful chest X-ray in that paper, and we were talking earlier about being able to see the outline of the trachea, if it's held open, and you see the black, and you can see the two ventricles of the heart. You'd almost just flood yourself with tears, because you just look at that X-ray and that's a baby that's either dead or is in the process of dying. It's one of the most incredible X-ray you'd ever see in your life. And it wasn't a post-mortem X-ray. I mean, and if you're going to do a post-mortem X-ray, you've got to do it within an hour. You can't do it 2 or 3 days later and then see some gas and some blood vessel and think that's significant. It's nonsense. And the other weird thing, I think they got the pathologist at Great Ormond Street, or was it a pathologist, or I think it was a pathologist.
Marinardis?
I can't remember. I don't think.
Are you talking about before the police investigation?
No, during the case.
Yeah,
during the case.
Marinardis
witnesses. And he was conscientious, right?
Oh, Arthur.
Arthur,
yeah.
Yeah, that's right. It's Arthur's.
And so what he did is he went through all the database at Great Ormond Street.
Yeah.
And showed that if you died through circumstances nothing to do with embolus, showed that over a third of the cases had gas in the great vessels.
Yes, that's right.
Then, ironically, he was sort of used as an expert. He should have been talking in defense, but he managed to make it sound as if this was confirmation of guilt. It was an extraordinary thing. Literally, it was Peter or something who did this breakdown of
Peter Hayes. Yeah, this fantastic breakdown of it. Yeah,
absolutely fantastic breakdown of that piece. And it's sort of like they're going, what did Lucy Letby do in a different life so that every possible bizarre thing that happened throughout this whole set of circumstances nobbled her at every level by people? It's just sort of, talking about this Swiss cheese thing. How on earth did it get to, it's sort of mind-boggling. And I can understand why people would sort of think there's evil intention. I think it's just.
I'd like to know how she got her hand in the incubator for baby O and whacked it in its stomach. That no one heard it. That's what I want to know.
It's just that, it's just that she was working on the muscles. Once you get your hand in, as
and if anyone's seen the portholes of an incubator,
if you make a fist, you see, you get your hand in. You can't get your fist through the porthole, but you can get your hand in through the porthole. Then once you're inside, you can fist up. Then just give it a few shots.
Well, no one heard it. And no one heard the bam. Yeah.
I know. And air embolus, air down the stomach, milk down the stomach, punch in the guts. It's just. And this guy was taken seriously. Nobody saw any of this, but he was sure, and it was particularly the air embolus thing that again, I think they thought, well, this particularly, I think that there was air in the great vessels. I imagine if I was, not a doctor, but I was a member of the jury, just a non-doctor member of the jury, I might have thought, well, the insulin thing would have got me that something was going on somewhere, and then the air embolus thing. Well, it would make sense to go, well, obviously.
Well, wasn't it the insulin ones that came back very quickly with the guilty,
they did,
and then
they were the full.
While, yeah.
That they were.
The judge directed that
all
if
11.
you find that he basically told them that if you believe that somebody did something with the insulin, you can then, I can't remember what the direction was an extraordinary. I'm not sure if that direction was in the original case or the second.
No, the first one. It was if you thought that she was guilty in one, you can assume she's guilty in the other.
Yeah. The judge, and the fact that and the actual study by the serious study of the unit by the Royal College, that wasn't entered into. It was like, what was going on? Like, it's otherworldly how this happened. And I can understand why you sort of think, well, there's some evil genius behind it who decided they were going to nobble Lucy Letby. But I just think it's human stupidity and silliness. And, and the sad thing is, I think Lucy Letby was just one of these like lovely, the best of the best. Lower middle class, not upper. And there's some nice, lovely upper middle class English people, and they're lovely.
Working class.
But she was, lower middle class, working class. I don't think her father was a worker per se, but there were lower middle class people, and she was just a good English, conscientious girl, seriously conscientious, probably to the point which was getting up the nose of the consultants, because she was conscientiously filling out these datex things and whatever, and irritating people. And she was just she's just totally, I'm finally doing what it is I've been trained to do. I spent my whole life doing, just like an idiot a useful idiot for the NHS, they could just pay her buttons and she would just be there from dawn till dusk, trying to save the patients, just a conscientious young girl, like the best of the best, if you know what I mean. Sweet,
I think so.
Best of the best. And look what happened to her. Look what they did.
Well, and what I think had happened is I had certain, you have in nursing school, you have certain instructors that are very, you must do this way. And it like tattoos on your brain. So if a certain instructor has taught you to do something, and I bet a certain nursing instructor probably said, you must datex if there's a mistake, period. That has been tattooed on her brain while she was training. And that's, they're just certain instructors that just, and I'm sure you had certain professors too, that it just, okay, if they said it, they were God. You'd absolutely do it. I still hear the voices of certain instructors in my head. And I went to nursing school 40 something years ago. So yeah.
Well, she took her job very seriously. She meant it, and she didn't want to. You kind of get the sense that she obviously respected the doctor. She wanted them to like her and approve of her, even after everything that had happened. She wanted Dr. Jayaram, to say to her that not only that she would be accepted back post the grievance, but that he would want to work with her. She wanted their good opinion, even at that stage.
See, this is where I think she was let down. Like, really, she was
terribly let down.
Because like, she's 25 or 26, and she's very 25, naive, and what she needed was her father, who didn't understand the medical thing, and he thought, well, my daughter's being mucked over here. They've got to sort of back down. Whereas really, I think like some of the senior doctors somewhere, like who worked in administration, who realized what was going on. And even the administration should have sort of said, look, for your own good, leave. We'll pay you out. We'll support you when you apply for a job in Liverpool or Manchester or wherever.
Yes.
We think you're really good. We're really sorry to lose you, but and we're not firing you, but we're begging you for your own good, leave. Because these people are out to get you, and you can say that to her if you're just there going, put your phone away. This is what I'd be like. I'm there going, is that your phone? Just put that out there. Can I just talk to you one-to-one and with your best intentions? And if you say I've said any of what I'm about to say to you, I'll deny it. Please leave for your own good. You're a really nice person. Please leave. I'll support, to the extent that I can support you, I'll support you. You're in a noxious environment. They'll get you. Just leave.
And they should have found her that job.
Correct. Yeah.
They should have found her that job and said, here.
Everything is easy in retrospect, isn't it? I mean, I don't.
Well, it is.
It's very hard to criticize the administration people. On paper, they did everything correctly.
Can I just follow that up then? That idea that, and this has been a theme that's run for a long time now. In terms of the timeline. So, at the juncture, possibly before, but let's just say at the juncture, they move Lucy Letby to the administrative duties on the so-called Island of Lost Souls. If that intervention that you just described there, Jim, had happened at that point, and she'd taken it up, she'd left. Do we believe that in 2017 a police investigation would have started?
We'd never have heard her name.
Never.
Right.
No, I agree.
They wanted her out of the hospital.
I've always thought that.
Jerem and Brewery wanted her out of the hospital.
How do I prove a negative? But like, I'm just from experience, I can just tell you, and it's not like nurses sort of say, oh, the doctors are evil. They're the kings. They're the blah blah blah, and it's junior doctors as well, and in the old days, sort of right at the tail end. I was right at the tail end of this old world where the nurse on a ward was called the matron, and she was God. And the joke was the consultant wasn't God. The God was the matron.
The matron, yes. It's kind of in the comedy films. It's Hattie Jakes in Hattie Jakes.
Yeah, and she ran the ward, and she kept things in order. She did,
and they ran the ward. And when I was, I remember when I was an intern, and one of these old-fashioned, and she was really a battle axe. I mean, no joking. She was really a battle axe, quintessential battle axe. And I got called to an emergency, and a patient was being given a blood transfusion, had a full-blown anaphylactic reaction. So before my eyes, her tongue was getting bigger. The whole face was swelling up. And I think I was like 5 days working as a doctor in the your first job as an intern or whatever. And she was really nice. She was a battle axe, but she just stood right behind me, and I'm just going, oh my, and they're going, and so I'm working back in my memory from the textbooks of pharmacology, and they're going, adrenaline, and she has adrenaline, and they're going, oh, and I'm afraid to give adrenaline because I'm afraid that he's going to get an arrhythmia or something like that, and they're going, well, let's give antihistamine and hydroxyzine, and she just puts it. She already had it. She had it all there. She had the drugs drawn up. She knew what the patient needed.
Yeah, and I had
that's what you were saying, Jenny. I remember you talking about that as well.
I was just there going, oh my God! But she allowed me work.
You have it ready.
Out, and she just, and then I'd ask for the drug, and then I said, okay, maybe I'll give the adrenaline, and she gave me the adrenaline, and I stood there and watched for 10 minutes, and I didn't give the adrenaline, and then the tongue came down, the breathing got a little bit better, so I never gave the adrenaline. I never gave it. I was terrified of giving it because it wasn't like, it's a dangerous drug if you give adrenaline intravenously.
Yeah.
I was terrified.
And they gave baby A. Was it baby? What was the one that Dr. Storm said that the baby got like 25 doses of adrenaline or something? Or what was that? And the thing, one of the babies got all this adrenaline. I think that was baby P.
Baby P, was it?
Didn't she say it was like an astronomical amount of adrenaline?
Yeah. I was going to say something that we were talking about there, and it was something. There's so many strands to this, isn't there? There's the kind of human dynamics of it. There's all the medical side of it. There's the legal side of it. We've been talking a bit about the kind of the group. I know what I was going to ask, and I want to bring in some of the questions from the chat as well. But the thing about so Lucy Letby goes. She has this intervention. Somebody gives her this advice. Maybe there's something set up for her back in Hereford or another part of the NHS. What happens to all that animus against her that's built up? What happens to the drawer of doom? What happens to all the concern of those or apparent concern of those consultants? Where does it go? Does it just dissipate?
They just wanted her gone.
Yeah, they would have just said, "Okay, good. Right. The problem's gone.
The problem's gone."
Do they pursue this from afar? Maybe, but I doubt it. Like
I doubt it.
I think at the point where they exonerate, I've forgotten the name, is Dr. John something or other. I think he was an orthopedic surgeon who was acting. He was in administration. He was the one supervising the investigation of her.
Oh yeah, I think it's Green. He was from the.
And he was obviously a conscientious doctor. But I think he was an orthopedic surgeon. And
no, that was Ian Harvey as the medical director.
Maybe it was Harvey. I don't want to get confused. But the point was, there was a couple of senior doctors who supervised this investigation and found in Lucy Letby's favor that she'd been at that point. That was the time that they should have. But if you say something and it's used against you, like if Lucy then makes an accusation against you, you're afraid. You're afraid to. Basically. Yeah. Whoever, I've forgotten his name, Dr. Green or whatever. Why didn't he tell her? Because he would have known. Why didn't he just say, "Look, get out"?
But he wasn't a consultant. He was a pharmacist.
He was the pharmacist.
He was the head of pharmacy or something.
Yeah, he was head of pharmacy. Yeah,
so they're looking at the complaints that she made. The complaint.
She made.
People were oppressing, and they found in her favor.
Yeah.
Who was the senior doctor involved there? Was there not one?
Well, there was a guy that was put in charge of the. Of administrating the grievance, as it were, and investigating the grievance, and that's this. I think it's Dr. Green, who was from pharmacy.
Yeah, he was not. He was not a medic.
No, and he's the one that's he's on record of saying that he believes the consultants as a body behave disgracefully, or whatever the exact word he used. They behave.
Well, if he's not a doctor, then it's a bit more difficult. But that was the point in time where I really thought somebody. But we're in a medical legal world, and I say medical legal, we're in a legalistic world where you're afraid to do the right thing. You know what I mean? We're literally afraid to move, because if you say if an accusation's made against you that you were intimidating, you know how people interpret things. Oh, he was intimidating. He was trying to get me kicked out, and you were going, no, I was trying to do.
And I think she had her union. That was the only that after that the union supported her during the grievance. The union told her to do the grievance. I think it was their suggestion, wasn't it? Her union. And then they dropped her.
Sure. I don't know.
Yeah, she was supported by her union. So I think they might have been afraid of the union, the nurses' union. So
you're kind of in a bind there, because if you're saying to her, you need to get out, it's almost like you're making explicit what the problem is, which is that it's obviously it's a bullying case.
Correct.
And then, like you're saying, if that gets out that you've
done
that.
That's why I sort of say, get the phone out.
Yeah, exactly.
If you say we had this conversation, I'll say it never was. No such
thing.
What a great result this was for you. And what I'm trying to tell you is, you see, it sounds lovely, but people can miss it. You know, a young woman, let's say I'm a 50-year-old consultant or a retired consultant, I'm now in administration, and I'm 55 or 60 years of age, and I'm talking to a 25-year-old nurse. If how is she going to read that? Is she going to read that as in, this is hospital bullying me out?
And she's already has some PTSD to begin with, so she's not going to be able to read it.
Where it's a guy who's lived in the real world, knows how things work, knows this woman is heading into a really bad place if he goes back into that unit, although she's the right to go back. And they had no right to do what they did with her. But, you know, a real world.
It's realpolitik, isn't it, really?
If Lucy could trust him, like, please trust me, I'm advising in your best interest. It's no skin off my nose, but leave. Do yourself a favor and leave. But if he said that and it's thrown back in him, you know, people are afraid to do the right thing. But that was what was required.
It was, and that's where you get a very not helpful, apparently helpful at the time, support of Dr. A, in which he's saying, oh no, they won't think that of you, they're not really thinking that of you, kind of doing the opposite of what you're saying, actually keeping her believing that it's not dangerous in a way, when the danger is building. And Dr. A puts her in a completely false sense of gives her a false sense of security that was unwarranted, and then switches on her when it's time to do so. I
don't think she ever got to go back onto the unit.
No, she
didn't. No,
it never happened.
Yeah,
so although she was exonerated, she never actually even made it for one day back onto the unit. Didn't happen.
She never made it back, and in her mind, like you're saying, I've not only got the right to come back, but I've been exonerated from my, I've been cleared. But it's tragic, the painfulness of that, actually, to think that you're kind of home and dry now, as it were, but it's actually just beginning. It's only just beginning, the threat.
You see, as a junior doctor, we talk more about, sometimes, the senior registrar, this happened to me. Like, the senior registrar will just sort of say, look, don't reapply for a job here. Get out. Get because they know what's being said about you. You're not, certain consultants don't like you or something like that. And but it's, because like a junior doctor, they'll, it makes no difference to them whether it's a nurse they don't like or a junior doctor they don't like. In fact, if it's a junior doctor they don't like, they're in big trouble. It's rare really to pick out a nurse. Like, it's not, because normally a nurse just isn't a threat or isn't a, they don't, it's sort of an extraordinary thing really to pick on a particular nurse, I think. But and particularly such a conscientious one. What on earth happened to Brewery to make him start thinking along those lines?
Protecting his own ass. What was going on in that unit?
Yeah.
There was,
but like he was.
There's another story there.
There's another story.
He was definitely a year ahead of J-Ram or any of the other ones he convinced. He had it going for a long time. Back in 2015, he was already thinking along those lines.
It was started with Baby A. He had to protect because Baby A was such a screw up, and that's when he did all the he changed reports. He changed the obstetric report. There was this obstetric secondary review of the obstetrics. Baby A's obstetrician, who didn't deliver because it was a weekend, wanted a obstetric secondary report, and he was able to change that. Rosie Burton has showed bit by bit how he was able to, on paper, change everything, and how that information was sent to the inquest. Brewery was able to delay the inquest by 1 year.
Yeah, yeah.
And how he changed all that thematic reviews, he changed everything, and changed the obstetric review, and combined it with the neonatal review and made it look like it was one. Again, Rosie Burton has spent 1 year just on baby A and B, and show that how he was able to change bit by bit by bit, and did the paper trail.
But it sort of amazing. It still doesn't. It like there's no question that he's a very, he's the number one dark force.
Yeah.
In Counts of Chester in terms of what happened to Lucy Letby. He's the number one dark force. Yeah. In fact, there's hardly anybody else. J-Ram, but he got roped in later. But why? Like I'm there going, and you can sort of say, oh, because he was threatened or he was this, but like it's just like.
No, they were. Yeah.
How do you get it into your head that I can start bitching to my senior nurse, because he's liaising with the head nurse he talks to the head nurse on the unit.
He was bullying her.
And he's there expressing concern about her, and she's there going, well, no, she's a good nurse. What are you talking about? And nobody knows why you keep on doing it. Like, I'd love to know how does it work in his mind? How did he get started on this?
Yeah.
There's no explanation for it, short of, he's just overtly evil, but like people aren't really like that. I mean, there are psychopathically evil people, but usually it's, yeah, it doesn't. Anyway, yeah, I literally, I can work out a lot of it's just one bizarre thing after another, one person letting her down, one after the other. All these, even Dr. Arthur's, who obviously doesn't know. He tried to do a literature search, found very little. And he thought, well, I've got a database. So he spends days and weeks and months getting a database of all the Great Ormond Street deaths, and basically provides evidence that, gas in the chest X-ray is meaningless after death. And instead of him saying that, he gets asked awkward questions, and he just caves into the question. So then it sounds like he's an expert for the prosecution rather than an expert for the defense.
Yes, they lead him to a position. I think it's him that says what he's seeing on the X-ray is
consistent with,
but not diagnostic of.
Yeah, but everything's consistent with. Is air in the great vessel of a little baby's chest egg, is that consistent with the possibility that somebody's injected air into? Well, yeah, it's consistent with, but what is the chance that that's the cause?
Yes.
And the chance that was the cause is like close to that, zero.
It's how that's then presented and heard by the jury, isn't it? They hear that as a yes, essentially, don't they?
Yeah. Yes.
That's presented as a yes. Can I just ask some of the questions? I'm so sorry, because there's been different questions about. I know Operation Merlin Falcon is saying, do we think that everybody? I'm trying to look for the post now, but he said from memory now.
What a great channel that is! I've watched a couple of, just in the last few weeks. I've watched a couple of his. My God, he's good.
Yes, it's absolutely brilliant, and Mervyn Falcon.
It's fascinating why people get interested in something, and you're there going, "Thank God he does it." I would never do all that work, but some people just get like and Jenny and just people just just absolutely focus in like a laser on this. And,
well, because you just see the craziness of it, and you gotta,
I know
you can't.
That's the
You
one.
can't uncrazy it. You gotta uncrazy it.
You do. It's just
it's so
you got
freaking
you got to
crazy.
uncrazy the crazy.
I mean,
it
I
can't be
tell my
allowed. It
American
can't be
nurse
allowed to
friends,
stand. That's the
I have
and
thing.
to
they
make
actually
sense of
start
this.
laughing because it's so bizarre. They just said, "No, this is not true." I said, "Here, I'm going to show you." They just can't believe how crazy it is. So
that's right. So I found the question that operators say: should we have concerns about what the remainder of the investigation team at the CCRC may have possibly posted? So I think this is Mervyn Falcon's view that is it all tainted
I'm
now?
of the view, like Mervyn, I'm of the view that this is actually helps the cause. It's
It
very
can help
important that we carry on as if this is terribly important, but do I really believe that like he's a malicious entity? No, I think he's just this big, Sergeant Plod who wanted to get out of the West Midlands Police and was going on LinkedIn, which is just, I'm looking for a job. That's what it is. And he's there going rah, rah to every police conference anywhere. We don't know, but it wouldn't surprise me that he knows nothing about Sergeant Hughes other than he was aware he was awarded. Like it wouldn't surprise me that he doesn't know Hughes at all and has never interacted with him.
I think he was there. He was there at the November meeting.
Yes, I heard Mervyn say that. Yes,
and then someone also found on Twitter they found the original job advert for the chief investigator, investigation manager. And
when was the ad?
The ad the cutoff date was like the 6th of January 2025. So
that post was in November.
2020. Yeah. So in other words, he's already aware that he's applying for that job. He knows he's going to be applying for that job when he's making that. So he's still working for the West Midlands Police.
Correct.
But he knows that job's in the offing. I think that's the timeline of it because of this cut off in early January 2025, and then he's in post by July.
He's busy. He's busy on LinkedIn. You're busy on LinkedIn because you're looking for a job, basically.
Yeah.
You want to transfer out. That's what I think. I find LinkedIn quite bizarre. I must admit.
Yeah, I've never done it myself, but I've looked at. And if you look at, he blocked me now, but for a period of time, I was looking at Dewey Evans's LinkedIn patterns of behaviour. There's a lot of kind of moralising going on there, presenting himself as a highly moral person in terms of all the various talking points, social talking points. That's his angle.
He's all about Munchausen by proxy. That's what he did to parents. What he did was to mothers, and then he switched over to nurses. It's saying it's Munchausen by proxy.
I think that's exactly right. Like I think there's
Munchausen by proxy.
There's a subset of particularly British pediatricians who this is a big thing. They talk, like it seems to be a thing. It's a very British thing. This idea.
No, it started in America.
Of course, it is. Everything starts in America. Yes.
No. The first nurse serial killer was prior to Beverly Allett, and I think she is innocent. It was in the 1980s. The guy that got her convicted knows a woman who then talked to David Southall, who gave him the idea about Munchausen by proxy. He was at a conference in Baltimore about SIDS, and then he took that over, and he was involved with Beverly Allett. So it started in Texas, of all places. We have 4 nurses in Texas that were serial killers.
I mean, it's just people get ideas into their head, and it sort of runs right. Another one famous one in the States was this idea that child abuse, and they interviewed the kids about their memory, and
repressed memory, the satanic, and then it went to shaken baby.
But the hard science behind it was the pediatrician sort of looking at the anus, and if it sort of winked or did something, that meant that the the anus had been fingered at least.
Yes,
and
yes,
all this
yes.
sort of stuff.
Yeah.
Then this combined with this idea of the memory. So they'd ask the kid, you know, the kids just go, yes, yeah, yeah. Did you
Or
murder?
they show them a doll.
Did you murder your brother yesterday?
But the I was going to do a video on this, but the first nurse serial killer was in the United States in Texas.
And then suddenly people are up, you know, in prison and up and being, you know, and being charged with this, that, and the other, and child abuse and everything. And it's just.
It started here in America.
Specialists getting ideas into their head. This sort of mad delusional psychosis, and we're in a mad, you know, just sort of think the whole COVID thing, this sort of whole
which started in America, so, yeah,
just takes you know, this insanity takes over. And literally, if you'd asked any doctor in November 2019 if will wearing a mask help protect you against a virus?
A cloth mask.
Yeah,
a cloth.
Cloth. And every one of them would have said, no, it's a waste of time. You know, it's a waste of time. And it might stop coughing droplets. It might stop spreading a cough laden with droplets. But, you know, on a one-to-one interacting basis.
Or that plexiglass, or that a virus wouldn't go over the plexiglass that's in your grocery store.
And then, you know, every supermarket with, you know, directions and which thing, and, you know, just the sheer insanity of it all. And then if you were a doctor in a hospital in Australia, if you refused the shot, you lost your job.
A nurse here in America,
you could have been there 20 years. Didn't make a difference.
Yeah, no, you had to get the jab if you wanted to work here in America. The same way too. Yeah.
Yeah, they did it with care workers over here, but when it came to the NHS workers, nurses, and other healthcare professionals, there were just too many that were refusing, and they couldn't push it through. They wouldn't.
I'll tell you when I realized, with, you know, talking about when I realized something was a bit funny with Lucy Letby thing, because I was obviously you're sort of interested just on a medical level. You go, wow, imagine a nurse killing babies. But when I realized that the COVID thing was insane, was when they started recommending teenagers get the jab. And it was already clear, you know, there's virologists. I was online because I was trying to work out, should I get this or not, you know. But there were virologists online. It was patently obvious that children, didn't infect teachers or anybody else because they got tiny lungs and they don't have heavy secretion. And their primary immune system was dominant. So they didn't even develop antibodies. It was just all in their natural immunity in the mucosa of their airway. So they couldn't transmit it and they didn't get it. But they were, as soon as the public health doctors in states in Australia and in the various states of Australia come onto TV, and they were saying, oh yes, you got to give this to your kids. And I'm there going, what doctor would ever say that? Like, what doctor would ever say that? Because it was obvious, it was known at that stage. And I'm there going, they're doing it to save, they're wanting children to be jabbed. And the only possible reason is to stop elderly people dying, that somehow they're stopping the transmission. So they were looking for herd immunity and they wanted children injected. And it couldn't have helped children. All it could have done was harm them.
Yeah.
And
thank God
I
for
thought
Japan.
They're making a cold calculation.
Yeah, and you know, it was Japan that figured out the cardiomyopathy, wasn't it? With the boys, wasn't it Japan that started that? Thank God for Japan. They got the jab stopped in a lot of places.
Yeah,
the point was that you know, this sort of mass insanity, where perfectly professional people sign up to utter insanity that goes against all their training. Like the thing you learn in medicine, in med school, the last thing the provost of your medical school will say to you when you've passed your exams, and they give you a little glass of sherry, and you know, they give you the last passing words. Okay, we bless you. Run away and save lives, little children. You know, primum non nocere. First, do no harm. First, do no harm. And like, it's just like that's drilled into you. Now, obviously, we have to intervene, so the intervention can cause problems. But at that, there's just no justification for advocating the jab to teenagers, and then they started talking about under 12-year-olds. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
I do.
I was horrified. I'm there going, I knew then that we're dealing with a sort of mass insanity and evil, a satanic evil had taken hold. Mm-hmm. And I just couldn't, it's really, I couldn't quite believe it. I didn't, I just didn't believe what my eyes and ears were telling me. I was just there going, and I'm there going, am I missing something? And I'd be online, with their various virology thing, like a schmuck like me wouldn't write in them. I'm just following
the R number,
trying to find out. And like it was quite clear that they were scratching their heads at what the public health recommendations were, and they were busy talking about the virus and the gene thing and whether it was and how it was interfered with and this, that, and the other. Like they were proper virologists and stuff.
Yes.
But nobody could explain what the public health officials were, particularly once they went for the under 12-year-olds. That guy in the United States, Tony something or other.
Oh, Fauci. Don't mention that.
Fauci.
That is an
evil
human
knew
being.
Then when they
I'm
went under 12-year-olds.
I'm ashamed to have him as a fellow American.
It's not like a particular person's evil, although I suspect he probably is.
No, I think Fauci is evil.
But that a mass evil was, this mass insanity.
He was protecting the pharmaceuticals, big pharma and the NIH where he was. They were protecting the pharmaceutical. They're in bed together. He is evil. He really is.
But like it is like this is what happened with this Lucy Letby. I just sort of think an insanity sort of took over perfectly sensible professional people. Like this sort of insanity took over, and this need to be in the group, like that. That basically this lunatic Dowie Evans. None of the other Mamarides or something, the pathologists shouldn't have gone down that path. Like what was, I think they just thought, I can't, I don't want to be rude to my colleague. And they all met beforehand.
Hindmarsh needed the money because he lost his
Hindmarsh,
job. He lost his job. He lost his job at Great Ormond Street, and they threw him off they threw him off the GMC or something. He needed the money. That's why Hindmarsh did it.
Yeah, I think Dr. Hindmarsh he willingly jumped. He deregistered.
But he lost.
He didn't deregister.
He needed the money.
Yeah, he did. He took away. He deregistered.
Arthur's, it's just sort of caving into that line. He's not an idiot. He must have known, saying, "Oh, it's consistent with." So and he's there going, "Well, I'm not lying, because it is consistent with," but it's a lie in the sense that it's misleading. The idea that,
yeah. I mean, there's a similar thing that Anna Milan did when she was questioned about the bit that's in red on the sheet that came back from the laboratory, which says that if you suspect factitious insulin, you need to send it for liquid chromatography, mass spectrometry, and her response to the court was, "Oh, it's just advised. That's just an advisory." So that was her way to kind of slip past the idea that, well, no, it's actually an essential thing to do, and this isn't the immunoassay is not a forensic quality test, is it? So that was her way, whether she'd been coached to say that, but it was just a technique, wasn't it? To say, well, it's advisory.
What I've read somewhere, I can't remember, I can never keep up, but I think there was a third case of almost exactly. There was
baby. Yeah, the baby went home.
It was sent home eventually, but they had to.
It had insulinoma or something.
Yeah.
It
had insulinoma, but it was some recognized pattern where you get this high insulin, and they had to keep checking the sugars and so on and so forth, and blah blah blah.
Hyperinsulinism.
Hyperinsulinemia, but it wasn't an insulinoma. It wasn't.
Insulin.
It was just basically I think it's something along the line. I'm being simplistic here, but I think it's something along the lines that in utero, their pancreatic cells are hyperstimulated.
Yeah.
So that when they're born, they're secreting far more insulin than's appropriate for their blood sugar, you know, and it takes a long time for it to settle down.
Mark,
Anyway,
I can answer one of the questions that were just that you posted about if there was a debriefing on one of the babies.
Yes, will you excuse me? Can you hold the fort and or keep it going?
Okay, you got to use a restroom.
Yeah,
there was a debriefing with baby A. Brewery, Jerram, you know, he was at the recess. He took Hawkness aside and they had a little talk before they talked to everyone else in the thing. So I got a feeling he probably told Hawkness or tried to figure out what was going on and stuff like that. And then even during the debriefing with kind of ish debriefing right after the baby had expired, Lucy wanted to do a Dadex and Jerram talked her out of it. So there were some debriefings with that. So Jerram already knew that there was a massive screw up with baby A, and he was already in you know, cover your ass form.
Well, with the insulin thing, so just going back,
and
that's exactly right. Like, you know, we don't know the half of who said what to whom and what was going on. It's not all written down. But in terms of the court case, so they had the third baby who had exactly the same blood results, and the court wasn't. Now I know that they've got an explanation for that baby, and it's completely explained. But on what basis? On what basis could the judge how come like that? I don't know if they even notified the defense. I don't think they notified the defense that there was this third baby with exactly the same results, because they thought, well, we've explained that, so we don't need to tell the defense about it. And then later on, I think a month after the last of the two blood results that were used, the lab was checked. So they checked the results against the reference lab, and they had a result that checked was very similar result to the two that were used in the court case. You know, the very similar results. They were out by that much. So the test results were out by that much a month afterwards. So the laboratory laboratory can get those results that far wrong on a test a month after the last blood test. So, and I don't know if that was like, I don't know. I don't know if it was the judge that decided that the jury doesn't hear that, or the prosecution decided the defense should.
I heard somewhere, I mean, the judge was just over his head. I don't think he understood half the thing. My understanding, I heard a couple of times that they think he may have fallen asleep during some of the trial too, or he appeared to be falling asleep at times. I mean, Judge Scott just seems like he was just, you know, too close to retirement, if you get my drift.
Yeah.
I heard that they thought he may have nodded off a few times.
I think he decided. I think he
just clocked out.
If only he was like that, like the classic. If only he was the classic British judge. Old fogey, fast asleep.
Yeah.
Oh, we have that in America too.
He was extraordinarily interventionist in his direction during this case.
He was.
That's not a guy who's asleep all the time.
Yeah.
It would have been better for Lucy if it was an elderly, you know, if it was Joe Biden in robes. It would have been better for Lucy.
Yeah. I don't know, but I just think he just doesn't understand stuff.
I don't think he understands science. I think he decided she was guilty right at the beginning.
Right. Is he known as a hanging judge, as we would call him here in America?
Well, he's conspicuous in one particular regard, is that he's in the whole of English legal history, so I understand it, he's only one of two judges who have dismissed a jury and found and given a finding himself. You know, I think it was a finding of guilt.
He's so brilliant. He thinks he's brilliant.
The particular circumstances is that the jury was said to have been corrupted in some way, and that he had the legal right to do this, but he's conspicuous as being one of only two in English legal history that have done so.
But is he known as a lover of the prosecutor? You know what I mean? There's certain judges that.
Oh, sorry, I see what you mean. So he
would call him a hanging judge.
I did look him up once, and I think I remember finding out where he trained. He did quite a bit in the northeast, I think, which is Dr. Martin Ward Platt's kind of area as well. So I don't know if I was trying to find some link between a previous case and someone like, well, obviously Evans, but I couldn't find that.
I've never read. I've never read a negative review about him, actually.
I couldn't find anything.
He seems to be a sort of standard or.
Oh no, there is something. Sorry, there is. I mean, there's this guy that Professor Gill is beginning to help, that has got a website called Bent James Goss.
Yeah. Oh, that's right.
There is something there.
Yeah,
there's something there, but a gentleman was sent to prison, I think, for 5 years, and he believes that Judge Goss.
It was a bar fight gone wrong.
Oh yes,
I can't remember the guy's name.
Yeah, that's right.
I follow him on Twitter, but I can't remember his name. But Professor Gill has, I think, started some involvement with that. I don't know if he's able to help, but I know Richard. I'll call him Richard Gill. He's also looking into a case in France now of an anaesthetist.
Yes,
who's been convicted, actually, of several murders.
And he sounds innocent. Yeah.
And he believes he's innocent. Other people believe he's innocent as well. So that's not a nurse. Obviously, that's an anaesthetist there. So that's another potential miscarriage of justice, which is,
it's getting ugly because it used to be medical boards were run by basically retired surgeons and retired anaesthetists and retired physicians, and maybe a couple of retired GPs, and now they're sort of government appointed, and they become an instrument of control. So during COVID, if you voiced, like, if you thought patients could be managed with other medications, hydroxychloroquine or one of these damn things, then suddenly you're up with the medical board, and particularly if you went online, if you went on X and said this is all wrong, advocating, which I would thought was self-evident truth. Like if you went on X and had any sort of following, and certainly in Australia, if you went on X and said giving the jab to under 12-year-old is unethical, you'd be hauled up. If patients said, well, can you just write a thing to excuse that the jab isn't appropriate for me because I get allergic reactions to this, that, and the other, and you sign a thing, you're suddenly investigated. And then, about 6 months in, you weren't allowed to write. You had to sign this particular form. So there was a form, if you were going to say that somebody shouldn't have, or you were happy this particular patient shouldn't have the COVID vaccine, which isn't a vaccine. If you wanted to excuse your patient from having the COVID vaccine, you had to sign a thing in Tripoli. And they only allowed you two options. The reason I need to write it in, then send it in, and you weren't. So in other words, they didn't even allow you. It got really quite nasty, and it was written in such a way that you would be insane if you ticked the box, and like I say, they had people up against the medical board. And the only control of the medical board is supposedly Senate estimate review. So there's the Senate will have a body, let's say it might be 6 senators or something. And once or twice a year, they have the head of the medical board before the Senate committee to ask questions. And this medical board is now, it employs hundreds and hundreds of people. And And if you're called up, if they actually investigate you, the board itself will consider you. And I think there's 12 or 14 people on the board, most of whom aren't doctors. There might be 1 or 2 doctors on the board, and they're all political hacks. So they're on that. That'll be on $400,000 a year,
yeah,
$200,000 a year, and for turning up, you might have to so many meetings a month to be present at, and so on and so forth. It's just a sinecure for political activists, and it's a reward,
yes.
for Labour. It would in the UK it would be Labour Conservative. Here it's the Liberal Party or the Labour Party, and they get you get rewarded as a political hack by getting appointments to these various, these bodies which aren't government, but that they make rules. So the medical board makes rules, and it's not the law. It's not like it happened in Parliament, and they're really becoming quite tyrannical, and doctors are terrified of them. And so,
I can imagine.
And if I say something to it, let's say, for example, I might sort of say, well, there's this massive use of cholesterol lowering drugs. In my particular specialty, I know a lot about this and so on. Statin drugs, right, which are extraordinarily successful medications. And talking about, the Swiss cheese model, how statins became so popular is an incredible story. It's an incredible story. And because they are quite successful. If you've had a heart attack, if you don't prescribe them, if you have an unstable angina, which is just a mild heart attack, you go home the next day or something, you haven't had any permanent heart muscle damage, or if you had a heart attack, if you don't start a patient on statin and a complaint's made against you,
you're in big trouble.
You're in big trouble.
Yeah, now, there's a box click. Yeah.
Oh, right.
Yeah, because the statins control your cholesterol, right? Your cholesterol, your LDL level, and but the reason is because of these massive studies, huge amounts of money. So tens of thousands of people were studied. Those who had statin in hospital after an acute coronary event, we would call it, and they're followed for 6 months after the acute coronary event. And if you were started on a steroid, your chance of dying was, I can't remember what the figure is, something like 12 or 13% less chance of coming back in with another acute event or of death. And and that's a double-blind, randomized controlled trial, so the gold standard, right? And you're actually talking about relatively modest numbers, because you're talking about and that's an acute event. So you've got an unstable plaque, and you've had so the narrowing in the artery is irritated and red and raw, and so you get acute events. And the reason we now know why it's better if you take a steroid is what's called, it's an anti-inflammatory effect of statins, right? Which has got absolutely nothing to do with its cholesterol lowering effect.
Right.
Which is through an enzyme called HMNG CoA reductase. And but the point is, it's fixated in your mind, and that's an acute event. So that's what's called secondary prevention, right? The vast majority of the billions of dollars that statins make are on what's called primary prevention. So you haven't got a heart. And with the secondary prevention, it's not like a year later. It's not like you start the drug a year later and you're going to save lives. We don't know that. It's just the first year. It's when it's unstable and irritated. But the point is, that's fixated, that it saves lives, or certainly saves more hospital admissions within 6 months and within a year if you start statins. And then the reason you had statins before that was to lower cholesterol, and the reason that we lowered cholesterol is because of the idea that people with high cholesterol were more likely to have a heart attack. Which it's millions more people with high in inverted commas higher cholesterol don't have a heart attack, and probably 30 or 40% of people who do have a heart attack don't have high cholesterol, and in fact, and so on and so forth. So the point is, you're talking, the amount of, you're talking about to sort of save one life, you'd need to treat, you need
50
to treat
people.
thousands, literally thousands to save one life on a theoretical basis. And then you've got this thing called primary prevention. So they measure your cholesterol and it's high. They put you on statins, and the doctors do it because they know that if any complaints made, all they can do is get into trouble if they don't prescribe it.
Yes, and that they really push it here in the UK.
Mark, I'm gonna have to go because my computer
for the most
is
part,
going
statin
to.
is not useful, and it's going to make you're going to have muscle weakness. It doesn't make you feel good. You have a lot of soreness. There's lots of abnormalities that can happen.
There's lots of issues there, isn't there? Yeah.
You'd be much better off just changing your diet. You're going to get a much bigger bang for your buck.
The change in the diet is.
So I'm gonna have to get going because my computer's about to
with
go.
a patient, I'd be in deep trouble.
Yeah.
I'd be afraid of the medical board.
So I'm gonna say goodbye.
Well, thanks so much, Jenny. Lovely.
Jim,
Thanks so much for coming on.
Do you mind if I email you? I've got a couple of questions that I'd like to do. So you wouldn't mind if I'd email you back, would you?
Sure.
It has to do with pediatric cardiology.
Yeah.
If you get my drift, so. You'll understand when I email you. So I'm gonna say goodbye.
Thanks so much, Jenny. Great to see you.
So, all right, bye-bye.
Lovely to see you. Have a nice rest of the day.
I will.
Take care.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Oh no, it's the night time there now, isn't it?
It's night. It's 10 o'clock.
Oh God, it's 10 o'clock. I was thinking of Australia. It's the day, isn't it?
Yeah.
Obviously. Yeah.
It's 10 o'clock. So I'll say goodbye. Goodbye,
Cheers.
everyone.
Cheers, Jenny. Take care there. See you again soon.
All right.
Bye.
I honestly thought I was going to be on this for 90 seconds.
No, well, Jim, it's been fantastic to hearing your experiences and what you were just saying there about the statins story. There were similar things being presented with giving the COVID vaccinations to young people, and it was obviously showing that it was going to be more of a threat to them, wasn't it? Effectively, and it has been more.
Yes, it was perfectly obvious that. So everything is a risk-benefit.
Yeah, it's the risk-benefit ratio aspect.
And it was perfectly obvious that just in terms of the children. Okay, so in terms of the children, the risk, although the risk is really small, I'm not saying it's high from giving the shot, but the point is that almost certainly, we can't be 100%, but almost certainly. The risk is going to be higher than the benefit if you're under 12 years of age. I think if you're under 25, that would be true. That was my opinion. That was my opinion back in 2022. That was my opinion in 2022, and it hasn't changed. And I think it's only being confirmed as time has gone on. But the point being that you, as sort of innocent Joe blog, and you go along to your nice doctor, realize that your nice doctor isn't really thinking about you. He's thinking about covering his ass with the medical board. I'm sorry to say it, and it's not that we're unethical. We're ethical, but everything influences you, and there's no question that GPs dish out. It's just an example. I don't think it's the worst example, but GPs dish out statin medications like Smarties. Literally, they see a higher cholesterol on a blood test. They don't say, well, let's see what it is in 6 months or something. They just start the statin. Like, it's just, and it's part of it. And part of it is like, they just don't want to know. It's trouble. That's all they know,
It's trouble as well. And there was a similar issue with antidepressants and certain categories of those, well, the SSRIs. That was a problem.
It's a tiny proportion that can respond with, almost the exact opposite.
And
therapeutic intent. In other words, they end up topping themselves.
They can do, yeah. There was a particular drug, I can't remember the name of it now, that was eventually it was taken off, but it took quite a while, and it took some major incidents of people either committing suicide or possibly even attacking other people because of it, heightened anxiety, etc. So
the main thing is that everybody says,
come on.
oh, it's it's the evil big pharma, it's the evil big companies, it's the multinationals, it's whatever it happens to be, whether it's medicine or
food things put in food, for example,
the things they put in food and blah blah blah. It's never. I've looked at particularly the food one. It's big government. It's government that forces these things. So the companies just go, well, whatever you guys want, just don't give us a hard time, and we'll give you whatever you want, right? And so everybody's become diabetic, and everybody's come overweight. Since you and I are not that far apart, we're very similar age.
Oh,
so
yeah.
you know what people looked like in the 70s. They don't look anything like now.
No, there's been a massive change in the diet and the
and that's because we did exactly what they told us to do.
Yeah.
We don't eat animal fat, so we ate margarine, right? I remember vivid memory. My father looking down, my mother takes away the butter and puts.
Oh gosh, yeah.
As he's eating his dinner, he's there going. You can almost see him going, "I like the butter."
Yeah, I love butter. I've really gone for butter in recent years.
Saving his life by giving him, hardened industrial oils.
Yeah.
But anyway, the point being, and then we all got on bread and pasta, and sugar was completely safe. It's fat, so fat was reduced, and then you have to eat more. So you have to eat more carbohydrate.
Exactly.
And that's what makes you fat. That's what makes you fat. It's the carbohydrate that makes you fat, not the fat that makes you fat.
Yeah. The advice and the advice with regard to diabetes is probably wrong in many cases.
100% the other way. Yeah. It's almost basically the classical one was the food pyramid.
Yeah.
Right? And again, you look how the food pyramid. So lots and lots of cereals and vegetables at the bottom. Right at the top, the one you have least of is fat.
Yeah.
Particularly animal fat. That was the food pyramid, right? Right. And then you look, how did that happen? At what point in time did government suddenly decide they were going to tell their citizens what to eat and what not to eat, right? And it's you learn so much if you study this, but this all followed because the President of the United States, who was the Chief General of the European part of the World War II, Eisenhower, right?
Yes.
He's a completely honorable, lovely man, but he's a chain smoker.
Yeah.
And anyway, he had a heart attack when he was President of the United States in the Oval Office. And if you remember back then, it was the Cold War, and it was Russia, evil. The Russians were under the bed. It was Russia. Not Russia, as in the last few years. It was Russia. They were going to,
it's all come back in recent years.
Yeah. And he was out of the Oval Office for 10 days. So he went to hospital because he had a heart attack, and he wasn't allowed to go back to work for 10 days. And Americans went and had a panic attack. Their president was incapacitated for 10 days. Now, what flowed from that was they didn't realize that smoking caused heart attacks. There was this particular nutritionist. He was a doctor, not a doctor of medicine, but a doctor of nutrition and so on in the Midwest. It's not like New York. It's not like Los Angeles. It's not like a famous university. It's a Midwestern university.
Yeah.
And his name was Keyes. Ansel Keyes was his name. And
Ansel Keyes, right? Yeah.
And so the K rations were the soldiers' rations during World War II. You remember that?
I've heard of the term, yeah, vaguely
K
heard
rations
of it.
are for keys. That was
that stands for keys, yeah, right.
Yeah, that was his advice to the.
Oh, right, that's his advice, his
They're called
dietary
the K
advice.
rations. They were inverted commas designed by Ansel Keys.
I see.
And Ansel
Okay,
Keys got this idea that the Mediterranean diet was healthy and animal fat was causing heart disease. And then there was a medical doctor who was a nutritionist who was British, who wrote a book called I think it was The White Poison, who said it was sugar causing heart disease.
Oh, I've read that book. It's by a guy called Yudkin.
Yudkin,
yeah.
So and Ansel Keys, again politically active, not a real scientist, a very activist scientist.
Yeah.
And he was certain he was right. You see, it's not like he had evil intent. He just thought animal fat is causing all these. We're seeing all these heart disease. Before 1910, we never had heart disease, and somehow he thought it's animal fat. Because there was no such thing as a heart attack before 1910.
No, there never was. No.
I mean, it happened. You know, it's not like there was a disease, but it just wasn't.
Oh, you're serious? You don't think?
No, I'm serious. Yeah, it happened.
There wasn't.
It was an extraordinarily rare thing.
Right, I didn't realise that. So how is that? Yeah, I guess that.
Anyway, so we had this rash of heart attacks because people smoked.
Because of smoking, yeah.
Particularly the First World War and the Second World War, men smoked. So men were dropping dead of heart attacks.
Yeah.
And
but
he was certain it was the animal fat. I don't know why, and it came from the fact that when you did autopsies and opened the arteries, they'd find these what are called atheromatous plaques, which are these narrowings of the artery, you know, but they're localized. And if you cut them through, if they're unstable, they're milky, you know, their yellow stuff comes out, goo, and when you analyze it, it's full of cholesterol.
Yes, right. Yes, so that's where they're.
So cholesterol's in this plaque. People, and when they were starting to measure cholesterol for the first time in the early 80s and the late 70s, but it was basically not tests that you'd have, but you know, in the laboratory when they were studying this disease that was killing everybody, they were finding cholesterol in these plaques, and then when they started measuring cholesterol and fat in the blood, there were high fat levels, which is triglyceride, and cholesterol in the blood. So then they thought high triglyceride in the blood and high cholesterol in the blood, cholesterol in the plaque. Cholesterol only comes from animal products. It doesn't come from vegetable products. We have to stop the animal fat.
And that's where
triglycerides are mainly animal fat and cholesterol. And it was that simplistic, and he was certain he was right. And then he devised this study called, I think it was called the 7-country study or 6-country study or whatever, where he tried to show that, you know, Australia, Britain, America, but if you were in Italy and Greece and you were safe. And any country that broke this relationship between cholesterol and death from heart attacks and everything, any country that he just excluded them. So he actually looked at 19 countries, but got rid of heaps of them. The most famous being France.
France, exactly. I was just going to say that because I watched something about that. And France, with all the cream being used and all the sauces.
Eat animal fat and brie and
exactly. A lot of butter, a lot of cream.
Foie de gras and so on.
Yeah, they had to move. They had to move France out of that.
They moved the whole, not just France, a whole heap of them. Right? So he's not a true scientist if you do that. Again, you're being unprofessional. You're reporting what you want. You're trying to influence. You're trying to persuade people to your point of view. You're not actually reporting science. You're not reporting an honest investigation. And we only found this out years and years and years after the study was done. And he destroyed Yudkin. I mean, he destroyed Yudkin's reputation. He just attacked him.
Yeah, he was attacked by a lot of the the sugar industry, obviously the lobbyists from that, and
and this guy Keys, and then he started the American Heart Foundation. He just suddenly gives them the thing, and they make millions. So before that, it was just like two cardiologists ran a meeting with an office with the secretary in the whole of the United States of 120 million or whatever it was, and it's like 2 or 3 retired cardiologists and a secretary ran this thing called the American Heart Association.
Yes,
and then suddenly he gets on the board. They get a heart approval. Certain foods are good, get the AHA approval, and others don't. And suddenly AHA is a multi-million-dollar business, and so on and so forth. But the point being that because the president had this heart attack, one of the senators, who's a truly lovely human being, a really, I'll think of his name in a second, but he ran for president against Nixon and lost harder than any other president. He was the Democrat nominee for president against Nixon in his second term, when Nixon wiped the floor with him. But anyway, he ran this Senate committee reviewing, because the president had the president was incapacitated for 10 days. So they ran this committee. Yeah. And from this committee, although they'd lots of scientists saying, you can't say that, we don't have enough evidence for sort of that, they thought it was too urgent. Get this? It's too urgent. We have to do something. We can't have the president having heart attacks, and we're having more and more people with heart attacks. So we got to do something. And the scientists were saying, well, you haven't got the evidence to say this. But Keyes was saying the opposite. And they said, well, the evidence mightn't be 100%, but it's a lot of evidence. So this is what we're going to do. And so suddenly you had these recommendations, which ended up being, the famous food pyramid.
Food pyramid,
You don't eat animal fat, eat lots and lots of carbohydrate, sugars for free, and so on. But sugar,
and obviously that was taken up by European countries bit by bit, wasn't it?
Everywhere.
Everywhere it became the
it's America sneezes and the rest of the world gets a cold, and so from that, literally hundreds of millions of people have died of heart attacks that didn't need to. Hundreds of millions of tens of millions, hundreds of millions of people had legs amputated, became blind because of diabetes, had kidney failure and went on dialysis because of diabetes, all because well-meaning people thought they really needed to do something about the diet because animal fat's killing people. And they literally made the disease they were trying to fix 1 million times worse.
Has that been acknowledged? Is that currently acknowledged then, or to a degree? It's not, is it? To a degree, but it's
not like they're going to say we got it wrong. But
no, well, exactly.
You'll have heard, for example, that you'll have heard sort of saying, don't eat, eat whole
grains and so forth.
Eat vegetables.
Yeah.
And they'll sort of say, don't eat sugar. Sugar is bad for you. That was never the case. So you have to literally wait for the scientists who advocated for this to die off.
Yes,
but
it's
basically
generational. Yeah.
So basically, it's not like they're going to say, "Yeah, we messed up," and what I just said, tens and hundreds of millions of people suffered unnecessarily because we gave you the bad advice. No, they haven't said that, and they never, ever, ever will say that.
No, they won't. And I know this is
slightly. It will be more and more. It's recognised as the truth. It's just that,
Well, I think that about male circumcision, particularly in America, where it's done quite prevalently, but not for religious reasons. I mean, some people for religious reasons, but it's done much more widely than in the UK. And I think they're just doing that. They can't stop doing it, because to stop doing it, they'd have to say why they're stopping doing it.
Well,
then there'd be a class action against them, I think.
Yeah, I think they do it an awful lot less than they used to. An awful lot less. I don't
know in America. Yeah,
I've done lots of them. And I would never ever recommend them now. But I did them when I was training. I never, it wasn't the area of surgery I was doing anyway as a consultant. But I did lots of them. We used to.
Yeah, I suppose you just. Yeah.
No, it's terrible. I agree with you 100%.
I went down that rabbit hole once, and But yeah, if they acknowledge that it was never necessary, in the vast majority, I know you've got these conditions like phimosis at a very serious level, but
no,
and
the vast majority are, there's no indication other than the parental preference.
The parent and the cultural expectation, and also, but also, you know, I understand in America it's very prevalent outside of like whether you're from an Islamic or Jewish
so basically
background.
it's just ordinary people, and they just go.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
they can
yeah.
explain that dad, my husband has it. That's nice and clean now. Where and they just think it's dirty and stuff, and so they just bring the kid along, and the surgeon.
Yeah, but
it's not like the surgeon saying, "Oh yes, you definitely got to get it done." Like it really is just, it's when you're talking about older kids.
Yes.
Obviously, at 10 days, all the Jewish kids get done, and.
Yeah, there were some real scandals with that. It's called a bris, isn't it? But there was a scandal in which the person performing it would, like, in certain cases, it's led to the death of babies. In which there was I know this is a bit grim, but he actually used his kind of teeth to pull it away, and there was saliva went into the wound, and then some of the babies died in a few instances.
I mean, the overwhelming majority of cases. The body's incredible, so you get they do a ligature. They use what's called, most often now in little neonates, they use what's called a plastibell. And tie a ligature around it, and it necroses off. It's it's sad actually, but I genuinely, I haven't followed it for many years, but my understanding is like when you and I were born, the odds that you were going to get a circumcision in America was like 90%.
90%.
90%. And if you were, born in Britain, it was probably 15% or 20% chance that you would, as a neonate, literally and then, so usually, quite often the obstetricians would say, "Oh, do you want it done?"
Yes.
And so they get done as kiddies, but otherwise, otherwise you'd have to go. The parents take you along as a sort of 6-year-old and 7-year-old, and I used to always try and talk. It's usually a parental thing. It's sort of
I can imagine. Yeah,
but usually they'll say, "Oh, it's been messy," or "He's had this narrowing," or "He's had an infection," and it's very hard to say, "No, I won't." And like all you do is get a bad name. All if you say no to them, the woman's going to go and tell every other neighbor that, Dr. Bloggs, the general surgeon up the road, what a bastard. He was rude to me, and they just go, it's just like everybody takes the easier, softer way. So doctors just do, okay, I'll do it, knowing that it's like pointless. And at least you're doing it safely, it's.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really intricate part of the body, the prepuce, isn't it? That's what they technically call it. But it's even got sort of self-cleaning elements to it, and oils. It's not just a piece of skin. Put it that way. It's really.
It is just a piece of skin, but it's a magical piece of skin.
But it's got an incredible number of nerve endings.
Well innervated. It's got muscles that attach into the skin, so it retracts.
Yeah.
And blah blah blah. So there's little muscle fibers, and obviously, it protects the skin so that you don't, like the skin on your hand is what's called cornified.
Yeah.
So cornified, stratified. So you got, and the skin on your glands is exactly the same, but if you've got a prepuce, you don't have that sort of what's called hornified. You don't have that sort of, you don't have so much keratin.
Well, I mean, the effect of it is that sensation is reduced, isn't it?
The skin itself is more sensate because there's less. It's not, the skin isn't quite as hard. But much more importantly, the foreskin itself is laden with nerve fibers.
Exactly.
So what they remove, it's got all the nerve fibers. It's not like the nerve fibers to your glands has changed. It's just that the skin is thicker on your gland because it's uncovered. Right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then how the foreskin, I mean, I don't know how appropriate this all is, but how the foreskin moves forward and backwards And on what's called the dorsum of your penis, it's called a thing called the frenulum.
The frenulum, yeah, I remember.
And how the foreskin moves back. So there isn't so much rubbing on. If you can imagine the penis inside the vagina, the skin isn't running up. And if you're fully what's called tightly circumscribed, whatever it is, then the skin is rubbing on the inside of the vaginal wall. Whereas if you've got foreskin, the skin on your penis is sort of with the vagina, but the penis itself is moving in and out. But the skin is rubbing up and down. So you know, and then how a big part of the final stimulus to ejaculation, to orgasm, is this frenulum, which is is attached to the foreskin, and so the final sort of trigger, it's a sort of triggering event on the frenulum. So it is, and I think there are the sort of I've forgotten what they call it, but the phase until is longer, the phase to the point of orgasm.
Oh, I see. Yes, absolutely.
If you're circumscribed, if you're circumcised versus uncircumcised.
Yes,
I basically agree with you, but basically nobody wants to talk about it. So it's
nobody wants to talk. I mean, there are sort of,
and most surgeons who do children do it. The children will have some event, and then the parents just wheel them in, and we try and I try talking to them, because you can do things like, if it's a little bit tight, what you can do is just give the little kid quick anesthesis, give him a quick, like literally 3 minutes of an anesthetic. You just knock him out for 2 or 3 minutes, and you can dilate up so that the sort of stricturing part of the frenulum is released, and then it can move back and forward. But patients just don't. It's funny, you give them the option, okay, and you try and talk them into it, but a lot of it, like I sort of say, it depends where you're at. Like, are you a pediatric surgeon in a teaching hospital where you can just sort of tell the patients they're wrong, and this is the way to do it, and your practice isn't going to be affected? Or are you going to be a GP? Are you going to be a general surgeon in Scunthorpe, and and mom comes in with the kid and she wants the kid circumscribed, and what are you going to do? Say no?
I remember watching a video.
How the world works is nowhere near what people sort of think it's all above board. It's not. Nobody works that way.
Well, this goes back to the earlier issue about somebody saying to Lucy Letby, for God's sake, get out of here, because this isn't safe for you now.
If this had happened in 1990, if this whole event had happened in 1990, for example, would one of the senior doctors at the hospital just go, Lucy, look, we all believe all your senior nursing colleagues just sing your praises. We entered through this review. You've been treated very unfairly. Please leave. Do yourself a favor. I'm on your side. I'll help you in every way I can, but get the hell out. It'll only cause trouble. And he wouldn't have been afraid to say it. Whereas in 2017, I think a lot of people just shut their mouth, and it's all I can see is I might get myself into trouble for doing the right thing.
Yeah, there was that other juncture, and you kind of moved towards it, and it was when Dr. Breary went to Karen Rees and said, "You've just got to remove her." He effectively ends up calling Karen Rees a liar, because she states that he told her, Karen Rees, that okay, if you don't remove her, you're responsible for any deaths. This is the nursing manager, Karen Rees. Breary is said to have said to. He denies it later. Breary denies saying it, but Karen Rees maintains that Breary effectively tries to threaten her to say, well, if you don't remove her, and she's saying to him all the time, well, there's no evidence. Well, on what basis do you want me to remove her? Is it something to do with her practice? What is it? And he says he can't. He gives her nothing, So she can't do it. Of course she can't do it. But
I was about to sort of say that, like what was he thinking? You know, she.
Well, exactly, and he's keeping to it. And this whole thing about the draw of doom, that's come from Karen Rees in the sense that I believe her that he called it that, but then Breary has said no such thing existed. Jairam says I've never heard of it. So it's just he is a very slippery person, I think, Breary, in terms of what he's done throughout. And where has it come from? I mean, we mentioned Stuart Gillam's videos earlier, and he's done a sort of an assessment of where he thinks it might be coming from in him, in terms of, is it something pathological in Breary? You know,
it's definitely pathological, but like normally you can work out the sort of, you might sort of think it's insane, but there's a rhyme to the insanity, if you know what I mean. There's reason.
Yeah.
I just can't. I'm there. He, like, what got it into his head that because it's not like he's there going, well, I'm a hopeless doctor and I'm killing babies, and what I need to do is I know I'm killing babies, and I'm afraid other people will find out I'm killing babies. So what I'll do is I'll blame this nurse. Like, that didn't happen. You know?
No, I don't. I mean, because he's kind of almost hits the ground running. He does it in June. Okay, June is a month in which there are three deaths. June 2015, and that's where he's moved. But I've always wondered. I know other people have as well. That it's come from somewhere else. It's not just started then. Something else is there already. In relation to,
I think there's no question that he felt threatened. Like he was the number one for the, he was the point man for the NICU.
Yeah.
So there's 7. They're all pediatricians, but he's the one who's the point man for the NICU. He's in charge of the NICU. He's got the most experience with management of neonatal intensive care patients.
Yes.
And you know, there's no question that fear would be a component, because he's responsible, and then terrible things seem to be happening, and he hasn't got an explanation for it, and then something gets into his head that, you know, that Lucy Letby is harming the babies. And it's still a leap to go to that, like, because it's straight to that, isn't it? It's not like she's a bad nurse or she's doing something wrong and doesn't know about it. It's sort of straight into, because I mean, everyone knew she was one of the better nurses, and she's one of the 2 that was qualified for NICU. She went to Liverpool and did the extra
training,
got the certificate in neonatal intensive care. So she was probably, you know, one of 2, I think it was, out of how many was there, 16 or 15 nurses or whatever that worked in that whole unit. You know, at any one time, you know, I think up to 3 could be intubated and ventilated, but probably most of the time, you know, fewer than that were intubated and ventilated. And a lot of them weren't really, you know, certainly weren't level 1 NICU patients. They were just, you know, it was just, you know, keep an eye on them, not leave them on the obstetric ward at the foot of the mother's bed and sent home. They had to be watched, but they weren't too bad. But certainly some of them were seriously ill, and they just weren't up to it. They were not up to it. And Breary seemed to think he could manage all these cases, and he should have known. You know, it's no personal insult to him for him to sort of say this unit can't manage that sort of level of stuff. And he seemed to take more and more of them, and at the same time, he, for some bizarre reason that's not clear, that I don't know enough about as well, he seemed to be the one pushing to get younger, more vibrant nurses, and all the old battle axes who knew what they were doing were sort of kindly shown the door or hinted at that perhaps they should move on. Now, I don't know to what extent that's true, but I've heard that a lot of senior nurses left.
Well, I think they were that they were given redundancy, and then they were replaced at least in part with nursery nurses. That's what Michelle Warden has said. So I think they had several AANPs and there's some other higher band nurses, and I think they lost effectively, I think it's something like 6 very experienced nurses with decades of experience each, and they replaced them in part with, well, the two new graduates, Lucy Letby being one of them. This is from memory now, and some nursery nurses to kind of plug the gaps in place of what they had, which was extraordinary.
It doesn't make a difference what unit you run in a hospital. You know, let's say a major teaching hospital. You know, it doesn't make a difference what unit you run in that hospital. It's the quality of the personnel that dictates how good your unit's going to be. You know, whether it's cardiology, whether it's respiratory medicine, whether it's general surgery, whether it's, you know, pediatric surgery, whether it's orthopedic surgery. It's the quality of your personnel that dictates the result.
And is it right to say, Jim, that obviously a major component of that is the number of years that you've done on the job, the experience that you've had? So
well,
really,
yeah, because the big difference, particularly in this unit, they were doing 2 ward rounds a week.
Yeah,
and so the person, the primary carer of the patient is watching them is the nurse, and she's the one that he or she is the one that intervenes and does X, Y, and Z, and then decides whether a doctor needs to know about something or other. And so, you know, and you're dependent on, and like I remember, you know, when you become a doctor and you sort of do internship and so on and so forth, and, you know, the skill of a really good general practitioner, for example, is to recognize when the patient in front of you belongs outside your care.
Yes,
you see a patient,
definitely, yeah.
And you go, it's not like it's loud, but you just go, this isn't right. And you don't pat them on the head and say, well, try this and come back and see me next week. You know in your gut something's wrong. And you go, I want you to go to the emergency department. You write a thing, you might be worried about meningitis or this, that, and the other, or whatever it happens to be. Yeah. And it's that sort of sixth sense, and that comes from experience. It really does come from experience, knowing when it's not, this is not right. This is not the routine. This is wrong. I don't know what's wrong precisely, but I know this belongs in a different league. Like that's the great, people don't realize that's the great skill of a doctor, to realize when something else, you don't even know what it is, but you know it's in a different league.
No, I can fully appreciate that. I had a situation where I was an advocate for a loved one with complex health needs, and I had to find a way to jump past the primary care to get to a consultant, because I knew they didn't know what they were doing, and I found a way to do it, and the medication was changed and the situation was rectified. But it was quite a strain to jump over them, because they wanted to sort of pretend as though they knew what they were doing in this regard, and I had a sense that they didn't, and it came to pass that was right, and the consultant made the change to a different medication, and it was put right. But it was a battle of wills.
I remember I was a doctor in an emergency department in a really busy, one of the busiest in Australia, and I just come from London, and this mom brought her little, I think it was a 3 or 4 year old, and it was like 2 o'clock in the morning or something like that, and you know, the kids like that, you know, and the nurses just went, asthma, put a mask on and put a nebulized Ventolin, whatever, and they get me to see it, and like I had no experience with pediatric, and I remember, you know, so there's this thing called epiglottitis, which can kill you. It's sort of the swelling in the back of your throat that can just be so quick that within minutes a child can go from seemingly perfectly okay to, you know.
Is that the same as a quinsy? It's not like a quinsy. Is that something different?
Well, a quinsy is, no, that's a tonsillitis, big tonsillar abscess.
Yeah. All right.
But yes, it can cause these problems. It's lower down the epiglottic folds or either side of the vocal cords, and it can block off your airway. And again, very difficult to intubate, and you know, and it's a surgical emergency. And usually get pediatric ENT doctors. And if there's any problem with the anaesthetist getting a tube down, the surgeon is there ready at that point in time. Like the anaesthetist, the pediatric anaesthetist won't even try to intubate unless the ENT surgeon's there ready to do an emergency tracheostomy.
Right, I got it. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
So that's this thing, and I was just there going, it's not right. This is not asthma. And in the event, I turned out to be incorrect, but I woke up the pediatric guy, got in the ENT surgeon, and the ENT surgeon said, no, it isn't. And he just looked at me and said, you're a good doctor. And this is the nurses. It's hard to explain to you. I was there going, I was wrong. I wasn't right. It wasn't epiglottitis, but I knew there was something. It wasn't right. I just knew. And the nurses in the emergency department, you could just suddenly see like a complete change in their attitude towards me. Like suddenly I was one of the good guys, you know. It's what you can almost feel it, you know, just because the ENT, who I woke in the early hours of the morning to come in, you know, wasn't the one who called him. It was the pediatric registrar that called him. But like a pediatric registrar immediately recognized what I recognized. This isn't right, and so on. And so they get this whole phenomenon in just in case a little child can die in front of your eyes and you can't gain control fast enough to save them. Now, the chances that was going to happen, even if it was epiglottitis, is low. But, you know, it was, and the kid was admitted, you know, he was admitted as well. And it wasn't, they don't know what, like they were going and they're swelling back there and this, that, and the other, but they decided it wasn't epiglottitis. But the ENT surgeon applauded me.
And I can see why. And this
in front of the nurses and everything, and suddenly instead of being this idiot from the other side of the planet who had opinions, you know, suddenly, because they all just thought this was routine. Just put a mask on, he'll be fine, and I'm there going no.
Yeah, I can appreciate this. Kind of feeds into what Dave John is saying in the chat, and also goes back to what you said earlier about the matron who helped you. Senior nurses, unofficially trained junior doctors. You know, that's what Dave John has been saying here. Or support. You should say, you know, support them. And so in the Countess of Chester,
it's experience. Like that old nurse, she's seen it all before. But you know, she could have been telling me what to do, but she kept her mouth shut. But she had everything ready to go.
And I think some other people have mentioned this. Had they kept the neonatal nurse practitioners on, like Michelle Warden, had she been in the Countess of Chester Hospital at that time, it could have been an incredibly different situation. If something had begun with them focusing on Lucy Letby and the advice given to her by those other nurses, then, or it's possible they might not have even tried it. They might not have even tried asking for the rotas of the nurses, looking for someone to blame.
How this ever got to trial is ridiculous. How the trial ever got to the point where it was a conviction is ridiculous. Everything about the whole thing is ridiculous.
It is. It is.
One after the other, after the other, after the other, after the other of extraordinary things, and perfectly good people just doing the wrong thing.
But this is part of the conundrum that you've said. It's unbelievable how they all swallowed what Evans was saying. So if you now take the group of four, the gang of four, gang of seven, they've heard everything he said. So presumably that they're not in a state of innocence about that they've got a view as to what Evans is about, haven't they? The Gang of Four, the Gang of Seven, or do you believe that they simply?
I think there are 6 people who have to work with a 7th person, Dr. Brewery, who's got a bee in his bonnet about this nurse, and over a year they had their ears bashed about it, and it's very difficult to resist, and they want to have good terms with their fellow consultant, and he's a genuine man. He's just worried about patients, and then they're worried about patients. Bad things are happening, and things just get out of hand, and so rationality gets thrown out the window. And I don't know, like, could it be that they're just, intentionally evil? No, I think it's like, that the old sort of what's her name, Helen Tosick, or not Helen Tosick, the banality of evil was a monograph.
Oh, yeah, Hannah Arendt.
Hannah Arendt.
Yeah.
And basically it's just, it's just people just do what they think they're supposed to be doing, and they don't see any further than that, and they just go, well, I'm you know what I mean, and they literally can't stand back and self-examine and manage and look at what's happening and look at their role in it.
I do to an extent, but you get little windows of obviously clear insight that there's something going wrong in the unit that's not about a serial killer. So the example of that would be, well, I can't say the initials now, but I'll call her Dr. Alison Timmis. She's come up before, but in a different guise. But she writes in December 2015 that it's the nature of them being overwhelmed as a unit that will be the cause of deaths in the future. She projects it into the future, and she says, we're on the edge of a breakdown here, and it's not because of a serial killer. It's because we can't cope with this influx and level of acuity, and she makes that very explicit. So that kind of runs counter to the idea that they don't have any insight into what other potentialities is causing this uptick in deaths. It feels that way anyway.
Well, but this is where, as a head of the unit, you're looking at the unit and going, how's it functioning? What's happening? And what was happening was they were getting a higher number of acute cases. Why was that? Was it just passively arriving at them, or does somebody say at a triage level, yeah, I'll accept this patient? Who's the one accepting? Well, it's Brewery. It's
Brewery, and then we come into the complexity of the network.
Who's the one responsible, or in part responsible, for seeing older, more experienced nurses get out there because he doesn't want their old ways? And it might be Brewery, and and so on and so forth. And so suddenly, what was a level 2 unit is functioning more like a level 3 unit, and and that's where it's remained. But that's exactly what the Royal College of Pediatrics and Child Health Review decided, that this unit isn't a unit 2 level. We'll make it a unit 3 level, because that's where it's at, Or is it?
Well, they went down to a 1.
Yeah, it went down 1. Yeah, and it's never gone. And it's never gone back. It's never gone.
It's never gone back up, and
it's never gone back up to a level 2.
And the irony is they've got many more nurses in there. I remember Michelle Warden telling us all the changes that they now do daily, I think at least daily ward rounds. So it's a level 1 unit, but obviously they don't have that same they don't have the level of premature babies. It's from 27 weeks.
So level 3 is the most highest of the high. So it'll be
that's the highest acuity. So that would be
level 3. So level 1, they're at level 1 now.
Yeah, they're on level 1 now. That's right.
They're on level 1. They don't have a neonatal intensive care. It's basically just a place where you can park babies who can't go home.
Yeah, I believe so. And I mean, back to the FOIs where we started, is that was trying to understand what the effects of the problems in North Wales, what greater influx was created in 2015 and 2016, because you had multiple temporary closures of these 2 hospitals, which were like 40, even 50 miles away from the Countess of Chester, but that were sending babies across. You've got a 20% increase in babies being born at the Countess of Chester from mothers who reside in Wales in the 13-month indictment period. You've got an uptick of 20%, and that's quite a large number based on the number it's coming from. So it's another 120 births from mums residing in Wales in this indictment period.
I mean,
which is
and it's
considerable.
it's not just the nurses, the experience of the nurses and the number of the nurses managing this uptake, but also the doctors. The junior doctors aren't trainees of the Royal College anymore. They're sort of GP.
Exactly. Yeah, that's
people
right. That's
doing
right.
secondments, you know, who have no interest in pediatrics. They're just going, well, I've got to manage 4-year-old kids coming in, mums with their dribbling noses and their sore throat and their their big do they need it to be sent for tonsils and adenoids and middle ear infections and everything. I better do a term pediatrics, and then suddenly they're in inverted commas a neonatal intensive care unit, which genuinely some of the children are genuine intensive care unit children.
They are
babies that are intubated and ventilated, and these guys can't put in. They probably couldn't be able to. They have a hard job getting a cannula into a peripheral vein in an adult, and what they're asked to put in lines in neonatal babies, it's insane. The whole thing is insane.
Yeah, we had that very powerfully illustrated by one of the parents actually said that they witnessed doctors looking up on Google how to cite a chest drain because they didn't have the relevant experience to do it. They hadn't done it before, so they were looking up on Google. There was testimony from the parents, and that came out through the Thirlwall inquiry. So
yeah, I mean, it wouldn't be a common thing to treat a pneumothorax in a neonatal intensive care unit. A pneumothorax is air between the lung and chest wall, and the only way to get the lung up and working is to drain the air, and you have to put a tube in through the ribs, between the ribs, and site it into between without damaging the lung itself or damaging the heart or any of the major blood vessels that are running through the chest, and put this tube in and put a one-way valve so that every time the baby breathes, breathes out, the air between the lung and chest wall goes through the tube through a one-way valve and can't go back, and then over a period of time the lung will fully inflate and there'll be no space. Because I mean, the reason the lung enlarges is because your diaphragm flattens and your ribs lift up, and you increase the volume of your thorax, but the lung isn't stuck to your chest wall, it's suctioned with your chest wall. But if air or fluid gets in, then that fills that negative pressure space, and then your lung goes down, so you collapse. So certainly again, that can happen with high pressure ventilation. You can burst a blister on the lung, and then air will leak from the lung into the space between the lung and chest wall, and then it doesn't make a difference how big you make your chest, your lung is going to get smaller, not bigger. And the reason you draw in air like that, the reason air goes in, is because I increase the space of my chest, and so I have a negative pressure in my lungs, and so air from the outside rushes in. Like I'm not sort of getting a bag and putting it over my mouth and squeezing the bag to force air in. I suck it in, but I have no direct control of my lungs to make my lungs bigger. It's just that I have direct control of my diaphragm and my chest, which can increase in size. The lung gets bigger, and therefore there's a negative pressure in the lung because I've made it bigger. And the reason the lung's bigger is because it gets sucked up with the enlargement of the chest. But that means there's a potential space between the lung and chest wall, and that can fill with fluid, or it can fill with air, and if it's filled with air, it's called a pneumothorax.
And this sort of comes up with the idea of the diaphragm is in Dewey Evans's theory about air being injected down the nasogastric tube, isn't it? And his theory about the diaphragm splinting is the phrase, isn't it? So, but that's all been he he negated that eventually. He's thrown that out himself as a
that's nonsense. Like where I was telling you about this case, when I was a junior, like it broke me. It absolutely, I was in pieces for a long while, and then I was shattered. But of course, it had nothing to do with me. And then I felt so sorry for the doctor who caused. Like it's like nobody, you know what I mean? It's just, but it's a disaster. It's just one of those freak disasters, and so the reason, so in that case, in my case, and can also happen in a baby, when you put an endotracheal tube down the gullet, it's not a small tube that if you inject air in, then air in the stomach will fill with air, and then air will leak around the tube and you'll burp it out. You couldn't, it's like there's nothing stopping the air coming back around the tube if you inject too much air into the stomach. But if you've got an endotracheal tube and it's in the gullet, it seals off the gullet. So then you ventilate the stomach, and then the stomach will splint the diaphragm.
Yes.
And so when you do the X-ray, the diaphragm's up here and the lung space is here instead of all the way down to there. Do you know what I mean? And so then it certainly can. But the chance that you'd splint the diaphragm from a nasogastric air down a nasogastric tube, it's ridiculous. It's just like you just they're going, what? And it's like every doctor around the world, when they start hearing what his evidence is, they just go, well, that's nonsense.
So that
you don't
that must
need. I don't need to be.
No.
I don't need to be a neonatal intensivist to know that's a pile of garbage.
So Jim, if you know that's a pile of garbage, then every one of the gang of 7 knows it's a pile of garbage as well. Then
they should.
Know.
Yes,
they should.
That's right.
They should know that.
They should. But like I sort of say, a lot of them are sort of I think a lot of them are pediatricians and not really much experience in a neonatal intensive care unit. Like in theory, they shouldn't be allowed to sit their final exam in pediatrics without having done at least 1 6-month term in a neonatal intensive care unit. I would think. I don't know what the rules are with the college. But for example, if I'm going to be a specialist general surgeon or a specialist orthopedic surgeon or a specialist ENT surgeon or a specialist neurosurgeon, let's say neurosurgery, like maybe it might be 5 years or 6 years of as a registrar, as a trainee, as you pass the primary exam, your primary fellowship exam, and they say, okay, well, you're a serious person, you want to be, we think you're good enough, and you've passed the exam, okay, we'll put you to this training program, and that might be 6 years. Well, let's say it's ENT or neurosurgery, an ENT guy might do 6 months or 1 year of neurosurgery and 4 years of ENT and 1 year of general surgery. And an orthopedic surgeon might do 3 years of orthopedics and 1 year of general surgery. And usually they like to do plastics, actually. So if you're doing orthopedic surgery, they want to do at least a year of plastic surgery. And if you're a plastic surgeon, you want to do some general surgery, and you may want to do orthopedics or something like that. So you're still an advanced trainee, but you're not, And then sometimes like one of my dear friends who was on the ENT training scheme and then did a term of neurosurgery, and then it said, I don't want to go back to ENT. This is brilliant. Right. And so then he has to apply all over again and say, can you let me do neurosurgery? And of course, the guys that he was working for were all for him because they knew he was good. And so he no problem transferring. But so you can jump ship just because you actually start doing. It's not just this remote. I'm looking on as a junior doctor or something. You're involved, and you can sort of jump ship, so to speak.
Yes, I mean, just going back a little bit to the gang of 4. Let's just say Gibbs, Jayaram, Dr. B, Dr. Saladi, so in this long period of time between when the police investigation starts until Lucy Letby's final arrest in 2020, so we're looking at about a 3-year period. Do we think it's conceivable that in all that time, Evans's theories would have got back to have got back to those doctors. There's a three-way thing going on. They're all intermixing, and
in
so
theory,
if it did,
in theory, it shouldn't, should it? In theory,
it shouldn't, but I think it likely did, and I think
the much more enticing theory that might be possible is, was there communication between J-Ram and Brewery and Dowie?
Oh yes, I believe so. Yeah.
First of all, before Dowie applied, and then even afterwards, when he starts looking at the files, was he communicating? Because if he was, that's a miscarriage of justice. They've no right to be involved with each other at that point.
No, they haven't. But you've also got the potential that, of the police facilitating that.
Yes. So in other words, the consultants talk to the police, and then the police talk to Dowie, and then Dowie says something, and then the police talk to the consultants, and then the consultants tell him, "Oh, the answer to that is this," and then he goes back. Like in other words, they're communicating, but it's only through the police.
It's through an intermediary, and it's a two-way intermediary. So in the recent document that was kind of exposed, we don't know who's released it, but there's apparent evidence in there that Dr. Jayaram's statements about the rashes was passed on by the police to Dowie Evans before Dowie Evans himself had worked up his own theories about.
Well, we know that J-Ram had a copy of that particular paper from 1989 on his desk, don't we? When was that witnessed as being on his desk? Because there's some report somewhere that this paper was on his desk.
Well, that's another curious thing that comes up in this kind of information dump, as it were, in that it's stated in there that across Dr. Jayaram's various police statements, he first found the 1989 Lee and Tanswell paper on 3 different occasions. The first one being in 2015, really early on. The next one being a certain point in 2016, and the next one being a couple of months after that, even. And so it's just all over the shop, really, as to when it was found. And then Evans himself states that, he wasn't aware of it being, he wasn't aware of it being previously found by that they'd both independently found it, as it were, which I don't believe at all, personally.
Yeah, a paper from 23 years ago. Yeah, mysteriously, it suddenly becomes popular. It's the same specialty, and suddenly, we get out this paper and get a printout of it. A paper from 23 years ago, which isn't in a laboratory, it's just a clinical review paper from 23 or 25 years ago, written by somebody in another country, and suddenly we all know about it.
Yes,
that didn't happen.
No, I don't think that happened, and I haven't got it to hand, the document. But
the other thing is to say, like, it's hard to re-emphasize this, but I actually, when I read this paper, when I managed to find it online and I just there going, how on earth did anybody think this paper helps them? Like, it's got nothing to do with the introduction of air into a vein. It's got absolutely
it's got nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
And then you have to ask, when Dr. Shu Lee was brought into the situation in order to challenge the use of his paper, the Court of Appeal didn't admit his evidence. His paper was misused.
It's just a letter. I understand. There's nothing weird about them knocking back a letter. I understand that. Like, it has to be a formal presentation of evidence. And then to his great, the other thing to remember about that paper is he wrote that when he was a junior. He wrote that as a registrar. He wasn't a consultant.
No. He has updated it since.
He was the trainee who did the review. So Tanswell must have been the consultant.
Right.
He's being a good boy. And he wrote that paper. So that's how long ago it was, because he's retired now.
Yeah, 1989. That's 40, almost, best part of 40 years, isn't it? Yeah. 37 years. Gosh, well, we've covered a lot of ground, haven't we? And yeah, well, I think I might wind it down now.
I just wanted to be on for 90 seconds, and
I know we've gone a little bit over that, but
famous on the internet. Oh my God!
Yeah, you're famous. Well, can I ask you in regard to that? Are you going to be okay with this then? Things you've said, you're okay with that? Are you?
I think so. It's not like anybody. I wasn't. I don't have a definitive answer on anything. I'm just trying to work out how do people. I know how things work.
Yeah.
You know, I'm used to hospital environments. I'm used to intensive care environments, etc., etc. And I just know how things work. So it's not like I know. You know more of the facts of the case than I do.
Well, Jim, the reason I'm asking, I don't know what your current situation in terms of your medical work
I haven't worked for 3 or 4 years now. Yeah.
Oh, all right. So is nothing? There's nothing that could be problematic.
Getting too old. I'm just there looking for what sort of role I could do. You know, non-surgical.
Yeah.
About right now to do something because I'm sort of going nuts. But yeah, no, I've been incapacitated, seriously incapacitated with an injury. So
oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Be well recovered. I'm 2 inches shorter than I used to be.
Gosh, really? Yes. But anything we've discussed tonight is not going to negatively impact your work. Right?
I don't think so. Yeah.
No, I don't see why it should do. But as you said before, with the health boards and everything, and
yes, that's true. Yeah. Yeah. I don't. You know, it's not like there's somebody in the health boards that are you know, scanning, looking. Well, they were, I think, during COVID. But so most complaints against doctors are made to the medical board, the GMC. Like I was on the GMC for years. I've just, you know, and most of the complaints aren't made by patients; they're made by other doctors who've got it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. I thought it would have been by patients. Yeah.
No,
Gosh.
it can be. It can be, but it's usually by other doctors, and sometimes other doctors are smart ones. That they see, and the patient says something negative about you, and they don't like you. They'll say, "Oh," they'll suggest to the patient that they should write it.
Oh, so what kind of scenario would make a doctor report another doctor, for example? What would that be?
Well,
to the GMC. To the GMC.
Yeah, pet peeves among doctors.
Pet peeves. So it would be something more personal.
Particularly in hospitals, you're in a big bureaucracy, and there are power plays, and you know it's well, you're a man of the world. You know the way people behave, and
yeah.
You know it's office politics, so to speak, but on a so you know. Head of unit, or something gets back, or you don't, you know what I mean? You know, it's if you know, I'm always of the view that if you're going to do somebody in, you better make sure you do it properly, because if you injure them, they're going to come to you afterwards.
Yeah,
as well. But yeah, and when you're young, you know, you're quite naive. I feel for Lucy, like a young girl.
Oh gosh,
and you've got the most altruistic of views, and you just can't conceive that people do the dirty on somebody else they don't like, you know, and why they don't like you might be utterly, you're oblivious to it, you know.
You're oblivious, and there was that real kind of cri de coeur from her. She said to, I think it was the lady who was giving her the counselling, or it might have been one of the other nurse managers. She was saying, why do they hate me? You know, she's puzzled about it, you know,
yes.
So.
And literally, you literally don't know that they hate you, and then you discover that somebody has got it in for you, and you're there going, "What did I do?" You know what I mean? Like, it's just a mystery.
Because it's already been running up. It's been running along for a while.
It's been running. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It hasn't.
And it's just off. It's what it is. It's just poisonous office politics, and it's particularly common. It's more common in a big public bureaucracy than a business, a privately run business, I think. But you know, there's what was that? that cartoonist, I think he died a few months ago in the United States.
Yes, yes, the guy who
he does the Office cartoon. What was it called?
Yeah, I can't remember his name now, but he died recently of cancer.
Adams. Scott
Yes,
Adams.
Scott Adams. Yeah,
and he's got this cartoon. What was it?
Not Wilbur. No, what was it called? Something.
Yeah,
it's a name, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, it's a but and it's just office politics, and it's just, you know, that's the way it is. Everyone laughs because if you've worked in a sort of major multinational or a big office environment or a big bureaucracy, everybody just goes.
I can see that in the medical world, you've got this extra component, which is the patient, and that adds another level, doesn't it, in terms of where it can go in you know, okay, in an office you could be bullied, you could be pushed out, you're not going to be accused of murder.
If you've got two parents and the number one thing they love in the world is their son and daughter, and they use their son and daughter as a weapon against the other parent when the marriage breaks up.
Yes, that can happen, of course. Yeah,
it can happen. It
does happen. It does happen. It does happen. And then you've got things like the family courts involved with that.
I mean, the biggest error we can ever, in my view, the biggest single error we all suffer from is the belief that I'm rational. No, you're not.
Yeah,
none of us are. You know, we rationalize the emotional or the stupid decisions we make. We rationalize the decisions, but that's not a rational decision. That's just rationalizing irrationality, which is the norm. That's like norm. We sort of find a reason as to why we made this decision, because it can't possibly be just, I don't understand why I made that decision, which is the truth.
No, that's an interesting thing to think about. I mean, there's that other idea that character is revealed under pressure. So there was obviously pressures on that unit, and character was revealed in terms of the approach they took under.
I am absolutely of the view it's particularly true. You know, so medicine and the law are what in the old days were called noble professions, and it wasn't because you're a goody two shoes. It was because you were supposed to be selfless in service, you know.
Yeah, it's in service.
Like a priest or something. You give yourself over to the service of others, and of course, it's just not existent anymore, seemingly non-existent and everything. But it is true that every single one of those consultants who I'm sure weren't intentionally evil, let me put it that way, every one of them are responsible for what happened to that girl.
Yes, they
should properly go to their grave in deep shame for their passive role at best, and in the case of Brewery and Jairam, their active role. And you can sense that at some level, because that interview with the pediatrician, who I think has become an Anglican priest or something, isn't he? What was his name? I saw
that'd be John Gibbs. He's John Gibbs.
He was in that American just a few months ago.
The Netflix,
where he sort of says, well, what was the turn of phrase he used?
He said,
he might be slightly guilty, you know.
Yeah, I have a tiny guilt
or something. Yes,
tiny guilt. Well, guilt is the word he uses.
Yes, yes.
Which is crucial.
It's not like he sort of said, I have a tiny doubt.
Exactly.
I have a tiny guilt. Did he use the word guilt?
He uses the word guilt, and that's what people really honed in on.
We actually transmit what's really going on beside.
I think there was a lot of leakage there, but also
they use that term leakage, don't they? And he was leaking big time, wasn't he? With that,
and
I thought that was fascinating.
It was fascinating, and as well as leakage, I think personally, a kind of positioning of himself, because he knows what's happening here. So it's almost like he's putting a little marker there to say, well, you know, I wasn't one of the ones that was fully behind it, you know.
Yeah.
I did have a bit of doubts, and, you know, for what it's worth, you know.
It wasn't me, sir. He made me do it.
Yeah, kind of in a way,
Back
and you
to
know,
school.
it was.
I wasn't my idea. He made me do it, sir. I did, you know.
Yeah, I thought it was very
It's like there is no defense.
craven.
There's no moral defense. He won't go to prison. None of them will go to prison. But I honestly think if they do find out, if we actually do find evidence of collusion between Brewery plus or minus J-Ram and Dowie Evans, then they need to go to prison. If we ever find that that's happened, they need to go to prison. But the chance of that, you know, that's not going to happen.
The chances are small. I mean, Dr. Jayaram has been reported to the Cheshire Police for perjury by Sir David Davis.
Yes. Just as a separate aside,
yeah, how
dreadful for the UK that what was his name? It's you know,
which one?
The Prime Minister, the young Prime Minister, Cameron.
Oh, Cameron.
Cameron beat David Davis for the leader of the Conservative Party, you know, a year or two before they became the government. And I was sort of thinking, you know, what would have happened if it had been David Davis who was the Prime Minister instead of David Cameron?
Yeah, I think he seems to be. I saw him on Twitter talking about another miscarriage of justice to do with the financial industry. I think Chris on Lucy Letby's analysis has interviewed the man. I've forgotten his name now, but he's owed X numbers, hundreds of thousands of compensation, but he hasn't seen any of it yet because there's this kind of battle between government departments about who's responsible to pay it. It's to do with this thing called LIBOR, this financial aspect. But Sir David Davis is kind of speaking up on his behalf as well. So it seems to be,
you know, for a politician who normally only stick their head above the parapet when they know they're on a winner, David Davis stuck his head above the parapet when it was anything but a winner.
Oh, absolutely.
So he's made of. Yeah. I mean, my point isn't that, you know, David Cameron is a terrible man or anything like that, but I just sort of think that's who you want as a leader, somebody who knows the difference between right and wrong. And
yeah, he does seem a very principled person, and in light of that, and other people have made the comments much earlier in the chat that I don't know if you know, Jim, David Davis is doing this thing called an adjournment. Oh, what is it called? An adjournment something. Anyway, it's in the House of Commons. An adjournment debate, it's called, on Thursday, the 26th, so tomorrow now. He's doing that in respect of Cheshire Police's handling of the Lucy Letby case. So that's the subject matter of it. So that's going to be spoken about, and obviously a matter of record in Hansard, etc. So that's happening tomorrow. So that'll be an interesting
the most important thing isn't the substance of what's said. The most important thing is you just keep pushing this whole story to the forefront, you know, so people are keep hearing it. And Mac, you know, for a lawyer, what's his name? Mark McDonald.
Yeah.
McDonald, isn't it?
McDonald. Yeah.
He understands the importance of publicity.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's crucial.
Which the establishment don't like, but he understands that the reason the ACCC will make the right decision is because they can't make the wrong decision. Too many people are watching.
There's too much focus on it now.
There's too much going on. And again, this comes back to right at the beginning. I actually sort of think, I think he's just a bit of a doofus who was looking for a job and got a job. And like, you know, it's fine. I've got no particular issue. You know, if they truly need an investigator, well, then they have to find an investigator. And where'd you find them? But I think he was just a guy who obviously was looking for an out from West Midlands Police for whatever reason. We don't know. And I think otherwise he was just LinkedIn, just trying to get himself his name up. So if you click into LinkedIn and you're into police and everything, his name keeps coming up because he's there going, rah, rah, hey, well done, use or whatever other approval.
Everybody that's on his.
And I sort of think it's probably nothing more than that, although I don't know. And I certainly think we shouldn't say, oh, that's okay. We should just, jump up and down about it. Make more noise, make as much noise as possible. And again, it puts pressure. The fact that they've appointed him and the idiot sort of said something that somebody, like that girl, that lady took a photograph of it, and then that great journalist posted on X, and suddenly we all know. Like, don't you like? It's an extraordinary world we live in.
It's an extraordinary thing.
Ordinary schmoes in their living room, like yourself, suddenly get your teeth into something that interests you, and the world's a better place because of it. And we all know, we all find out what this journalist found out. We all find out because he just puts it on X.
Yes, I know. Things have changed, and I think it's a kind of a strange gift is what's happened here, and because I think it will make it much less likely that the CCRC will turn down the application. I think they have to do it now. They absolutely have to do it. Yeah. I think they were going to do it anyway. I hope they were going to do it, but I think it just adds the pressure.
Don't let up. Yeah, just keep it at the forefront. And it's the same, by the way. Everyone sort of say, "Oh, that's the CCRC." Now the serious people are in. Now it's the Court of Appeals. Well, they're very serious people. No, make it even louder. Make it publicity left, right, and center. They're just humans. They don't want to get things wrong. They don't want to look like idiots. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I suspect that the establishment, as it were, they know where this is going and it's going to happen. It's just about to what degree they drag it out and why they're dragging it out, why they would want to extend it. I don't know why they would. And the other big aspect is, would it come to a retrial? I doubt it would come to a retrial, personally.
I'm in agreement with you. I think I think it was under Tony Blair, was it? It was no longer the High Court. You had this thing called the Supreme Court. Was it? Yeah, was it Lord Sumption? Was Lord Sumption either the head or on the Supreme Court?
He could have been. I know he's
another one of these, like the most senior judge. Like he's the one who also went on about COVID, that they were doing it all wrong. So he's obviously an interesting character.
Yeah, he's an interesting.
I think I saw that he was very judicious. Can I use that word? He was judicious in his point, but he certainly seemed to indicate that there's plenty of cause to be concerned that there might be a miscarriage of justice.
Oh, absolutely.
He didn't say, I'm sure she's innocent. He didn't say that. He just, but he made it in a very sort of, but the fact that he said it to such a senior judge, that's like, there's no way they can't possibly, I think, I can't see a way. The CCRC have to refer this Court of Appeal, and then I think, if it goes to the Court of Appeal, like Dowie Evans is not going to be allowed.
No.
Who is, and
Well, who is exactly that? I mean, just for what it's worth, you also had Jeremy Hunt, the former health minister.
Yes, Jeremy Hunt. Yes, and can you imagine, like, if it came down to expert opinion? Like, can you imagine a more impactful expert doctor than Dr. S.K. Lee?
No.
I'm there going, how did he develop this talent? Because he's very good in front of cameras and talking to. He didn't develop that? Well, how did he develop those skills? Like, he's so cool.
Yeah.
His presentation's so comprehensive. He's so persuasive. I'm there going, this guy is an like, where did he develop this? Because normally that's years of work and practice.
Well, he's got that.
His history is that he's that good at it.
Yeah, the confidence comes from the authority of actually being really good at what he's doing, isn't it?
Yeah, there's no question. He's a world-class neonatologist. But like his performance in front of a camera is, you understand that he would be brilliant in court.
Oh, for sure. Brilliant. And and obviously any number of the other panel members and people like Nima, I think it's Nina or Nima Modi as well.
Nina Modi, yes. Yeah, well,
very impressive.
I think she was actually a president of the Royal College of Physicians.
Yeah, she was.
She's like one of the top let's say top 5, if not the top neonatologists in Britain.
Yeah.
And she's saying it. Like, how can they possibly
They
resist?
can't. They can't, and they can't compete with it in a trial. So so they're not going to have a trial.
No, I agree.
They're not going to have. I can't see it.
I think you're right, and I'd love to. Like, is there a particular Mr. Establishment genius behind it all, who's thinking this is how we're going to run this, guys? I'm sure that isn't the case, but I think an awful lot of them must know this is where this is headed, and there's probably quite some discussions and a broad, it's not like they can organize things quite the way they want, if it was ever found out. But I would imagine there are conversations being had.
I'm sure there have been for some time, and we've also got the issue of the Thirlwall inquiry, because they spent a hell of a lot of money on that, and the idea that the Thirlwall will produce its report, or Lady Thirlwall will, and it will say, here's what you should do to catch serial killers in the neonatal units, and it just doesn't make sense. So they're kind of hostage to fortune with regard to that as well. So I presume that the CCRC...
I would bet $1 million that Lady Thirlwall is praying that the CCRC refer it, and then she can say, well, it would be inappropriate for me to publish the final report until after.
Yes,
that's what she wants.
Yeah, that's a good. That's great. That, because I think that's the way it will happen, actually, because it will
whatever
stall
you
it.
think about Lady Thirlwall and the whole nonsense and the carry on, she couldn't be an idiot. She's not an idiot.
No, she's not an idiot, and the Thirlwall inquiry, it has given Lucy a lot of stuff, actually, that's been very useful. Yeah. I'm not saying it wasn't designed to do that necessarily, but it just has done. It just has done.
Yeah.
So I think we'll wind it up now.
I'm sure I'm boring everybody.
No, not at all. I think it's been really fascinating talking with you, Jim. I really appreciate you coming on, and appreciate everybody in the chat and from before. And
how many are watching? How many?
Well, we've had a steady like 30 odd people watching, but there'll be hopefully there'll be more people watching, because it's obviously the middle of the night in the UK. Well, it's 4:30 here, 4:30. So 4:27. But we've been going.
It's 3:30 in the afternoon.
Gosh, yeah, we've been going for 4.5 hours. It's quite a good one. But I think hopefully more people will watch it when it's kind of up, as it were. So, and it's been brilliant. Thank you ever so much for all your insights and experiences and everything you've brought today for us. It's been great.
I mean, I'm certain that Lucy Letby will be freed.
I am as well.
I'm still terribly worried about her future. And I really do. Hope and pray that she can spend time with her parents and
well, I know, because her father.
It's obviously a lovely family. It's obviously a lovely family, and
it is. Yeah, I'm sure it is, because one of the really touching and heartbreaking things is, like, when Lucy Letby qualified, they put a picture of her in the local paper in Hereford, as a congratulations, and it's.
No, they were obviously proud as punch about her. And,
exactly, and Lucy's
just a really nice, ordinary, perfectly ordinary, nice, lovely family, and the daughter and the apple of their eye, and she's very conscientious. And I guess I don't know her, but I feel as if I do. And you worry that you sort of idealize, because you can sort of see that she's innocent, but I just worry, like. I just worry about, I just love to see her live a perfect, how can she live an ordinary life after this? But that's what she was designed to live a perfectly nice, ordinary life. That's what she was.
She was, and also have a professional life, and
well, yeah, I don't think that was the biggest thing in her
that.
life. She obviously made some comments about, because I think one of the comments was, I'll never have children. Like, so it was obviously a big, so she wanted, like, she would have probably been a part-time neonatal intensive care unit nurse, like most of the nurses in Cheshire, and she'd have been married and had a kid or two,
That's true. That's true. I hope that can still happen.
It's still possibly not too late, but it's getting on, and they need to get her out.
That's exactly it. That's why time is of the essence. We can't have the CCRC like kicking the can down the road for another year. Or,
I mean, if we're really fortunate, if they're smart, they've got to sort of think how they do it. But I think if the Court of Appeal just sort of says, given this application and the doubt about the conviction, and that she's not a danger to the community and not a danger of flight, we recommend that she be released pending our decision. Something I'd like
to see that.
That would help them a lot. But in a way, they're sort of implicitly implying they got it wrong, because that's the way. But it would show a face of humanity to the establishment. It would help them a lot, I think. But what do I know? I'm not. I'm an idiot. Well, I'm an Irishman, an idiot down under us. But it's not like I've worked at two different periods of time in the NHS.
Yeah, of course, you've got all that experience, and well, I hope they do something like that. I don't know whether. I mean, there are still people out there that are quite venomous about Lucy Letby. We can see it on Twitter and on YouTube. We had a couple tonight on here trying to put up like pornography or whatever it was they were doing, and so they're out there. I mean,
I must admit, I get the impression they're in.
Oh, they're going.
The nastiness is on the way down, I think.
Oh, as a whole, it is. There's a hardcore. You're on Twitter, are you? You're on the Twitter. Yeah, because there is a. I mean, I don't see them really because I have them all blocked, but there is a hardcore still there. The kind of diehards. There's the lady in Australia. What's her name again? With Cindy the dog. Dr. Susan Oliver. Yeah. And somebody called I can't remember the other names actually now. Somebody called Deb Roberts and that sort of thing. But there's a bit of a.
I mean, I don't think they're taken seriously by anybody really. I mean, they're not. I've heard the first name that you talked about there, but and I've seen people say nasty things online, but I just think it's I don't know what it is. They again, it's sort of a mystery as to motivation. Like, and they're going, are these people paid to be?
Well, I wondered as well.
You can't trust anything. It's not like most of the tweets we read, we sort of think it's another human being like us, and most of them aren't probably.
Did you ever come across that thing called the 77th Brigade? Did that idea of a government unit that uses social media to like nudge the population of possibly being used?
That's 100%. Like if you think anything other than that's like, there's no way they couldn't not do that. There's no way that the American government doesn't influence elections in Great Britain and Ireland and France and Germany. They at least attempt to. There's no way they do. Of course they do.
Yeah, I think they do. I think there's an element.
We started discovering, USAID. Trump shut it down, and we started learning, some of the things they got up to.
Yeah,
it's sort of unbelievable. The woke nonsense they backed, like hundreds of millions of dollars all around the world.
Yes, that's right.
Woke. Well, what's the government doing trying to increase woke nonsense? Literally bizarre stuff that no average people wouldn't sort of think is really, and support really odd groups that produce plays that are, you know, super perverted and stuff like that.
Yes.
And this is all funded by US aid. Why? Why? Even in Ireland, for God's sake, you couldn't believe some of the stuff US aid was funding in Ireland.
Part of a demoralization process, possibly.
Yeah, but like what? Why is a government intelligence service doing it? And of course, it's not a intelligence service; it's USA, but behind it is the CIA and stuff. Who's like? Why are they doing it? Like, there's no, you know, they're going, why are they doing it? But they are doing it. There's no question.
Because they're not there to serve the people. They have other masters, you know, they have other people that they're serving, or other.
Undoubtedly, yeah, and certainly, you know, Russia, you know, they basically want division. There's no question that. So everything about the EU is about reducing national sentiment, and reducing love of family. So, you know, everything is about reducing the sacredness of family, you know, which is the center of Western culture. It's not just Western, it's the center of Eastern culture as well.
It is,
so the family as the core institution of civilized life. And that's one man, one woman, and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And nothing wrong with if you're homosexually inclined and so on and so forth. It doesn't make you evil or anything like that. But a civil society operates on, you know, an old-fashioned family. That's, you know, so that's got to be number one for the good of the civil society. Where's all this, you know, just think everything that's happened, you know, whether it's gay marriage, abortion, easy death if you're suffering from something or other, you know, just everything's about, diminishing how a family operates, you know, looking after the elderly, sick. Reducing and women, you know, all having to go into the workforce. Like, whereas I'm sure my parents, like yours, you know, my mother worked till she married my father, and then she stopped being a secretary and started being a mother in short order. You know what I mean? That's how it worked. And you lived on one sort of lower middle class income and had a semi-detached house, you know, in the suburbs.
Yeah, I remember my mum did have to continue working, but she managed I mean, she did lots of jobs in like shops and cleaning jobs and things like that to make it work.
Well, my father died when I was young, and my mother then had to do lots of work like that. Yeah.
So, but in principle, but what you're saying, you know, like it was possible for one principal wage earner to, if you're renting or buying a house.
I think the average woman still wants to have children, but they want the children later. So that instead of they're having children when they're 25, they're having them when they're 28 or 30.
Right.
And so they get fewer children. And so if you want to replace a population, just simply replace a population, you know, each woman needs on average 2.1 children for a stable population. Each woman on average should have 2.1 babies for a stable population, assuming, you know, just one man, one woman. And, you know, I think Ireland's down to 1.4. Greece has been down to 1.3 for decades.
I think Japan's in decline.
Japan's been in free fall, absolutely.
Yeah, that's been in free fall. Yeah. So
and so it's like it's all happened so quickly, and you know, and then of course the pill, abortion, marriage no longer necessary.
Yeah.
And so you sort of think, well, you know, it's all good. We don't want to. But there's no way a lot of that wasn't intelligence operation. A lot of it's just brainwashing. You know, a lot of it. Was it truly natural? Was it truly organic? I'm sure a lot of it was, but there's no two ways about it that a lot of it was pushed.
Well, I was watching something last night. It was based on this work of this guy who wrote this book called Weird Scenes in Laurel Canyon. So it was talking about the so-called.
I read that. Have
you read that book? Right.
Years and years ago.
Yeah, I haven't read it, but I've watched videos about
period of time. And the lead singer of the Doors.
Of the Doors.
He's the son of the fella that does that dodgy
the Gulf of Tonkin incident.
The Gulf of Tonkin. Yeah. So he's the
Yeah.
head Navy, U.S. Navy guy.
Yes.
Tonkin, which of course was a false flag to make it legal for them to start a war and all.
To get into the
mind-boggling stuff.
Yeah, it is. It's incredible. Yeah.
And a lot of it revolved around what went on there, just in this one area.
One area.
Then this killer, whatever, I've forgotten his name, but the
Charles Manson. Yeah.
Charles Manson and the lovely actress and so on, and they all died.
Yeah, that was terrible, wasn't it? I mean, I'm fascinated by that era and Los Angeles and San Francisco and everything that was going on there, and the different. But the premise of the idea behind that is that the counterculture, so-called, was kind of engineered to at least to some degree, or at least kind of helped along.
At least in part had some establishment controls of it, or attempts to control it or direct it. Yes.
Yeah. Well, you can seed things, can't you?
And if they were doing that back in then, if you sort of think intelligence services aren't active on social media and running campaigns, yeah, you're naive in the extreme. It's not like I can prove it to you but it's like, how could it be any other way?
Well, you can kind of prove it. You can prove it. I mean, just in recent years, during the COVID years, so-called, or you have these nudge units which are effectively run by a group of psychologists.
Yeah, nudge is that? Do you get that from that book? I've forgotten his name. He was Obama's one of Obama's advisors. He wrote that terrific book.
I can't.
Called Nudge. Was it called Nudge or something like that?
Oh yeah, I haven't read that.
How you organize, how you basically get ideas into the community and get it's sort of fascinating. Like people don't. It's still, even although we talked about what was going on, the counterculture back there in the late 60s and early 70s, but people just can't get their heads around the fact that we're all brainwashed. Every one of us is brainwashed. And yes,
to a less
and you say it as if it's sort of a sinister thing. It's not. It's the most ordinary thing in the world. It's like every one of us, and their only power is what we decide to allow into our. What we decide to allow in. We can't actually control much else. I have stopped watching TV back in 2009, I think.
2009.
And even then, and by 2004, I'd stopped and I'd just watch certain things. I'd watch certain shows or whatever. And then at 2009, I literally stopped. I've still got the same TV. But
yes.
It's down in the garage. I've never.
Was there something? Do you remember something in particular that shifted you into that thing where I need to stop watching the television, for example? Was there anything that happened? Was it related to like 9/11 or something?
Yeah, no, not really. It's like it wasn't any conspiracy theory or anything like that, and I just realized that I came to the fundamental realization that there's no me operating the system. It's just I think there's a book called I can't remember. Is it called Broomsticks and Fiddlesticks or something? It's that basically this idea that we're basically walk around hypnotized all the time, and we're actually built that way. So we're on automatic pilot for 95% of the time, and occasionally we can seemingly stand outside it and direct things rather than be automatic. But the vast majority of the time we're automatic. And it's not like the ancients didn't know this. St. Paul talked about this. St. Paul talks about the old man, which is the habitual thinker or the habitual actor, and taking on the new man. And Jesus talked about to see the world innocently like a child.
Yes.
And you don't realize that a lot of this is just they're talking psychological truths. You just can't perceive, and then you go, oh, that's what they're talking about. It's not some mysterious thing. It's just the most perfectly ordinary thing. Where how you put your trousers on. Do you put your left leg in first or your right leg in first? Well, you don't even probably, you have to think long
I'd
and
have
hard
to
about
think.
which way I do it. And if you do it the other way around, you're probably going to topple over, you know?
You probably would, yeah. I think I would, yeah.
So it's
it's
just a habit that we develop, and you know, when you're learning to drive a car, you're focusing on it, and then after a while, you're just looking at the road, just going. And in fact, you're not even looking at the road; you're thinking about, you know, why did I marry that woman? She just drove me mad. And you're there driving somewhere, you don't even know where you're going. You're just driving and functioning, and all you're thinking about is, you know, my ex.
Yes.
What
yes.
a bitch. What was wrong with me?
You can have these kind of fugue states, can't you?
Fugue state. That's exactly it. And that's why it's dangerous TV. It's flickering as well. But basically, you're basically just operate. You know, something else. You're just in your own little world.
Yeah.
And like sometimes, I remember I was get in my car, and I was just going up the road, like I was living in a beautiful suburb, Cremorne in Sydney, and then I'd find myself crossing the bridge, and I'd be halfway across the bridge going, why am I driving across the bridge? You know, and then I had to pay the $2 for the toll, and then drive back again, just because I was on autopilot. I was thinking about something else, and I generally, when I'm going to work, I travel across over the bridge. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We do it all the time. Exactly as you say, we're in this world completely unconscious about what's going on or what to do, or, you know.
But some of the people we've been talking about, like people who are got very responsible jobs to look into alleged crimes, that they need to have these skills in which they're able to critically think. They should have them, but in this instance, they were severely lacking, I think, you know.
Yes,
and so they were effectively on an automatic pilot.
And they're not just normal people; they're professions. They're in a noble profession. They should be able to stand outside themselves, and particularly when you're running a unit, if you can't step outside and examine the unit and how the unit's functioning, you know, and sort of say, well, why we've got 20% more cases, and we've only, you know, we don't have that many experienced nurses, and suddenly we've got 30 weekers on ventilators. Is this the kind of environment that should be managing that kind of case? And so on. The whole, you know, literally the ability to stand outside rather than just being the automaton and dealing one thing after the other, you know.
That's right. Yeah.
Well, I was just doing my job. I was just doing what I was told, you know. That was the answer, the Nuremberg trials, you know. I was just doing my job, you know. They told me that's what I had to do. I didn't know anything about any gas chambers, you know.
I know, and then the idea of somebody spearheading this campaign of persecution against someone, people just following along, joining in.
Yeah, so basically there were sort of 40, 50-year-old and perhaps 60-year-old, certainly 30, 40 and 50-year-old consultant, senior doctors. And they went after a 25-year-old girl. And none of them questioned what was going on. None of them questioned, well, hold on, you know, we do have that problem with the roof, and we have cultured this bacteria in the taps, and we do seem to have an awful lot of sepsis. And they couldn't stand back from themselves and start going, you know, is it just perfectly? Should we be doing these cases? Should this unit be closed down while we change the whole plumbing? Should we just warn the hospital that this isn't a safe environment in which to look after babies, this particular geographical location, and demand that we get rooms somewhere else, maybe upstairs, right beside? Is there a room beside the obstetrics ward upstairs that we could operate from? That could any intubated cases will just be immediately, we'll manage them for a few hours until we get them transferred to Liverpool Children's Hospital or Liverpool Women's Hospital or whatever. And I suspect we know there's a relationship between Brewery and you mentioned his name.
Dr. Yoxall.
Yoxall. Like, is Brewery there going, well, my mate Yoxall, he's under pressure. they got too many. They can't even take the number of cases they can. So I've got to. I'll do my mate a service, and we'll manage. I can manage this case here, and really shouldn't have been managed. It's not so much that Brewery himself is incompetent, but the unit can't cope with it.
Well, it can't cope with it.
He's the director of the unit. He should be saying, well, I'm sorry, whatever his first name, Yoxel is, Bill, Bill, my mate, Bill, my best friend, good old Bill.
Good old Bill, yeah, good old Bill.
Yeah, I'd love to do you a good turn, but no, we can't manage that kind of case here right now. I've got too many, who knows what was going on.
This brings on to the table that the Countess of Chester obviously is part of a network. It's not in isolation, and what's happening there is conditional upon what's happening in these level 3 units around, and the capacity there, and whether they're full up. And it's also to do with the transport.
And the center of the network is what is the unit that Yoxels runs.
Well, I suppose, yeah. I mean, that's Liverpool Women's Hospital.
He's the main level 3. Is that what we call them? The level 3 NICU.
That's the
unit.
Yeah, that's so that there's the 2 level 3s. There's the Arrow Park. There's Liverpool Women's Hospital, and then there's Alderhay, which is a surgical hospital, level 3, but the speciality in surgical for neonates, and then obviously there's Countess of Chester level 2, and but there's this influx from Wales, which is an important factor, and the Welsh Health Board, called the Betsy Cadwallader, that they've blocked me from sending any more FOIs to them as well. They're saying that I kept on repeating the same things, which I wasn't, but they've just blocked me when I started asking about closures and what happens to the babies when the 2 Welsh hospitals were closed over a period. There were like up to 17 closures during this same period, that indictment period. And so the babies had to go somewhere, and where did they go?
It wasn't just Countess of Chester then, presumably, Alderhay, or not, just more surgical, but even the other primary ones would have got more patients, and certainly Countess of Chester.
Well, exactly. So if the capacity is taken up in these level 3 units, then you've got this concomitant effect that Countess of Chester is being sent babies that it can't deal with, and there's a logjam in that network, isn't there, essentially? But and the point of doing these many FOIs, it was to build that picture up and support it with data, but it's being frustrated at the moment, and I put it on post so that other people could try and send them as well, but it is frustrating, and because
I think it's sad, because this, what you're pointing to, is really wasn't enough, but should be, 100% the focus of the Thirlwell inquiry.
Oh yes,
yes,
it
absolutely
should be.
Yeah.
I mean, what you said a minute ago about the intensive care beds, for example. So one FOI that they're not going to answer now, apparently, is that, and this is something that Anouk Curry, the journalist who did the ITV documentary, and she suggested this to me, is to try to get across this indictment period, and the years before and a bit of time afterwards, what is the percentage uptake of the intensive care beds in that neonatal unit? So we need all that data. We need it week to week. We need it month to month, in order to build the picture up, really. And it should be available to the public, but they don't really want to share it at that level.
Yeah.
But really, it's that kind of analysis that makes it all explicable. Why there was that? Well, it's one of the tracks of making it explicable. You've also got what you were talking about. You've got the pseudomonas. You've got the environmental issues as well.
Yeah. The problem is that she's now been found guilty. So you've really got to. It's not a matter of saying, well, they were getting more cases and there are problems and so on. It really comes down to the 14 cases, and all of them are explicable. what was going on in the unit. And you can then say, well, the reason the unit was not coping, perhaps the unit could have coped better, but they were suddenly getting an intake of sicker babies and this, that, and the other. And you can say, well, why was that the case? But all of that's superfluous to showing that none of the deaths, they can't show that there was no murder, there's no intentional harm. Like the best they got was the supposed insolent thing, and from we now know that if the judge was doing his job, he would have sort of said, well, you can't really admit this as evidence. You didn't repeat them, you didn't check, you didn't notice at the time. You can't then say, well, this proves that there was intentional harm. On a single, I know it was 2 babies, but basically it was a single test. And if you've worked on a ward, we call it scut work. So your first year or two, all you're doing is scut work. You're doing all the scut work on the ward. And one of the things you do is write the blood test request forms and check the results. And then you're going, if there's any abnormal result, you talk to the registrar, you talk to the consultant. And generally it'll be, certainly if it was a big thing like that, the consultant does the ward round the next morning, and you're there wagging your tail going, oh yes sir, here we got this result, I've repeated it already, and the white cell count's this, so I've done a blood culture, and I've sent sputum for cultures going off this morning, sir, and blah blah blah. Yes sir, and 3 bags full, sir, I'm a good boy. But the point is, there's no way you accept a bizarre blood result, because if you test it 9 times out of 10, it'll be normal. You just repeat it. Just go, well, that's strange, and sometimes the laboratory will say, well, this might be an abnormal result because of how the blood was taken or something like that. They'll make a comment or something like that sometimes.
I think now from memory, one of the reasons given for not repeating the blood test was that by the time the first blood test results came back, the what's it called?
Hypoglycemia.
Hypoglycemia had resolved. So
of course of course it's resolved. The hypoglycemia, you've got to resolve immediately. You've got to resolve it immediately. But that's just the point. So they come back and the insulin's sky high, and supposedly, and the C-reactive protein isn't high enough given the high levels of insulin supposedly, and with an abnormal result like that, I don't care what let's say you measure the blood sugar, you just skin prick, you understand, or heel prick on a baby. They just prick the heel, take a dab of blood onto a little thing and stick it into a machine, and it tells you what the sugar is, right? And the nurse does that. Lucy would have done that, And the blood gas results, you get an arterial line sample, and the nurse, the arterial line's put in by a doctor, but the sample, the nurse will take it out and take it to, usually if you're lucky and it's a proper ICU, there's a machine on the ward, and the technicians come in twice a day and check it and recheck it and make sure it's, because they go off very readily, but intensive intubated ventilated patients, we need blood gases on them. Generally, even if you're an adult, you're going to probably have 6 blood gases in a 24-hour period if you're in an intensive care unit. Right. On that one patient.
There was that issue of the blood gas machine being broken as well, wasn't there? The one
very
that
common.
They had.
And what you do then is you've got the sample in a syringe, and you put it in a plastic bag with loads of ice, and you send it to the main laboratory. And the ice will stop the blood using the oxygen and blah blah blah. So it'll be not quite as good as an immediate one, but they're better machines in the laboratory anyway. And they usually phone you. They'll tell you, because they know your blood gas, you don't want to wait till the next morning for the blood gas result. You want it soon. So they'll phone you with the result, and then you scribble it down on a piece of paper and put it in your pocket, and then you write it into the notes. And then when you go home, you take your uniform off and you go, oh, there's that piece of paper with.
Yes, and then you get charged with.
Then you get charged.
So, I mean, do you happen to know that whether the blood that's required for the immunoassay to do the test, would it destroy would it use the whole sample in order to do the immunoassay? In other words, would there be some left for them to then send it to Guildford to do this mass spectrometry?
But they don't know. They don't know that it's worthy of being sent to Guildford for a mass. They're just laboratory. If they got the second one, they go, well, we have 2 in a row, and they might read what the doctor's written in clinical notes, like weird result, patient's not on insulin. So you write it. So the second, and then you send the second sample off, and you've written in the request form, you've written repeat. See result from yesterday, high insulin.
Yeah.
Go recheck results. No insulin given. Blood sugar on skin prick at time that the blood sample was taken was 6 or 4 or whatever it happens to be, millimoles per liter, and you send it off. And if it's a good pathology service, they'll actually get the result again. They go, well, that's funny, and then they read what you wrote. Most of the time they don't, but particularly if it's a repeat sample, they might find out it's a repeat sample, and they'll read what the doctor wrote. And particularly when you're young, you're conscientious, you're writing, thinking the pathologist is going to read what you write. And of course, they don't know anything about the blood test. It's just a technician doing the result. But they sign their name to the result, but they haven't read the request form. But as junior doctors, we're very conscientious about letting the pathologist know what was going on with the patient for whose test you're sending a sample, and so you'd write a lot of details in, because we were good boys,
Yes.
We were well brought up, like Lucy, a good girl. Lucy was a good girl.
Absolutely, and she still is, and
conscientious, you know what I mean. The goody. She was being a goody, and getting up people's noses and not realizing it.
Well, that's saying something about them, though, isn't it? It's saying that their standards aren't.
They're 30, 40, 50 years of age.
Yeah.
She's 25. Look what they did to her.
But it's also saying
there's no. Believe me when I say I explain their attitude. I think they're willfully evil, but they've no excuse. There's no defense for them. But it's not illegal. But they've no moral defense for what happened.
I mean, there is the potential that. I mean, I think Dr. Jayarm has committed perjury personally, and I think he's perverted the course of justice.
Yeah, I mean, I read and I saw that David Davis referred him, and on the face of it, but like that's not going to stand up in a court.
No, I don't think it will be. It will be.
Like I think David Davis was right to do it. Again, he's not a stupid man. He knows what he's doing. David Davis. So it gets media attention. Like politicians understand. Like you can't influence people unless you have their attention. So what good politicians just think Donald Trump, who never had politics, but he's in business. He's all, and his business is all about how brilliant he is, and he's very loud and brash.
Yeah.
And then he gets on TV and blah blah blah. And but the point being that you don't persuade people to vote for you by telling them what a good guy you are. You draw attention. So what you say is something controversial that you can just sort of step back from. But the people who hate you will say that's pure unadulterated evil. And the point is, it creates a media hoo-ha, right?
Yeah,
so
that makes sense.
You can't persuade unless you have their attention. So what they want is your attention. And David Davis knows this. So David Davis sends a letter that he knows has got no chance that they're going to take seriously. He's right. It's a very good to publicize that J-Rams was inconsistent at 2 points in time about Lucy Letby and how she was managing a baby, because he was a swine for what he did, like saying to the jury, "Oh, I almost saw her do something. She looked guilty. I just missed it. I didn't quite see her punching the kid, but she looked awfully guilty to me. I knew I just missed it," or whatever it was that he was trying to say. I mean, that's a level of That's a
I
level.
mean, he consciously made a police statement and then obviously repeated it in court. But the difference in time between him making a police statement and him telling his 6 or 7 colleagues something the diametric opposite is only a matter of 2 or 3 weeks.
Like it's like
so it's not a memory issue.
It's not that I disagree with you that it proves. I think it's just that it's not going to win in court.
No, I don't.
Very important.
I don't think they'll do it.
So what you do is you make a song and dance about he's committed perjury.
Yeah, the story.
Everybody talks about it, and what you take home is he's just told porkies. That's what you take home, which is what David Davis wants you to realise.
Yeah, that's the story, and that's part of keeping it in the. I mean, the other report.
David Davis knows how to play the game.
Yeah, and you've also got Dr. Svelina Dimitrova, who's reported Dr. Breary for gross. I think she's reported him for gross negligence manslaughter in respect of Baby O, I believe.
Yeah,
so
I think she is genuinely livid anger with what they've done. I think she's.
Yeah, I think so. I can see that building.
Again, I don't think like it's not like she's wrong. I'm glad she's done it, but nothing's going to come of it. And but again, it implants in your idea that there was incompetent medical care, and there was.
But the track of that for the future is with regard to the parents and compensation for or it's basically it'll end up being a medical negligence case. I think that's what it'll end up being. Quite a few of them will be.
Several of them are, yeah.
Several and a number of them were prior to the investigation starting.
So basically, to win a medical negligence case, you have to sort of say that the mistake was a level that's not, it's not a matter of being brilliant, but the mistake made was sort of significant malpractice. And sometimes you're lucky. So a lot of cases, it's very, very hard to prove that the mistake made was, any mistake was made. It was just like you had a complication. This is one of the known complications of this procedure. You had that complication, but actually the surgeon who does this same procedure has got that complication rate at 40%, and a good surgeon has it at 1 or 2%. But then you've got to get the figures for the unit and that surgeon, and you can't get them. So a lot of the time you can't prove, it's just one of those things. But sometimes the complication's so bizarre, like there's no defense would be acceptable for having that complication. Like, and it could be just an untoward thing. It could be genuinely an untoward thing. But the point was you failed to recognize it when you closed up the wound, and you failed to recognize that you injured something inside.
Yes.
You should have. And it's not, and they're not blaming you because you injured something that you shouldn't have injured. They're blaming you because you failed to check before you closed.
Yes.
Yeah, that sort of thing. Yes. There are things that you cannot defend. That would be one of them. But if you could prove, for example, that a complication that might be only 2% in one person, but it's 60% in the hands of another, on comparable series of patients, then that doctor's incompetent. Then the fact that you've had that complication, you can say, well, almost certainly it's because of his incompetence, not because I was unlucky or I was susceptible to having that complication. You know what I mean? In which case, it's not the doctor's fault.
Yes, I mean, one of the other cases is the mum of Baby D, who was left for 60 hours after I've forgotten the acronym, but the premature rupture of the membranes for 60 hours.
Well, again, so if she sued, because the problem there was that antibiotics weren't given,
and antibiotics
after the membranes were ruptured before.
Yeah.
So once the membranes are ruptured, it's not wrong to try and have the baby deliver vaginally, although the membranes are ruptured, and it might take a few hours. It's not great, but and like I say, they're so afraid they generally do a Caesar now. You know, they just do, everybody gets a bloody Caesar if there's any doubt. But it's not wrong to try and manage it and get the baby out. But what you do is, if you know it's going to be, if it's getting up to an hour and there's no sign it's immediately going to drop out, you have to give intravenous antibiotics. Otherwise, the baby's at risk and the mother's at risk.
Yes, and so that was another
so
mum.
There's no defense there, because I think that was
there's no defense there, exactly. Yeah.
Later. So that's like, they don't argue that, like, that's bang. So the antibiotics were given. Well, you're liable then, and because you made a mistake that's not really, it's not forgivable in the legal sense. You know, it's just such so that's not an error. That's not an error. You know, that's an honest error. That, you know, you know, you can say anything's an error just because you don't get the results you want to get or whatever. But are you liable for the error that you know, has it harmed the patient? You know, and I've done things that, you know, I just say, oh, we should have done X, Y, and Z. I shouldn't have done that. Or we torture ourselves afterwards. You know,
yeah, I'm sure
that. And there's no, and you're responsible for people's death. And it's not nice. And
no, I know.
But the point is, like, have you behaved to a high professional standard? And you know, and mistakes are made, and so on and so forth. But is it negligent? Was it professional misconduct to have failed in that particular regard? And only then are you legally liable. You know, so it's not that, you know, a doctor makes a mistake. It's again this failure to recognize, you know, putting a tube down a gullet. Like, it's all, like, you haven't put down enough if you haven't put down a tube down a gullet. You haven't put down enough endotracheal tubes if you haven't put one down a gullet. It's failing to recognize it. Like, if you watch an anaesthetist, even if they think they've got it clear, they can see the cords that passes through, and they just go, hey, cool. You know, they'll spend a few minutes bagging, watching the chest. You see them, the anaesthetist, looking at the chest.
Yeah.
Like, one of the guys, I think, is it Williamson or something like that? This one of the doctors who he's big into Lucy as well, and he was in anaesthetist for years. Yeah. But, you know, they don't assume that the tubes where they thought they put it. They check and check and check, and they check capnographs. It's that, you know, is the expired gas got enough CO2 to explain that? Therefore, it's coming from the lungs, not coming from the stomach. All this sort of stuff. You know, they check and double check and triple check, and then they think about it and they check again, you know. And only when the patient's just relaxed and the ventilation be going for a while, the patient's pink and the blood pressure is good and the surgeon's happy, can they just sit back, and then they rely on, they're just looking at alarm, you know, looking at, they've got oximetries on, they've got the pulse rate, like, you know, the pulse rate will go up if they get more pain, and they check the drugs, if they've got enough drug on board, and so on and so on. And they're just monitoring then. But it's like a pilot taking off an airplane, you know, it's all hands on, he's all busy taking off, all busy landing, and in between autopilot, you know. And if he had a cigar, they'd have a cigar. You know what I mean?
This was the issue with this was the issue with Dr. B and baby Noah, and the doctor that she was supervising in 2014, is that the machines were telling them that it was wrong, but they assumed that the machines were faulty, and they didn't rectify anything. So they broke all those protocols that you said there, you know.
And again, and she was a consultant, you see, and again, so I think she's a pediatrician who's got limited, I would imagine, if I saw her CV, I bet you she's got very limited experience in a busy neonatal level 3 intensive care unit.
Probably, yeah. I guess,
you know,
I don't know.
And like, again, if you're doing, you know, and a lot of, you know, are you doing intensive care, like adult intensive care? Like, if you're really, like somebody like Dr. Lee, he would have done probably a year of being in an adult intensive care unit as well.
Yeah.
Like, if you're serious, you know, if that's the level you're trying to get to, you know, yes, you do pediatrics, and, you know, but if you know it's NICU, I want to be an neonatal or a pediatric intensivist. They do adult intensive care. They might even do some cardiac surgery, you know, just to sort of see what happens, because there are a lot of cardiac surgery. once a lot of cardiac surgery is all this monitoring as they're coming off. The machine does the job of the heart and lungs, and then as they come off, they're basically intensively caring the patient.
Yes, yeah, sure.
Managing drugs and managing pressures and measuring line and measuring the pressures here, there, and everywhere, and altering drugs to get everything on balance and right. And only then, the surgeons, very often the surgeon's barking orders, but if the intensive care guy, the anaesthetist will tell him to go mind his own business. But because surgeons manage these things as well, and then so between the anaesthetist and the surgeon, they're talking, and by the time the patient's ready to go to intensive care unit, they've already they've managed the big fluctuations in the condition of the patient. They've already done all that. So the patient that's going to the intensive care unit has already been intensively cared for the very unstable part. So a lot of intensivists come in and work with cardiac. They don't operate with the surgeon, but they work with they don't want to be an anesthetist for general surgery or orthopedic surgery. They want to be with the anesthetist. So they do 6 months of pediatric anesthetics or cardiac anesthetics or pediatric cardiac anesthetics, which is like the biggest super specialty there is in anesthetics.
Yeah, very specific, very specific.
Yeah, like like even pediatric cardiac surgeons, and they're the ultimate surgeons. But even pediatric cardiac surgeons are in awe of pediatric cardiac anesthetists. They're in a different league. They're in a different world. They're just, but they're managing these tiny little. They're like little rats. With their early. They're basically the size of a big rat. The tiny little, beautiful little beings, and you're doing these awful things to them. And and it really is miraculous work, because there's 20 years ago they all died.
They all died.
And these operating and doing major open heart surgery on neonates. They were trying to do this back in the 50s and 60s, and before they even had heart lung machines, they were attaching them to their mum's arteries, because their mum or dad would then circulate the blood for the baby while they operated on the baby's heart.
That's incredible.
Famous operations they were starting to think of, and the heart lung machine was basically a tube connected to the artery and the veins of the mother or the father.
God, that's incredible.
These were operations with
in the 1950s. In the 1950s, they were doing that.
60s.
Late 50s.
But late 50s, they were starting to think about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the simplest ones were, we're talking about the foramen ovale. When it doesn't close, when there's a hole, it's called, it's a hole in the heart between the atrium. So it's called an atrial septal defect.
Okay, right. Yes.
And then they run into trouble because they're huge holes. They can be that size between the two atrium and ventricle. And so surgeons would, over time, it would cause so much blood flow through the lungs, they get lung disease and so on. And then eventually the right heart would fail and they'd die when they were 20. So you used to get to operate on them, try and do it when they're in their teens. They were the first congenital heart operations, and they did those attached to the and then so what, you open the heart and quickly suture up, try and suture it up, or try and put a patch in with sutures, and blood's everywhere. The heart's beating. They didn't know how to paralyze the heart. They just knew how to get all the blood flowing to the mother and then back to the, you know what I mean? So that the heart was empty, but it was full. It was still loads of blood and whatever. And they're doing these operations. They were devised, extraordinary. And you had a mortality risk of 200%. You'd kill the kid and the parent.
Oh God!
There was nothing wrong with the parent.
No, it could kill the parent. Yeah, that's
So it's sort of like hero surgery. The patient and the mother is the hero, but that's the sort of the desperation that people do. To try and save. It's not like the child's going to imminently die, but they're going bad. They turn blue. It becomes cyanotic. It's sort of end stage. Really, they should do it a lot earlier, but it's very hard to do it when they look normal. But they would try and do these operations knowing that the patient only had months or a year to live at very most, and do these just nutty stuff, you know. But it's a completely different, it's like being an airline pilot back in 1920, or, you know, flying customers around in 1920 versus, you know, an airline pilot now. It's just a completely different kettle of fish. Are we all finished? 5 hours, 20 minutes, my God. I think Mark's closed up, so I'm going to back out, and I don't know how many people are watching, and I can't believe I've been here this long. And so I wish you well, and hope the discussion was at least interesting. And thank you all very much. See if I can exit this.
I got cut off. My internet got cut off. I think Jim's gone. I don't know if I don't know if anyone is listening still, but hi Kaz. Sorry Jim, and sorry everybody in the chat. I'll make a note here. I got my internet went down. It's very windy here. Does that work? Yeah, it looks like I'm streaming still. But I think Jim has probably gone, but my internet went down and it had to boot up again. It took a few minutes. I think it might be to do with the very strong winds here. I don't know, but anyway, I'll say good night. It's so sorry about that, chat, everybody in the chat, and sorry about that, Jim. But I'll leave a note to explain it. Oh, the mid-afternoon Dick chat was interesting. Hi, Jane. Yeah, because you're in it's mid-afternoon there, isn't it? But it's like I've been up all night, so it's 5:23 here. Yeah, that was a little bit of a segue. So yeah, Jim was a fount of huge amounts of knowledge, obviously, and experience. And I should probably go to bed now for a bit anyway. But I think that was very interesting. And thanks so much, everybody in the chat. Good night, Kaz. And yeah, I know, I'm still on. I'm still on, but the internet went down, so I didn't think it would like come back into it at all. But it took a while for the modem to get all the green lights going on. But I hope you're doing well there, and Jane and Kaz and everyone else listening. Still 28 people. And I can't. But I better go to bed now, actually. But I think we talked about a lot of stuff, didn't we? Sorry if I've neglected the chat part of it. But yeah, it's all going to work out in the end. So I hope you're doing well. Have a good day ahead, or have a good evening ahead. I hope Jim understood and what was going on, but I suppose it just all I disappeared. Did I? I don't know. Did the stream? Oh, you probably, the stream carried on for you. I suppose it was just me that left it or something. I don't know. I don't know what you saw. I don't know if anyone's hearing me now, but it does say 27 still. So yeah, is anybody still there? Is anybody there? Is anybody there? Oh, yeah, that was 5.5 hours. God. Oh, you're there, Jane. So you are there. That's lovely. But it's afternoon where you are, is it? It's 5:05 in the morning here. It's 5:30 in the morning. So we'll see what the day brings, and so tomorrow, the 26th, you got David Davis doing his thing in Parliament, and you've also got 6:30 p.m. there, is it? Oh, did he say goodbye? Oh, thanks for that. Jim left. Oh, thanks. Do you think he understood that? Did you see me disappear then? Is that what happened, Kaz? You're off out to play pool. Oh, have a nice time. I haven't played pool in years. Have a nice time. I used to enjoy pool. I used to play it quite a bit, and snooker. But Jim, yeah. So Jim, I guess I disappeared, did I? Yeah, I guess that's what probably happened. And then Jim left, and but have a great time. Oh, we thought I left. Well, I did in a way, because the internet went down. I'll have to leave that I'll put that as a note or something to explain it as a comment or something like that. Oh, I just went blank. Yeah, because I lost the internet connection. So yeah, it wasn't intentional. It just went. So I wasn't sure what was happening for a minute. It all went blank, and then I lost my. But weirdly, it allowed me back in, and it was carrying on, which was strange. But I thought everything would stop, but it didn't. Just me. Maybe it was a message that it was time for bed. Do you think? I don't know. But the internet's back up. Anyway, shall I say good night now, or good morning, or whatever it is? Do you think it's time to go? It's probably time to go, isn't it? Said Zebedee. Time for bed, said Zebedee. My head's a bit full after all that thinking about different things. Yeah. You just went blank. Jim thought you left. Thank you. Thanks, Tech Wood Jez and Kaz and everyone. Has anyone had any sleep there? I know it's different in New Zealand, isn't it? But anybody in it? Yeah, there's some people in the UK, isn't it? Anyway, it's probably time to Oh yeah, that's the other thing. Tomorrow is part 2. I'll leave it as a comment. I'll explain to Jim, and he probably understood. I'll fall asleep. Yeah, the sleeping live thing. Oh yeah, there's part 2 of Lucy Letby Films, Guy Rowland's documentary tomorrow as well. Anyway, I think we'll call it a night then, or a day. Take care, everybody. Good night. Bless you all. Thanks for being here, and thanks very much to Jim and Jenny and Mervyn for coming on the screen and all that. And thanks for everybody in the chat for being in the chat and all the comments. Sorry if I didn't get to them all, or I didn't get to quite a few. And we'll leave it there, is it? We'll leave it there. Call it a night. Oh, are they clapping hands? Sorry, I should be clicking these. Cheers, Tech Witches. And I'm going backwards in time. Yeah, I just went blank. I didn't think it would allow me back on, but it lasted for 5 hours. That was not too bad, was it? I hope everyone got something out of it, and I don't think it's going to carry on much longer. I think it's all gonna, they're going to have to give in, if you see what I mean, and they're going to have to give in and release innocent Lucy Letby, release her. Anyway, night all. Have a nice time playing pool, Jane, and I'm going to end the stream now in a civilized way rather than disappearing, but technical problems beyond my control. Night all. Bye. Bye-bye.